Deep within the forest, a camping trip was taking place, but everything inside was covered in a thick layer of sand. More strikingly, deep inside, there was no sign of anyone, or rather, everyone had lost their lives. All that was seen was a young man in a red shirt, with blood still on his face, sitting slumped on the ground, his terrified eyes fixed on the bloody corpses before him. He was so frightened that his eyes were wide open, and tears were welling up, unable to believe that a sandstorm. Why was there a sandstorm here? All he saw was a giant black monster staring intently at him. In its hand, it held a curved sword stained with fresh blood. Notably, 2 old bronze bells hung from it, clanging ominously, as if signaling the approaching death. In despair at the imminent death, his whole body trembled as he tried to cry out for help. One last time. "Help me!" Instantly, something black rushed towards him through the thick dust. It grabbed the leg of the young man in the red shirt. Then it quickly dragged him deep into the forest. The young man could do nothing but try to cling to the ground. The grip dragged along, pulling fresh blood with it, as he was pulled deeper into the forest. The next morning, the body of the young man in the red shirt was found in a state beyond pitiful. A regretful voice spoke up. "What a pity!" The group of people, Kangchana, with grave expressions on their faces, looked at the corpse and wondered why it was in the restricted area. Yun Jiwon raised his hand to his chin, looking tired, and said, "Another victim. I guess we'll have to write another report." Kangchana beside him looked at the blood trail left on the ground and judging by the footprints, it's quite a large one. If we don't want to work overtime, let's get to it. Suddenly, an unusual sound spread through the air, catching her attention. Immediately, a dark figure gradually appeared, accompanied by a familiar sound that drew their attention. Kangchana calmly reached into her coat pocket. She pulled out a carefully wrapped blade. Resolutely, she cut a line into her palm. As if accustomed to this, she held the blade with the same blood-stained hand. Her arm quickly darkened, and the blade mixed with her blood underwent a rapid transformation. Kangchana frowned in discomfort and pain, unable to help but cry out a few times. At that moment, Yun Ji-won pointed towards the dark figure appearing in the forest and said, "Kang, it's here!" A giant black figure slowly approached them, its red, blood-like skin visible, and the familiar sword in its hand. Kangchana was not to be underestimated. Her eyes turned red with a cold intent, and she said, "Let me handle it." She was seen holding a long, blood-red sword that seemed to become one with her arm advancing towards the giant monster before her. In the sunlight, as if infused with additional strength, her back remained straight, unafraid of anything. Elsewhere, in a more peaceful setting, a tall, imposing building stood majestically under the sky. At the Seoul City Hall Level 9 Civil Service Examination Room, many people in formal office attire sat neatly waiting for their turn. The guide shouted, "Examinee number 12, please," and a person responded yes and was invited in. However, inside the restroom of the building, someone was cursing and swearing. Han Maru sat in the restroom, surrounded by negativity, and shouted in his head, not wanting to go home, feeling too stressed, too shaken, his heart about to jump out. The pressure on his shoulders was so great that he held his head and the trembling arm against his chest, tormenting himself for not being able to do it. After a while, he went outside and tried to calm himself down with cold water. He raised his wet face, looking at the water flowing and forming a small puddle on the platform, and his reflection in it, which made him feel even more helpless. No way. He was so frightened that he took out his medication, considering taking it to calm down. "I have to take more medicine. It's over the limit, but I just can't calm down." Suddenly, something outside caught his attention. A small bird like the morning sunlight landed on a branch by the window. It stared at Han Maru, and he looked back. In the bird's black, seemingly soulless eyes, the reflection of Han Maru was imprinted, and he saw a hint of horror in those eyes, making Maru terrified and sweat profusely. The bird, as if possessed, widened its eyes and stared at him with a voice full of eeriness, warning, "What are you staring at? You'll die for sure." He quickly regained his composure, frowning at the dazzling light outside the window. His mood gradually stabilizing as he looked at the reality, angry at his own illness, damn anxiety disorder. At this time, in the civil service examination waiting room, the TV was showing the latest news of the day. The following is the next news item, a report about a couple camping on Manhwa Island, where 4 young men and women in their 20s went missing. He below couldn't help but reassure himself. I can do it, and introduced himself clearly. My name is Han Maru. Like a slow-motion film about his life this year, he was 29 years old, a very ordinary young Korean man. After going through the difficult learning period, he also graduated with joy in his family. Like many others, he graduated from an ordinary university and is also struggling with unemployment. The image of him struggling and crying out about his fate because he has been preparing for the 9th-level civil servant exam for 5 years and finally made it to the interview round. At this moment, the instructor in the room came out and called out his name, candidate number 35, Han Maru. He stood up immediately when his name was called, shouted, "Yes, I am here." Upon hearing this, the other person reminded him to wait for his turn. Han Maru clenched his fist with determination, thinking, "All right, I must pass this time." However, before he even entered the interview room, his whole body stiffened, and he walked step by step like a robot. Inside the room, the interviewer sat opposite him with shining eyes scanning Han Maru. Feeling like he was being stared at, Han Maru couldn't help but swallow hard and try to remain calm. Suddenly, the man spoke up and asked him seriously, "What motivates you to become a civil servant?" Immediately, as if programmed. Han Maru replied awkwardly, "I want to become a civil servant to contribute to the community." Then he forced a professional smile, but sweat was dripping down his face due to nervousness. In his mind, he was thinking about what he really wanted to say, which was about having a stable life with a regular salary every month and a peaceful life without turmoil. The man continued to ask him a tough question. "So if your superior makes a wrong decision, what will you do?" Han Maru immediately replied vaguely, "I will give honest feedback to my superior about the incorrect points and also try to find a solution. Of course, I will handle it flexibly." However, in his mind, he didn't agree with the harsh question and thought just pretend not to know and avoid trouble. The interviewer continued to ask, "What about your social relationships?" while evaluating the information on the sheet in his hand. But Han Maru, as if controlled by someone else, confidently said, "I am extremely bad at it. I'm not good at communication, and maintaining social relationships is already a burden for me." In his mind, he was thinking the opposite. "My friendships are great, and I'm very close to my seniors and juniors." This made the man frown and pause. Huh? Han Maru also realized he had just made a mistake and constructed a hair-raising situation. He acknowledged his error and thought he had said the opposite. The interviewer, knowing he was tense, changed the subject to a different direction. "Cough, cough, so the final question." With a sharp gaze, this man asked the final question. "What was the most difficult moment in your life, and how did you overcome it?" This question was like a fatal blow, making Han Maru sweat profusely and hesitate. He replied, Actually, I haven't experienced anything too difficult, but I have a prepared answer. It's right now." Recalling what he had practiced before, Han Maru calmed himself down, thinking, "Just keep it simple. They just want to see how I solve problems." Then he casually scratched his head, but his face had turned pale. "Let me see. At this moment, I only remember. When he was a kid, he once went hiking with his father. He closed his eyes and recalled the past. The image of himself as a child appeared, but it was with a fearful expression, looking at something around him, and a hazy, smoke-like image emerged. Suddenly he froze when he remembered it, a figure with demonic eyes and blood spreading around it. Instantly, his whole body turned cold, and his head spun as if he had seen something terrifying. The figure was like a monster, and immediately numerous eyes appeared behind it, spreading around, along with grotesque hands stained with blood filling the space with a bloody color. The image of him standing among people with his whole body covered in blood, and the bodies of his family members lying around him in a terrible state. The horrific memory flooded back, making him open his eyes wide in shock. The next second, he was frightened by the image, his eyes spinning and his head dizzy. Then he fainted. The chair couldn't hold his weight and tilted backward. A loud thud was heard immediately after, and Han Maru's vision blurred. He tried to look up at the ceiling, but everything was blurry. After a while, he regained his composure, and looked more clearly at the ceiling. His action also startled the interviewer, who rushed to check on Hanmaru's condition. He only saw the man repeatedly calling his name Hanmaru. Hanmaru, what's wrong with you, while he himself was lying on the ground? But the next second, something terrible happened. He turned pale, his mouth foaming, as if about to vomit something. Without needing to guess, the familiar sound burst out, making the surrounding situation even worse. On the afternoon of that day at the building where Hanmaru lived, he lay helplessly on the bed lamenting. It's over. Hanmaru hated himself to the point of tears. Angrily, he gritted his teeth and cursed. I'm definitely going to fail the interview. I won't get the job. Don't even mention a girlfriend. I don't even have friends. Can I live a normal life like others? Suddenly, the sound of knocking on the door came, attracting his attention. Hanmaru quickly got up to open the door and politely asked, "Who is it?" He saw a dignified woman with shining eyes staring at him, making Hanmaru shout. The person was none other than his mother. She was so angry that her veins were bulging, and she questioned, "Why didn't you answer the phone?" He turned around and went inside, trying to avoid his mother's question. "What's going on, Mom? Aren't you going to work?" His mother followed him into the room. She put down the small bag on the table and told his mother to take the food to him. "After you deliver it, come back right away. Anyway, he needs to eat, like a cat catching a fried fish." Hanmaru's eyes lit up, and he carefully lifted the bag of food, asking hopefully, "Is it salty food, Mom?" But his mother's response made him feel helpless. Just kimchi and roasted black beans. Although he felt disappointed, he still thanked his mother. "I'll eat it with an appetite." At this moment, she also had time to notice her surroundings. She saw that the table was cluttered with food from who knows when, and the floor was also littered with old cans of soda. His mother stood there looking at her foolish son, who was cherishing the food, but the room was like a junkyard, making her feel helpless. However, Maru's mother still bent down to clean up after her son and even didn't forget to praise him. "Good job, son. Look at the state of your room." When his mother said this, he immediately retorted, "Mom, leave it alone. I'll clean it later." Then she asked another question. How was the interview? But she was unaware that this was a fatal question that made him lose his footing and collapse to the ground. Hanmaru, full of pain, held his head and recounted the outcome of his interview today. "I accidentally vomited on the interviewer's face." Upon hearing her son's words, she let out a helpless sigh. However, instead of scolding him, she patted him strongly on the back and encouraged him. "Just try harder next time, okay? Don't be discouraged." Unbeknownst to her, her hand was quite heavy, and Hanmaru cried out in pain. He felt aggrieved, and tears welled up in his eyes. He silently cursed. "That hurts," Maru's mother. Then turned around and rummaged through her bag for something. She pulled out an envelope and asked him, "Have you run out of spending money?" Hanmaru was moved to tears by her actions. However, he still had too much pride to accept the envelope from his mother. "No need, Mom. I'm grown up now and I have a part-time job." Unfortunately, his refusal was in vain. With a swift motion, the strong woman's muscles tensed up, and she said gently, "Listen to Mom and take it." Knowing he was about to be scolded, he obediently accepted the envelope. "Yes, thank you, Mom." Suddenly, she turned around and said pensively, "I went to see a fortune teller because you didn't do well in the interview." Hanmaru didn't understand what his mother was saying and asked, "Huh?" She opened her eyes as if guided by some divine instruction and told him, "Maru, you should go to the mountain." Hanmaru, holding the envelope, didn't understand the meaning behind his mother's words. The scene shifted to a village surrounded by water on all four sides, with docks and boats lined up straight along the path. In the distance, there was a tall lighthouse guiding the way. After a long boat ride, Hanmaru finally stretched his limbs. He looked around at the familiar scenery and felt like he was being forced to come here. How many years has it been? He really didn't want to come here at all. He gazed towards the distant green mountain. He recalled his mother's words. "Mom said she went to see a very accurate fortune teller about my job prospects." Hanmaru followed the path to climb the mountain, repeating his mother's words in his head. "They said the reason I keep failing the interviews isn't because of ads or anxiety disorders or anything like that." Under the scorching sun, he breathed heavily, but didn't stop walking. In his mind, He was still thinking about his mother's words. It's been 10 years since Dad left, and he's still nowhere to be found. As if guided by a higher power, she pointed straight at his face and said that the fortune teller told her that his father had died on the mountain that they used to visit together, and his spirit was obstructing his path. The fortune teller also said that he needed to go up the mountain to offer liquor and appease his father's spirit. Only then could he pass the civil servant exam. Hanmaru breathed heavily as he made his way through the trees into the forest. A small house with a familiar blue door appeared before his eyes. I found it. He opened the familiar door. Hanmaru glanced to one side. Something caught his eye, and Hanmaru opened his eyes wide. Before him was an image of himself as a child, a younger Hanmaru looking at him coldly. Then it ran quickly into the house, looking very hurried. He slowly pushed open a door that was previously closed. The younger Hanmaru froze as if he had seen something. Inside the house, a man was clutching his chest, looking very pained. The man's figure was contorted in pain, and sweat was pouring down. The younger Hanmaru didn't say anything. He just opened the door wide, letting the sunlight outside shine in. He stood in the doorway, silhouetted by the light, and looked inside. The older Hanmaru stood silently watching as the younger Maru ran over to the man and tugged at his pants, saying, "Dad, I'm hungry." The man let out a painful cry as if being torn apart by something. He gritted his teeth, looking like he wanted to tear something apart. Suddenly something triggered him, and he opened his eyes wide, letting out a terrifying scream. Hanmaru was frozen in place, unable to move as he watched. But inside there was now only empty space, and his own shadow reflected on the floor. Suddenly something felt like it was stabbing into his chest, making him wince in pain. He quickly clutched at his chest. The hand on his chest trembled, making him think, "I'm suffocating." He took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down. Then breathe out slowly so that the air can circulate in the body. Knowing he couldn't stay here for long, he took out a bottle of liquor from his bag to do as his mother had instructed. He quickly finished and then headed down the mountain. Gently pouring liquor into a paper cup he had brought with him, he then forcefully splashed the liquor out. As if cleansing the filth that had clung to him over the past period, he also sent a message to his father, hoping that his father would be at peace in the afterlife. "Mom and I are counting on you, son," he said. He splashed a second cup and said, "I wish Dad to be joyful. Oh, and I also want to ask the mountain spirit for a little favor." As if there was a long-standing grievance, he bowed his head in silence, recounting the difficulties of the past years when his father had left. As he spoke, he splashed a third cup down to the ground. "Mom had to raise me on her own. It was very difficult. Please help me find a stable job." Suddenly there was a murmuring sound in the air, and a familiar sandstorm began to rise, slowly spreading behind him, as if it had caught a scent of its prey. He quickly set a trap for his prey, which made him notice something. "What's that, a sandstorm?" he wondered. "Or is it a forest fire?" Not knowing the situation, Hanmaru hurriedly grabbed his bag and followed the original path down the mountain. "This isn't good. I need to get down the mountain quickly before something bad happens. Safety is the top priority." Suddenly, the air was filled with the smell of fresh blood, and above all, a strange voice spoke up. Safety is the top priority. This made Hanmaru stop and turn around. It seemed like someone had responded to his words in the thick sandstorm, but he couldn't see anything clearly. He only saw a strange figure with a distorted head, holding a sharp-pointed stick, slowly approaching him. The closer it got, the clearer the figure became. Hanmaru didn't move. He just stared at the approaching figure with curiosity. The sandstorm gradually subsided, revealing a sharp bamboo stake. But there was something even more terrifying. A monster with its head cut in half and a swollen belly as if it was about to burst. It was holding the bamboo stake. Hanmaru thought he was seeing things and rubbed his eyes to see more clearly. As if seeing a monster for the first time, he was stunned, wondering what it was. When he saw the monster approaching him, he was startled and even wondered if it was just an illusion. His subconscious warned him to run to save his life. He thought it was a bad sign. But before he could take a step, a thudding sound was heard near his hand, and a strange sensation appeared on Hanmaru's body, making him stunned. He hadn't asked anything yet. He just looked down and saw that the bamboo stake had directly pierced through his body. Blood was spurting out from the wound. Hanmaru painfully collapsed, screaming, and his hands tightly grasped the wound, hoping to stop the bleeding. Although severely injured and coughing up blood, he remained conscious and assessed the situation. In this case, it was best to run. What's going on? Am I going to die like this? As if seeing his last day, he still felt a bit regretful not being able to enjoy life, having spent his days studying and working part-time. But perhaps it was also okay. If he died like this, he wouldn't have to worry about job hunting or debt anymore. No one would care when he died. Suddenly, the image of his kind mother who always encouraged him appeared in his mind. Hanmaru couldn't accept it, and opened his eyes wide when thinking of his mother. Although his mouth was full of blood, he gritted his teeth. He tried to stand up step by step to prepare to run. Gathering all his determination, he closed his eyes tightly and used all his strength. I still haven't died yet. The monster caught the scent of fresh blood in the air. It excitedly rushed towards him and stuck out its long, gummy tongue in front of Hanmaru. It even repeated Hanmaru's words with a terrifying face. Safety is the top priority. Then it jumped onto Hanmaru, opening its large mouth and sticking out its long tongue, ready to swallow him whole. Hanmaru was stunned, unable to move in his current state, and could only blink his eyes. He suddenly saw something in the monster's mouth. A pair of strange green eyes. This made him shocked. A mouth with eyes. It was like a leech, clinging to him, and then it opened its mouth wide. Hanmaru was so scared that he tried to avoid the monster and its terrifying open mouth. What's going on? It directly bit into Hanmaru's shoulder, making him scream in pain and horror at what was happening. His whole body felt powerless, his face covered in sweat. I'm going crazy. Suddenly a voice echoed in his mind. It was the image of his father in the past repeating, "Eat, eat." Then suddenly his father shouted loudly, "Cursed!" Hanmaru, as if bursting with strength, had his eyes turn white. As if controlled by someone, he didn't hesitate to retaliate against the monster with a punch to its neck. He directly tore the monster's body apart. The torn part immediately spurted out fresh blood, and the monster in pain let go of Hanmaru. The painful screaming sound of the Rakshasa demon echoed. From its mouth, a pair of frightening eyes appeared, staring fixedly at Maru. The dark blue eyes grew larger, allowing one to see the details of even the blood vessels. Deeply embedded in those frightening eye sockets was an evil blackness. This blackness evoked an extreme sense of fear and anxiety in people, and Maru, after directly gazing into it, became immobilized, his mind filled with horrific visions. It was a strange space where numerous Rakshasa demons were tearing each other apart. This brutal image was accompanied by the painful screams of the demons. At this moment, a pair of dark blue eyes was witnessing the horrific scene of the demons slaughtering each other. Maru seemed to hear something and wondered who was talking to him. He could sense the taste of something like metal. Was this the taste of death? As he was lost in thought, he vaguely heard a voice calling him. He struggled to open his eyes and finally saw the light. The scene before his eyes was Go Deokman looking uncomfortable, saying this was a restricted area. What was he doing here? Maru's mind gradually cleared, and he looked intently at his surroundings. Then he was startled to discover that there were no Rakshasa demons left. Quickly, he briefly recounted what had happened, asking where the monster had gone and why the sandstorm had disappeared with it. But his account left Go Deokman stunned, who grabbed him, asking him to repeat what he had seen. After some contemplation, Maru replied that a sandstorm had suddenly appeared, followed by a monster that attacked him. Upon hearing that Maru was attacked but still unharmed, Go Deokman was filled with confusion and astonishment. Then Maru continued saying he had almost died because his stomach was pierced by the monster. As he spoke, Maru rubbed his stomach where there was no longer any wound. These words made Go Deokman and Yoon Ji-won even more certain. The two whispered to each other. Go! Deokman said that yesterday, when the demon alarm sounded and stopped immediately, she thought it was just a malfunction. Then looking at Maru, who was unscathed without any signs of injury, she countered that it was unlikely he had killed the monster. Yoon Ji-won assessed Maru again, remarking that even if one received power from demon blood, it was impossible to use it immediately. This left Deokman pondering for a long time, unable to come up with a suitable explanation for this situation. Looking back at Maru, he then called out to him. With a serious expression, he asked Maru if he remembered what had happened yesterday. Seeing them keep asking the same question, Maru became impatient, asking what they meant by yesterday. Without saying much more, he took out his phone to check the time. Realizing that a day had passed, he thought to himself that he had been unconscious for a whole day after being killed by the monster. Upon seeing Maru's action, Deokman analyzed that if he had defeated the demon, he must have gained some ability. Besides, he was safe after yesterday's incident. Yoon Ji-won added that it was too sudden, thinking Maru hadn't grasped the situation yet. Without saying much more, Deokman waved his hand, telling Maru that he just needed to figure out what had happened. They had gone through something similar. Without waiting for Maru's reaction, he quickly put his arm around Maru's shoulder, saying, "You've arrived at the right time. You need to participate too." Without explaining further, he suggested finding clothes for Maru to change into first. The scene changed to a peaceful residential area where warm sunlight shone down. There was a building there with an unusually quiet surrounding area. Inside, there were numerous banners and signs, including one that read, "Specialized Civil Servant." Apart from that, there was a central banner for new employee orientation, but no other banners. Maru looked around, bewildered, with many questions in his mind. And beside him, Maru was not alone. There were many others waiting for something. While waiting, he thought about what had just happened. Looking around again, he wondered why he was suddenly attending an orientation for government officials. Glancing at the people beside him who looked tense, he asked himself why he was dragged into this. Seeing everyone around him looking increasingly anxious and tired made Maru even more fearful. He thought they were strange, wondering what was going on with them. The sound of high heels broke the strange atmosphere, and the person quickly stepped up to the podium. Without waiting for everyone's reaction, she introduced herself as Yu Young-eun, the head of the Seoul headquarters, welcoming all new employees to the environmental orientation. Before she could finish speaking, a hand was raised, interrupting the meeting, and the person was none other than Maru. He apologized, saying he didn't think he could attend this event. Yu Young-eun wasn't angry at being interrupted. Instead, she explained that she had just received a report from the Manhwa team that Maru had been hired as a specialized civil servant starting from today, congratulating him. These words struck Maru like a bolt of lightning. He thought to himself that he had been hired as a specialized civil servant without even applying. Without delay, Yu Young-eun began to speak, saying that everyone probably knew that as specialized civil servants, they belonged to the Environmental Orientation Department. Seeing that no one asked any questions, she continued saying that as they fought to protect people's lives, they absolutely could not tell their families, relatives, or acquaintances about it. Then they will be brought to trial. If you reveal it, you will be punished for violating the national security law. Those words made Maru even more bewildered, violating the national security law. She didn't pay attention to Maru's confusion, and continued to announce that among you here are new recruits who received demonic energy this month. When the demonic blood flows into their bodies, there will be a certain rate of receiving demonic energy. When he heard those words, he was shocked. What kind of category is this? He had never. But then he realized something. Wait a minute. Didn't I get bitten by that monster? Then Yu Young-eun explained that fortunately, the demons only appear in desolate mountain areas. Now we can see the images shrouded in fog covered by sandstorms in Yu Young-eun's memory. The sandstorm will appear at the same time when the demons appear. The density of the sandstorm varies from level 1 to level 10. The higher the level, the stronger demons will appear. Her words made people's skin crawl. Maru's eyes revealed a confused expression. Then she called out to Seonwoo, who was sitting next to him, raising his hand and shouting, "Here!" Young-eun's face showed clear satisfaction. "You have received level 7 demonic energy, haven't you? We are looking forward to your contributions in the future." Seonwoo stood up and bowed his head. "I will do my best not being rude in response to Young-eun's praise." After that scene, she also flipped through the list to find information about the next person and stopped in front of a person and asked with difficulty, "Han Maru, you have just received level 1 demonic energy. What kind of ability did you receive? When Maru was asked, he could only scratch his head and say vaguely, I think I still don't know about my ability yet. Those words made Xianwu unable to hold back a soft laugh. That action made Han Maru feel embarrassed. Is this guy just laughing at me? He received level 7, while I only received level 1. After a while, he realized that it wasn't that important. I need to escape from this place first. Just as he thought that a loud noise suddenly made everyone panic. What's going on? Young Yoon wasn't surprised at all. She smiled and said, It's just in time, it's a warning that a demon has appeared. At this moment, everyone quickly ran up to the forest and mountains where the alarm sound came from. Knowing this was a good opportunity, she quickly shouted, This is the time for practical training to realize your abilities. Hurry up and climb the mountain. Maru also ran after everyone, panting and saying, What am I doing here? I only experienced something strange yesterday. He was exhausted and understood that they needed to go down the mountain immediately. Safety is the top priority before the wind picks up. While running, he tried to encourage himself. Safety is... Suddenly, his footsteps slowed down and he murmured vaguely, Is the top priority as a sandstorm surrounded him? At this moment, Maru fell into a state of panic, muttering, What's going on? Again. He looked into the sandstorm and saw a vague figure. As he looked more closely, he saw that the figure was that of a girl. Maru approached her and asked, Is that a human arm? Are you okay? That voice made Kang Chana turn around and look at him with unfriendly eyes. When Maru turned back, he was shocked to realize that something was off. He saw a terrifying scene. A demon was stabbed in the head with a knife. The horrifying scene between her standing there and controlling a large level 3 demon, which was twice her size. Seeing a strange creature for the first time made Maru terrified and stepped back. What is this thing? Not only was he frightened, but the people who climbed the mountain with him were also shocked. And a voice rang out. Why are you so tense? Young Yoon didn't care what they thought and shouted, Everyone pay attention. Then she started smiling wickedly and said, The training begins now. She pointed to the level 3 demon in front of them and explained, The density is level 1. Even if it's large, it's still the weakest demon. Then she pointed to Kang Chana and said, Team leader Kang has pinned a knife into the demon's brain, so you can be sure it can't move. Seeing a familiar figure made Kang Chana slightly surprised. When she looked back, Maru had regained his composure, thinking, Is this the person who defeated the demon yesterday by himself? She quickly realized that Maru was hiding behind someone else. What ability does he have, and how could he kill a demon right after receiving his ability? Suddenly, Young Yoon's voice cut through her thoughts. Now use your abilities to fight that demon. After hearing that, Maru's face turned pale. Fight, is she crazy? Then he looked at the large level 3 demon in front of him and thought, How am I supposed to fight this thing? The familiar pain recurred, making Maru unable to react. The intense pain made Maru unable to withstand his anxiety disorder. My chest hurts so much I can't breathe. His heart was beating abnormally fast. At this moment, Maru's heart was gradually changing, and he realized that something was wrong. Why do I feel hungry now? Something deep within Maru was about to emerge. His consciousness gradually became hazy as he didn't realize the changes in his body. A black, disgusting figure slowly crawled out and approached deep within his soul. It raised its claws, slowly approaching Maru, who was unaware of anything, gently stroked his head, and then enveloped Maru's entire body. Its eyes gleamed, and it spoke in a hypnotic tone. Eat it. The others around them were preoccupied with the level 3 Asura demon and didn't notice anything unusual about Maru. Maru couldn't maintain his rationality anymore and followed the hypnotic suggestion, wanting to eat. He couldn't hold back anymore and exploded into action, following his instincts. All that was left in his mind was the thought, I want to eat. Just then a finger tapped lightly on Han Maru's shoulder, and he suddenly snapped back to reality, his eyes widening in shock. It was Xianwu who had tapped him on the shoulder, and he teased, You're so scared you're crying. Maru wiped away the drool running down his chin and stammered, It's just that I'm too hungry. Xianwu glanced at him and knew he was lying. Thinking to himself, he's really scared. Xianwu sneered and said, You guys are useless. Then turned and left. Maru standing there, still wiping his mouth. But Maru didn't pay attention to Xianwu's words, instead rubbing his belly and muttering, "Why did I say I was too hungry?" A little while later, everyone gathered under the large rocks, and young Un stood with her hands on her hips, saying, "Listen up, before you can survive here. I'll tell you the basics." She looked down at the people below her and continued, "The yellow dust around us is caused by the demons. The stronger the demons, the more yellow dust there is." A level 3. Asura demon stood beside them, blowing yellow dust into the air, wriggling its fingers. But young Un didn't pay much attention to it, continuing to speak when demons are in the dust. They become stronger. Then she held up a small but sharp knife in one hand, and with a swift motion, young Un cut a deep gash in her palm. Blood poured out like a fountain. The others below were shocked and horrified, including Han Maru. But in an instant, the wound young Un had inflicted on herself began to heal, and the bleeding stopped. When we're in the sandstorm, we can use some of our abilities, and our wounds will heal faster. But if we're fatally wounded, her expression turned cold. We can die. So we need to be careful. Young Yuan folded her arms across her chest and emphasized our abilities only work at their best in this sandstorm. Outside, we're just ordinary people. At that moment, Xianwu yawned, not paying attention to her words. He thought to himself, how much longer do I have to listen to this nonsense? The most important thing is to be able to use our abilities. He looked up at the Asura demon beside him and thought, then cracked his neck and said, "Let's see." Xianwu bit down hard on his lip. His bite was so strong that it drew blood, and strangely the wound was filled with yellow dust. Suddenly, Xianwu's chest expanded, and his blood vessels bulged as if a powerful force was surging through his body. He clenched his fist, and the veins on his hand stood out. His eyes were wide open, and the blood vessels in his eyes were visible. After Xianwu absorbed the yellow dust through the wound, his entire body radiated a powerful aura. His eyes shone like they were on fire, and he smiled, thinking, let's see how strong I can become. He gently removed the black glove from his other hand and snapped one of his fingers. Xianwu thought to himself, let's see how strong I can become. As he broke his finger, the Asura demon's forehead suddenly bulged and burst open, spraying blood everywhere. Han Maru was shocked and turned to look, and just as he was about to react, Kang Chana rushed towards them, shouting, "Be careful!" But as soon as she finished speaking, the area was enveloped in yellow dust. In the swirling sandstorm, the vague outline of the Asura demon appeared approaching them. It raised its ears as high as it could and opened its mouth wide, letting out a loud roar. Then it slammed its body onto the ground, causing the earth to crack and shatter into 100 pieces. The rocky debris shattered by the wind flew towards the nearby crowd, accompanied by the ear-piercing screams of the demon, causing everyone to protect their heads, but some were hit by the debris. Kang Chana was extremely worried about them and used all her strength to rush to their location as quickly as possible. Young Yoon suddenly raised her hand to block Kang Chana's path, and Kang Chana, taken aback, raised her hand to stop and stared at her in shock. But young Yoon didn't care about the lives of others and warned Kang Chana not to interfere. Kang Chana, upon hearing this, became enraged and tried to persuade young Yoon, but it was too dangerous for the newcomers. Young Yoon just focused on looking down, then gritted her teeth and said, "All right, let's just consider it as a test. If you can't adapt, you won't survive." At the same time, out of the location of the demon, its flat nose twitched as if it was trying to sniff something. It ignored the others nearby and focused its gaze on Han Maru, who was standing far away with his mouth agape. Han Maru also noticed something was off and looked at the demon in fear and confusion, wondering why it was staring at him. The demon raised its hand, and from its palm a white quivering object suddenly emerged. The object grew longer at an incredible speed and shot straight towards Han Maru. Since this happened so suddenly, Maru couldn't react or dodge in time, and he was brutally pierced by the demon's attack. Kang Chana, standing above, saw someone being violently attacked and clenched her teeth in extreme tension. Han Maru's painful scream echoed as he fell to the ground, using his hand to cover the wound on his shoulder. His arm flowed with blood, and even the shirt he was wearing was stained crimson. He tried to endure the pain that pierced to the bone. He gritted his teeth, tightly frowning, and cursed inwardly. Damn it! However, the demon was already reaching out, jumping high into the air and advancing towards him step by step. As it landed on the ground, the earth around it shook due to its immense strength. He looked up in horror, watching the towering figure of the demon approaching him step by step. Although the demon couldn't see anything due to the wound on its face, it could still accurately locate Han Maru's position. Han Maru opened his mouth wide, resigned to his tragic fate. At that moment, the demon's pale green arm slowly reached out in front of him. But just as it did, the ground suddenly shook violently, cracking into pieces, as if something was trying to burst out of the earth. Suddenly, a giant centipede emerged from the ground and crawled onto the demon's body. The centipede wrapped tightly around the demon's neck, causing it to struggle. The centipede's eyes were filled with murderous intent as it opened its sharp jaws towards the demon. It turned out that this giant centipede was controlled by one of the people present, who had inserted his hands into the ground and was exerting all his strength. At the same time, another person rushed towards the demon with extraordinary speed, using the ground as a springboard to jump high into the air. She used her sharp claws to slash horizontally across the demon's head. After finishing the attack, she rotated several times in mid-air before landing gently on the ground. However, the demon only let out a tragic roar. Then it absorbed a large amount of golden sand into its body. Seeing the bloody scene, she exclaimed in delight, "Is it over?" Beside her, the man who had controlled the centipede called out. But contrary to their expectations, a large amount of sand suddenly seeped into the demon's wound at a rapid pace. Then the demon's wound began to foam and gradually returned to its original state. The wound on its head had completely healed, and it smiled sinisterly, letting out a cackling laugh. Then it grabbed the giant centipede that was wrapped around its neck. The two people were shocked. The girl exclaimed in horror, "How can its wound heal like that?" The demon ignored them and gripped the centipede tightly. With a surge of strength, it tore the centipede off its body and let out a deafening roar. The man thought it was dead, so he didn't tense up to hold it back. The centipede arm was pulled off the ground and he looked at it in horror. The demon swung the centipede arm violently to one side. The man was thrown wildly in the direction the demon wanted, crashing into the girl and causing both of them to cry out in pain. Then he was pulled back in another direction. The demon calmly pulled the centipede arm towards it, ignoring the man's screams that echoed everywhere. Then it squeezed the man's neck so tightly that he had to open his mouth wide to breathe. Suspended in midair, lacking air, the man's whole body trembled violently. He begged, "Let me go." The demon opened its mouth wide, its corners stretching to its ears, revealing sharp teeth and a long, twisted tongue. The man was slowly brought closer to the demon's mouth, but he still struggled and screamed, "Save me!" Not far from there, Seonwoo broke the man's finger again. The corner of the Asura demon's mouth was immediately twisted to one side, causing a faint snapping sound. This made it startled, and it let go of the man. The man fell to the ground instantly. Seonwoo spoke coldly, his eyes shining brightly like headlights. The Asura demon was completely dislocated, its mouth twisted in extreme anger as it roared furiously at being interrupted. It immediately turned to Seonwoo and charged at him. However, Seonwoo was not intimidated, gently biting his glove. He coldly removed his glove with his teeth, then squeezed his wrist tightly, thinking, "Die." Instantly, the Asura demon's neck was twisted 180 degrees. Its head was severed from its body. The head flew high into the air, accompanied by a spray of blood. Without its head to control its limbs, the demon's body soon collapsed onto the damp grass. Seonwoo stepped on its head without hesitation and rolled it around. He thought that to defeat it, he just needed to cut off its head and prevent it from touching the golden sand. The others watched in horror, whispering to each other that he was too strong, defeating the demon in an instant. However, Seonwoo didn't acknowledge his own strength, muttering that the Asura demon was too weak. Just then Kang Chana approached, her voice stern. She scolded him for causing a commotion, which woke up the demon, warning him that if he continued, the new recruits would be in danger. Seonwoo looked down at the demon's head, now purplish-black with golden sand passing over it, and retorted that she shouldn't blame everything on him. Kang Chana's anger surged at his indifferent attitude. She shouted that it was all his fault, and that he should admit his mistakes instead of arguing. Before Kangchana could continue scolding, Yu Young-un interrupted by clapping her hands. She praised Xianwu, saying he was indeed powerful, but her expression quickly turned serious. Her face suddenly fell. She noticed that one of the new recruits was missing and asked where he had gone. Meanwhile, Han Maru was running frantically. He thought that he couldn't fight the demons and that he had to escape. He decided that hiding was his only chance of survival. But suddenly he stopped. He looked up horrified at the large shadow in front of him. Yu Young. Yun, standing far away, shook her head upon hearing what Han Maru had done, thinking that he wasn't qualified to be a special task force member. Kangchana stood beside her, stroking her chin thoughtfully. She suddenly remembered that the Asura demon had been chasing Han Maru. She recalled the scene and realized that the demon had intentionally targeted Han Maru. Yu Young. Yun turned to Kangchana and signaled for her to go find Han Maru. Kangchana said that although the demon was dead, the golden dust remained. Yu Young. Yun turned around, saying that if that's the case... A large gate suddenly appeared in front of Han Maru, blocking his path. Golden sand swirled around the gate. A large amount of golden sand erupted from the gate. An Asura demon slowly emerged from the golden sand. The demon stepped out of the gate, while Han Maru quickly hid behind a nearby bush. Han Maru's whole body trembled as he thought he had escaped, only to encounter the demon again. He peeked out from behind the bush to see where the demon was. He didn't see it and thought it had left. But he didn't notice that the demon had already approached him from behind. At the same time, in a different part of the forest, Yoseok came running towards Kangchana and Yu Young-un. He was still running and shouting for Kangchana. Kangchana asked worriedly what had happened. Yoseok reported that there had been a phone call saying that the number of level 3 Asura demons had increased. Upon hearing this, Young-un had been standing still and observing until now, became restless and spoke loudly. They had never appeared simultaneously in one area, but Kangchana immediately asked him, "You appeared where in the restricted area?" "In the restricted area where there was a warning sign and a barbed wire fence." A hand suddenly appeared, grabbing the barbed wire. He jumped into the restricted area and simultaneously pulled down the wire and the warning sign. It turned out that the person was Maru, who landed very hurriedly. Maru clenched his teeth and used all his strength to run as fast as possible. While running, he screamed desperately, tears streaming down his face. "Help me!" Unfortunately, he tripped over a rock on the path while fleeing, which caused him to fall and feel a sharp pain throughout his body. But he had no time to sit up and rub his head, only letting out a slight groan. At this moment, an old, dilapidated house appeared before his eyes, standing alone among the desolate mountains. Seeing a chance to survive, he didn't hesitate and rushed towards the house, exclaiming, "I've found a hiding place." At this moment, the area around the house was shrouded in a thick fog. The fog even drifted into the house, causing him to feel a bit frightened. Although he had escaped into the house, he still looked through the crack in the door, observing outside and reassuring himself. "It won't chase after me here, will it?" But through the crack, he saw the shadow of a level 3 demon standing outside, which made him anxious and whisper, "Damn, this is it, I'm done for." Now that he had stopped running, he could observe the demon's appearance carefully. It had a face similar to a human's, but lacked eyes and had sharp teeth. Moreover, there were sharp stone fragments on its head. Seeing those stone fragments, he thought to himself, "What are these things on its head like leaves? What should I do now?" Suddenly, a loud noise interrupted his thoughts. He tried to open his eyes wide to see where the sound came from. It turned out to be the creaking sound of the gate. Upon entering the yard, an old woman spoke up. "Who's there?" Due to the thick fog, she couldn't see clearly. She waved her hand in front of her, trying to dispel the fog. "Why is there fog during the day? I can't see anything." Upon hearing the old woman's voice, the demon immediately turned its head. Although the old woman had come closer, she still couldn't see clearly. "It's too foggy. I can't see anything ahead." It revealed a menacing smile, showing its sharp, pointed teeth. Seeing this, Maru, who was hiding in the house, became extremely worried for the old woman's safety. He exclaimed to himself, "I have to help her." Although he had made up his mind, he was still afraid, and sweat dripped down his face. He thought to himself, "But I don't have any supernatural abilities. What can I do?" Just as he was hesitating and fearful, he remembered Young-un's words to him. We have the supernatural ability of demons which can heal wounds. If he were in the sand. However, his mood then sank into contemplation. But what if the wound is too severe? His hand clenched tightly and his arm trembled. He thought to himself, I might die. A cowardly thought emerged in his mind. Then, instead of saving a stranger I've just met, wouldn't it be better to run away? He didn't look anymore and turned his back to the door. I have to survive first, and then think about it. The old woman, trying to see more clearly, shielded her eyes with her hand and squinted, asking, Who is it? Is that you, Changsik? The level 3 demon, upon hearing that name, kept repeating, Changsik. Changsik. The old woman, getting closer, wondered, why isn't it responding? When she was close enough to see the creature before her, she was horrified to realize it was a demon, not Changsik, whom she wanted to meet. The demon's tall, bony figure was exposed, showing its skeletal body. The old woman was so shocked that she fell to the ground screaming, What is that thing? The demon stared at her, still repeating the name Changsik. Then it pointed its finger forward, commanding the sharp stone fragments on its head to fly straight towards the old woman. With just a flick of its finger, the stone fragments shot forth rapidly. Several thudding sounds were heard as the stones hit flesh and blood splattered everywhere. The old woman reflexively closed her eyes tightly, but when she felt nothing hit her, she slowly opened her eyes. Before her stood Maru, who was using his body to shield her from the stone fragments. Despite being injured, he smiled and asked the old woman, Are you okay, Grandma? The old woman was also worried about him. I'm fine, but... Then Maru collapsed. The old woman reached out to support him and saw that one of his arms was severed with blood gushing out. Oh, your arm, child. Despite his condition, he urged her, Grandma, please run away quickly. At this moment, he blamed himself, thinking, My ability is too weak. Why am I only at level 1 demon? He realized the importance of having a strong supernatural ability. He was seriously injured, but the demon behind him didn't care. It just smiled in satisfaction. He was still lost in thought, blaming himself. If he didn't have supernatural powers, he would have died and wouldn't be able to save the old lady. Thinking about it, his consciousness began to fade, and everything in front of him became blurry. Even so, he couldn't accept it. He didn't want to die. Please help me. Due to excessive blood loss, he didn't have the strength to scream for help. He could only whisper weakly, Please, someone save me. He felt like he was falling into a dark, bottomless pit with no escape. Save me. Suddenly, sand particles flew towards him from nowhere. They merged with his body, and red blood vessels began to appear on his skin, visible very clearly. At the same time, he slowly inhaled the misty air. As if rejuvenated, he suddenly transformed into a completely different person. His eyes shone brightly, and his neck was covered with bulging veins. Then he immediately turned around and charged towards the demon. At the same time, team leader Kang Chana was running towards the scene. She suddenly heard a loud noise. Turning towards the sound, she saw an old, dilapidated house. She immediately ran towards it and pushed open the gate. Her eyes widened in horror at the scene before her. She saw Maru clinging to the demon, biting into its neck with blood gushing out like a waterfall. She was shocked and sweating, asking the new recruit, What are you doing here? Before he could respond, the demon grabbed his face with its hand. It used all its strength to throw him far away. His body hit a rock behind him, causing it to crack due to the immense force. The demon was also affected by Maris' attack and was now panting heavily. It raised a hand to clutch its torn neck. Then it turned around and ran away, ignoring the old lady lying on the ground nearby. Kang Chana was surprised. The demon, a level 3 entity, couldn't recover from being bitten by the new recruit. She couldn't understand why this was happening. As a team leader and a professional, she put this matter aside for the moment and chased after the fleeing level 3 demon. This wasn't the time to think about it. She ran in front of the demon and blocked its path. Then the rock transformed into a supernatural sword, a powerful tool against demons. The demon roared. It immediately used its powers to launch rocks at her. When she turned around, the rocks were flying towards her. Her eyes turned yellow, and she used her own supernatural abilities. She used her sword to deflect the rocks, sending them flying back. The rocks then struck the demon, injuring it. Not giving the demon time to recover, she jumped towards it and swung her sword down. A swift and decisive strike cut the demon in two. The demon let out a single cry. Then its body split in half. After the strike, she landed gently on the ground. At this point, her face was covered with the demon's blood. The demon, now defeated, gradually turned to dust and vanished. She stood up and walked towards the old lady, who was still lying on the ground, frightened. She gently lifted the old lady and asked if she was okay. The old lady slowly regained consciousness. "Am I awake now?" It seemed like she had forgotten everything that happened. She sat up and looked around. What happened? Not wanting the old lady to worry, she lied. It was just a wild boar that came down from the mountain and caused trouble. The old lady was furious upon hearing this. Those wild boars again. At the same time, Kang Chana felt relieved that the demon had disappeared along with the mist. She continued to reassure the old lady. "We'll take care of them. You don't need to worry, Granny." She advised the old lady to go inside. The old lady went in, closing the door behind her, saying, "Thank you, children." Once the old lady was inside, Kang Chana's expression turned serious. She turned to look at Maru. She walked towards him. Kang Chana stood before Maru, staring at the new recruit in confusion. She had never seen anyone with such a remarkable recovery ability. She looked at his arm, which had just been severed, and was now regrowing. She questioned her initial assessment of him having only a level 1 demon's power. Maru exclaimed, "Damn it!" He stared at his phone, which was notifying him that tomorrow was his first day of work. Images of various demons appeared on his screen. This made him feel disheartened and weak. He lamented, "I don't want to go at all." He continued. The shock from that day still hasn't worn off. He fell onto his bed, saying loudly, "Absolutely not." Though finding a job was urgent, he felt otherwise. He suddenly fell silent, lost in thought. He really needed to think it through. Maru quickly pulled the blanket over himself and decided to sleep on it. The room fell silent as Maru lay on his bed, trying to fall asleep. However, despite his efforts, he found it futile. Images of demons racing against each other appeared in various forms and levels. They shouted and screamed terrifyingly, "Come back! Come back here!" Those images frightened Maru, causing him to sweat profusely and wake up with a start, screaming. Then he sat up in bed, gasping for breath due to fear. He looked at his sweaty hands, wondering what was wrong with him, why it kept haunting him. Maru reflexively looked out of the window and said, "Oh, it's already morning." He opened the window and looked outside. He leaned against the window, but what caught his eye was the image of a burning mountain with smoke billowing out. He was startled. What's going on? Is the mountain in Cheongye on fire? But then he reassured himself, the fire won't spread here, will it? At that moment, inside the mountain in Cheongye, a demon appeared, standing motionless amidst the flames. It turned out to be a lava rasetsu demon, emitting terrifying screams. Suddenly, a girl with long black hair appeared, using her water powers to extinguish the flames caused by the demon. She used her Hydor supernatural ability. Around her, the water droplets transformed into a bright yellow color. Due to her power, the water droplets fell onto the demon, evaporating with a hissing sound. She puffed out her cheeks using her ice supernatural ability. She blew a cold, icy air towards the demon. The icy air reached the demon, freezing it in place. Then she froze the demon completely before landing on the ground. She turned around and said to her team leader, "Usually, Rasetsu demons don't appear during the day." The team leader knew that, but couldn't explain why it happened. So he ordered her to focus on putting out the fire. The ice around the demon began to melt. Then the team leader summoned his weapon. He prepared for battle, saying, "Let's take him down." He immediately rushed towards the lava Rasetsu demon. A black energy beam appeared, as if empowering the demon. The demon opened its terrifying eyes wide. Immediately it broke free from the ice, roaring, "Come back here." The team leader jumped up to attack the demon. The demon concentrated its power into its fist. It punched straight at the team leader with a terrifying force that sent him flying. He crashed into a tree behind him. The punch not only caused pain, but also severe burns. The team leader was no exception, with his entire body burned. Seeing her team leader injured, the girl panicked and rushed to his side. At that moment, the lava on the demon's back began to grow. A stream of lava erupted with intense force. Witnessing the demon's terrifying power, the team leader was shocked. Why? Watching the demon grow stronger with its power, increasing proportionally. He couldn't understand why it became so powerful. At the Seoul headquarters, the building was still lit up. All devices were emitting intense warning signals. Young Eun, who was in charge of the headquarters, looked at the red screens and asked what's the current situation. But looking at the data on the screens, they were still red and alarming. All areas were emitting warning signals. A team member immediately reported that over 20 mountains across the country were under attack by demons. She continued to monitor the screens and reported that the Rasetsu demons' forms had completely changed. Young Yoon thought back to when this started, which was the previous week. Lost in thought, she was suddenly interrupted by someone. There was an urgent call from the Busan headquarters. The person pressed the switch to answer the call. Busan headquarters, this is Seoul. Headquarters. What's going on? From a mountain in Busan, a man was on the phone. Oh, sister. I am Myung-sik, the person in charge of the Busan headquarters. How are you? When are you coming to Busan? The situation was tense, and the man's roundabout conversation made her irritated. She raised her hand to her forehead and said, "Let's get straight to the point." The man smiled slightly and said, "Well, on Mount Kim Jung-san in Busan, a portal has appeared. The portal emitted a terrifying power." He continued, "It hasn't closed for 3 days." She was shocked upon hearing this. What? A demon was emerging from the portal. He continued to describe the situation, accompanied by screams. A group of demons stepped out, and the demon was slowly emerging from the portal. The situation was chaotic, with people covered in blood due to the fighting. He asked, "Why hasn't the portal disappeared?" "Do you know?" At that moment, a red-hooded demon appeared. She hypothesized that the Rasetsu demons were anxious about something. Not only did it stick its head out, but it also stretched out its long legs. Then it made a sound that humans couldn't understand. He continued. Our interpreter for the Rasetsu language at the Busan headquarters said that the demon was still screaming those ear-piercing sounds. The interpreter stood before the demon as the demon screamed out a phrase. She translated the phrase and brought him back here. She heard the incomprehensible phrase that the demon screamed, brought him back. Who is he? This time the demon completely broke free. It jumped high into the air, then slowly landed on the ground. Myung-sik's face no longer had the playful look from earlier. He's serious-faced and confessed that he didn't know either. Anyway, he thought that person should come here. The demon that had just escaped was enormous, and then the call between the Busan and Seoul headquarters ended. She opened her eyes wide in shock, trying to take in all the information she had just received. A helicopter suddenly appeared in the quiet sky. On that helicopter was Unkillable. He was on the phone. "What's going on?" The person on the other end replied that the situation on Mount Kim Jung-san in Busan was not good. He calmly responded, "I know he started to open the helicopter door, preparing to jump out. I'll take care of it and call you back later." Jung-ildo ended his call with a short sentence. He had seen his destination. Then without hesitation, he immediately jumped out. His jump was like a star falling towards the ground. When he was about to touch the ground, he opened his mouth wide and inhaled the mist. His eyes began to change color. He began to use his power, reversing the space. In a flash, he stood on the roof of the gate. A person in the team turned his head, spotted him standing there. She immediately said to her colleagues, "Who is that he suddenly appeared here?" She waved and shouted to Ildo, "Hello, it's dangerous here." Upon hearing the loud voice, the demon turned its head towards the girl. It smiled ferociously, its mouth full of sharp teeth. It jumped behind the girl. The Asura demon used its foot like a sharp sword and stabbed towards her. Only then did the girl notice it and scream. She quickly dodged. Luckily, she managed to. She fell to the ground in pain. Although she dodged, she was now extremely frightened and couldn't move. The demon continued to attack her with its foot. At the critical moment, Jung-ildo deployed his magic. He gradually opened a portal, then expanded the portal further. The other side of the portal was above the Asura demon's head. This technique was called a spatial tear. He reached through the portal, used his hand to yank the demon's head off. He held the demon's head high. Due to the loss of its head, the demon's blood spurted out like a waterfall. Everyone there was shocked by this ability. Only then did he land on the ground, greeting everyone. "Thank you for your hard work." He smiled and said to everyone, "From now on, I'll take care of this. Everyone can rest." Seeing Jung-ildo's presence, the senior team member was overjoyed and almost cried. The girl was also very curious. Who is that team leader? He turned around, his face full of excitement. and explained to her she must be new. She doesn't know him. He's the first person in the Gold Dust Special Task Force with the ability of the Asura demon. Jong-ildo, on the other side, also began to warm up his body before the battle. He put his hand on the ground. Then let's finish this. The team leader enthusiastically introduced him. He's the director Dong Jong-ildo, the one with the strongest Asura demon ability at the moment. Then it was seen that dark purple streaks began to appear from his hand. Everyone looked up at the dark purple streaks spreading across the mountain. The streaks of light flew high into the sky with loud noises. They blocked the moonlight behind each purple streak was projected onto the sky from the top of a high mountain. The girl with tinted hair looked up at them. Without looking away, she asked curiously, "What are those black cracks?" The team leader honestly told her, "This is the first time I've seen this too." "Heard that he had a supernatural ability related to space," she asked again. "Is that the strongest ability?" All the watermarks were densely packed everywhere. Behind these watermarks was Dong Jong-ildo. He stretched out his hand using all his might to open the spatial portal. When the spatial portal was opened, on the other side was a thick fog. It was impossible to see anything. At Mount Cheonggi in Seoul, the fire was still raging, showing no signs of stopping. The fire was getting bigger, burning down an entire green forest. The Asura demon Magma was getting stronger, despite being attacked by the Seoul demon-slaying team's water-based abilities. The team leader of the Seoul team seemed to be unable to hold on much longer. He struggled to support his raised hand with his other hand, but his arm was now aching. He had to give up when he saw the sea of flames engulfing the forest. "It's really over, isn't it?" Although he was also in an unstable condition, the team leader shouted to urge the girl. "Run! Wake up!" In just a few moments of distraction, the Asura demon Magma had launched an attack on the two. It roared. The team leader frowned and turned his head. He used all his strength to create a shield to counter the demon's power. The Asura demon punched hard on the shield. The weight of the punch made the team leader's legs almost kneel to the ground. The demon continued to unleash a flurry of punches non-stop. The shield was perhaps reaching its limit as it was gradually cracking into 100 pieces. Finally, the demon managed to punch through the shield and struck the team leader, causing him to cry out in pain. He was sent flying by the demon's punch. The terrifying strength of the lava rock Rakshasa demon frightened him. The demon raised its fist, intent on finishing him off. Too afraid to look, he raised his hand to cover his face. Was he going to die like this? But strangely, nothing happened for a long time, leaving him puzzled. He slowly opened his eyes to see what was happening, and before his eyes was the sight of the demon being restrained by something on the other side of the spatial portal, unable to move. It turned out that Jong-ildo was using his hands to hold back the demon. He pulled the demon to the other side of the portal, and then threw the demon far away. The strength was so great that it created a shockwave that resonated through an entire mountain. The demon, after being dealt with by Ildo, became immobile. It sat still on the ground, after seeing that he had finished dealing with the demon. Rakshasa, Lava, smiled wryly and said, "Let's move on to the next one, shall we?" He continued to use his abilities. This time it was the ability to teleport everything. At Seorak Mountain in Gangwon at the same time, one of the team members was being trampled by a demon. The demon continuously made sounds as if it wanted to say something. Suddenly, one of its fingers stretched out and stabbed the person lying underneath, causing them to cry out in pain. Just as the demon was attacking that person, a spatial portal opened behind it. The demon was pulled back into the spatial portal, followed by the demon at Mudong Mountain in Gwangju. The 4 demons at Hala Mountain on Jeju Island were no exception. This made everyone there extremely surprised. What was happening? The 4 demons were simultaneously pulled towards this side of the portal. They became immobile and didn't move at all, gradually being pulled further back. The black water stains also began to gradually recede and then disappeared into thin air. At this moment, at the headquarters in Seoul, someone reported to Young-eun, the director, that except for Busan, the golden sand in other places had disappeared. Upon hearing this, she advised everyone not to worry about it, indicating that he had arrived in Busan. At this time, Jeong-ildo, with a cold expression, observed his surroundings. All around him were the demons he had pulled over through the spatial portal. He observed them and then spoke up. Gather here, all of you. Jong-ildo began to use his strength. All around him was filled with mana. Then let's begin. A demon roared loudly, followed by the others' demons charging forward one after another. There were a lot of them. All of them attacked Jong-ildo, who was standing in the middle. All he did was point a finger at them, and then drew a line of black power. This technique was called spatial slash. All of them were slashed by him, their necks and heads severed. Just one strike was enough to eliminate all the demons around him. Their blood spurted out like a waterfall. This made the onlookers extremely surprised. The new female team member was also terrified, sweating profusely. She had never seen such terrifying strength before. Jong-ildo left only the Rakshasa lava demon uncut, having lost only one arm and half of its lower body. He stepped forward and bent down close to its face. He stepped on the demon to prevent it from struggling, and then turned around waving his hand to call the interpreter. Interpreter, come here quickly. He grabbed the demon's head and lifted it up. Jong-ildo asked it, "Why have you guys been pouring out like this for a week?" The interpreter standing beside him translated the demon's words, but it just repeated, "Bring him back." He continued to ask who it was. The demon didn't answer, just repeating Jong-ildo's words. "Who is it? Who is it?" The interpreter was also at a loss, saying that except for repeating, "Bring him back," they just repeated what we said. Jong-ildo, without mercy, dropped the demon to the ground. Then there's no other way. At this moment, his whole body was filled with killing intent. "I'll just have to kill all of you." Without hesitation, he killed the demon. Its blood splattered all over his face. He calmly turned around and wiped the blood from his face. Now, Jong-ildo made his next decision. "I'll deal with that portal." He bent down and placed his hand on the ground. From his palm, a dark purple power emerged again. A crack ran straight towards the portal. This power directly attacked the portal in front. The portal was then sucked into Ildo's spatial portal, falling into the bottomless spatial portal. Seeing this made the team leader of the Busan team unable to contain her excitement. The new female team member also secretly admired, "Wow, he's amazing. It's reassuring to have him as our leader." She heard he was around 50 years old, but his appearance didn't seem to match. However, Jong-ildo still maintained a cold expression. He gradually withdrew his strength. Everything returned to a state of calm. People around him discussed, "Is that a spatial superpower?" The next morning at the headquarters in Seoul, Young-eun opened the door and entered. "Are you back?" Jong-ildo stood up upon seeing her. She asked, "What about the portal?" He loosened his tie with his hand. "I put it into my dark space." After saying this seriously, he returned to his lazy demeanor, leaning back in his chair and complaining, "I'm so tired." Young-eun also said, "Oh, even if I die, I don't want to go into that place." This sudden action by Jong-ildo also startled her. She said, "You're pretending again, right? Normally, you can handle everything." Jong-ildo replied, "I also have my limits. Managing an entire organization is very difficult." She didn't bother to argue with him anymore and reached out to turn on the TV screen. "This is the information you requested." Jong-ildo just responded nonchalantly. At this time, countless new recruits appear on the screen. She was puzzled, but why did he need the information of this new recruit? He replied that the Rakshasa demons were looking for someone. Then he looked at the people appearing on the screen. The screen included Go Deokman, and I wanted to know the reason for the contorted faces. In the dark and eerie underworld filled with a ghastly red color, countless demons of all kinds were screaming. However, they all looked extremely small as a giant demon gradually appeared. It had long hair and a body like a woman. It opened its eyes wide and muttered, "Bring him back. We need him." In front of the headquarters of the Special Task Force of the province, two Han Marus in formal Western attire stood in front of the headquarters, their clothes neatly ironed and straight. Just by looking, one could tell how serious they were about their new job. However, despite being well prepared, his face was pale with worry. He swallowed hard, and finally he had still come. Recalling the moment at home, Maru's mother was overjoyed to the point of tears. She sniffled and pinched his nose proudly, saying, "My son has succeeded in becoming a civil servant." Her hands on his shoulders, she said, "Now even if I die, I have no regrets." The image of her proud face still with tears was deeply etched in Maru's memory. Seeing his mother cry made him feel happy. but he was still worried about his ability to do the job well. "Inside the office, go!" Deokman suddenly leaned in close to Maru, exhaling a breath reeking of alcohol, his voice hoarse. "You're here." As he spoke, he ruffled his hair and walked, looking not much different from a drunkard. "Why are you here? I don't need a deserter like you." Maru hastily covered his nose and stepped back, frowning in distaste. "Why does it smell like alcohol?" "Go!" Deokman led him along, grumbling, but when he saw the man in front of him, his face instantly brightened. "Oh, you're here too." Xianwu, with a fierce expression and menacing aura, glared at him, his voice cold and menacing. "Team leader, why wasn't I assigned to the Seoul headquarters but to the Ganghwa-do headquarters instead?" This was Go Deokman, smiling cheerfully at someone else's misfortune. He sneered. "How should I know? You're a powerful guy. I didn't think they'd do that. Do you have any objections?" Upon hearing this, Xianwu became even angrier. "Team leader," he said with a forced smile, his hands on the door handle starting to turn it. "Anyway, you're here now. Welcome to the team." Maru stood still, observing everything from the beginning, now starting to feel nervous. It was finally his turn. He wondered what was inside. The door slowly creaked open. In his imagination, it was a dark and gloomy place with a blinding red light. Sweat appeared on his face, dripping down, and inside it was an even more horrific scene. A group of savage, blood-stained people with saws and large knives were cutting and chopping something on the operating table. He was frozen in fear by this hallucinatory scene, standing still, not daring to move. It wasn't until the team leader spoke that he snapped back to reality. "Han Maru, go!" Deokman raised an eyebrow, gesturing for him to come in. "Are you not going to come in?" Inside was a room of about 30 square meters, a standard office space for a group of civil servants. The workstations were equipped with computers placed side by side with filing cabinets, plants, and a water purifier in the corners. Maru looked around, feeling embarrassed, touching his neck. This is quite different from what I expected. The team leader of the special task force suddenly turned to him. "I need to introduce you. I'm Go Deokman, the team leader here. I'm 41, a 12-year veteran civil servant." Then he introduced a short brown-haired woman with pale skin and glasses on her nose. "That's Yoon Ji-won, 36 years old, a 7-year veteran civil servant." Next was a middle-aged man, tall and thin, with a kind and honest face. Deokman introduced him as Kim Yibak, 51 years old, with 7 years of experience as a civil servant. And finally, a young man with blue hair and red tips. The team leader called him Yoseok, 21 years old, a 1-year veteran civil servant. The introductions were over. Deokman quickly waved his hand, dismissing them. "That's it. From now on, you two can get to know the situation here." Xianwu looked unhappy, while Maru just thought to himself, "What a careless team leader." But then he had to go to his new workstation. He leaned on the desk feeling a bit worried, thinking, "This is my first day. I don't know what the job entails." As he thought, he suddenly looked up, his heart feeling a bit uneasy. Across from Maru was Xianwu's workstation. Like him today was also Xianwu's first day. So he felt a connection with him. It seemed like Xianwu was also tense on his first day. It looks like I'm not the only one having a tough start. He thought to himself that first he needed to make friends so that he could rely on them later. Maru smiled, thinking it was a friendly smile, and greeted him. Xianwu looked up at the call, but when he saw the commercial smile that Maru thought was friendly, the veins on Xianwu's face popped out. He frowned. His lips pursed and growled through gritted teeth. "What are you smiling at, you bastard?" Maru was taken aback. He didn't think the other person would be so fierce. Xianwu slumped his face down on the desk, lamenting endlessly. He couldn't believe that someone as capable as him was assigned to such a low-ranking place. Han Maru, sitting across from him, thought to himself that he was at a loss for words and wondered why he had such crazy colleagues. Refusing to give up, Maru decided to make friends with the young colleague next to him. "May I ask you something?" Yoseok pulled down his headphones and adjusted his dyed hair. He looked serious, his sharp eyebrows furrowed, and pointed straight at Han Maru, saying, "Our special task force." Yoseok introduced that there were 13 headquarters across the country, each responsible for a specific area. However, the work was tailored to each person's abilities. He slowly explained that those with demon energy level 7 or higher were assigned to important tasks in areas with high demon activity, and the place they were in was just a small province on the outskirts where there wasn't much danger. Yoseok honestly said that in less important areas with low demon activity, people had less work and were more relaxed. He crossed his leg, looking relaxed, and shook his chair, seemingly proud. "Generally, this place is for those who are less capable," he said. Maru listened with wide eyes, nodding along, so he finally understood why he was assigned to this place. But he had some doubts. Are all these people just sitting around with no real abilities? Young Yoon, as if guessing what he was thinking, whispered, "Don't think everyone here is useless. Many people have high demon energy but still choose to work here." Maru asked skeptically, "Who are they?" Just then the door opened again, making a clattering sound that caught the attention of the two lazy employees chatting. The person who entered was a young woman with a tall and fit body, fair skin, and sharp eyes. She used a towel to wipe her still damp hair. Maru suddenly exclaimed. Kang Chana happened to look down at him, and when their eyes met, she was taken aback for a few seconds. But before they could have a conversation, Yoon Ji-won sternly reminded Kang Chana that if she was on night duty, she should go home and shower before coming to work. Kang Chana hastily wiped her damp hair and returned to her desk, muttering that she was tired of going home and coming back, and that she might as well just stay. She pretended to be nonchalant, glancing at the group of two people chatting next to her. Kang Chana blinked, thinking that the new person had arrived. But when she saw that he didn't react to her presence, she felt a little disappointed, so he didn't remember anything after waking up. Meanwhile, Han Maru was shocked by something Yoseok said, jumping up in surprise. "What will get a life subsidy?" he asked, shocked. Yoseok nodded, arms crossed. Upon receiving a positive response, Maru looked down, thinking that risking his life against demons required substantial benefits. Yoseok opened his palm, winking, and continued. "Of course, the life subsidy for this kind of dangerous work is 5 times the salary." Maru was stunned. The enormous salary made his mind go blank for a moment, but he quickly recovered, his face reddening with excitement. He couldn't even close his mouth. Young Yoon, having said his piece, changed his attitude, pushing his chair back to his desk. "That's enough. Knowing that much is fine." He put on his headphones again, coldly glancing at Maru. "Now get to work." Maru pouted, wondering if he had disturbed them too much with just a few questions. He looked up at the alarm system on the wall, patiently waiting for the alarm to sound. But as the afternoon wore on, nothing happened. The golden sunlight from outside shone into the room, casting a warm glow over the objects inside. The clock ticked slowly, the sound steady and uninterrupted. Maru took a sip of his coffee, thinking that it was unexpected. He sat back in his chair, feeling comfortable and satisfied. He couldn't help but feel lucky to be working in such a relaxed environment with a high salary. Team leader Deokman stretched, groaning. The team leader turned around and came back to the desks of the 2 new members, calling out to these new recruits. He raised an eyebrow and asked, "How did you feel on your first day of work here?" Seon-woo, still with a gloomy expression, replied politely, "Nothing out of the ordinary." It was clear he was not satisfied, but his tone remained courteous. After Seon-woo finished speaking, Maru raised his hand and said, "I have a question." He looked up and asked, "What are these demon, and where do they come from?" The team leader rubbed his head, indicating it was a difficult question to answer comprehensively. "To be honest, nobody knows for sure," he said. Yoseok, who had left his desk, chimed in, "Let's just say they cause trouble, and we need to eliminate them." Maru was taken aback by the straightforward response, but didn't find it strange. They don't care about the origin. They just want to get the job done, he thought. He let out a sigh, chiding himself for overthinking. The Manhwa team, usually warm and lively, began making plans to go out for drinks to welcome the new members. Yoseok, known for his carefree nature, slowed down to wait for Maru. Maru smiled, feeling a sense of relief and happiness at being part of this team. Despite not knowing about the demon, they worked and lived well together. As a special agent dealing with supernatural entities, Maru felt he needed to do his job well first. At that moment, at the high-level special agency headquarters located in the city center, a mysterious woman with purple hair stood silently in the elevator, holding a stack of confidential reports that only high-ranking officials had access to. The elevator continued to move down until it finally stopped at the B floor. When the elevator doors opened, the woman in high heels stepped out. She entered a room equipped with advanced technology and machinery. In the center of the room, a man stood with his arms crossed in front of a large isolation tank. The man, Jong-ildo, turned his head and asked, "How's the situation?" The sharp-eyed woman, Yu Young-un, presented the statistical reports, responding carefully. The frequency of demon appearances has stabilized. Jong-ildo didn't respond. Instead, he silently touched the glass of the isolation tank, lost in thought. No one knew what he was thinking. The sky outside was gradually darkening, with the weak sunlight fading away, leaving behind a faint orange hue that would soon be consumed by the night. Jong-ildo suddenly spoke up. "Have we figured out why they're appearing more frequently?" He didn't turn around to look at young Yoon. His gaze remained fixed on the person in the isolation tank who was struggling to breathe with an oxygen mask. Young Yoon responded sharply, "Isn't it because the day is approaching?" Jong-ildo touched the glass of the isolation tank again, his eyes fixed on the young man inside. The man's face was obscured, his white hair resembling bird's feathers. His hands and feet were chained, making him look like a bird in a cage. Yet Jong-ildo showed no compassion, saying, "The situation is a bit unpredictable now." He put his hands in his pockets and left, leaving behind a request: make sure the team leaders in all areas are prepared. Though the world seemed peaceful on the surface, the situation was actually chaotic. Those in charge needed to be vigilant and ready to respond to any unfavorable developments at any moment. Hanmaru swallowed a gulp of liquor, his face tense, and shouted, "What do you mean?" Looking at the sizzling meat on the grill, he muttered bitterly, "Is it really coming?" Jiwon clenched her fist and cheered. "Even if it comes, we should live happily, not worry ourselves to death." Maru thought Jiwon's words made sense, but his mind was filled with unanswered questions. He turned to the team leader and asked, "What is this day you're talking about?" Deokman, enjoying a piece of grilled meat, replied with a cheerful expression. "It's said that on that day, demon will appear more frequently, and even areas with low densities will need to work harder. That's what the high-level special agents have predicted." Maru's imagination ran wild, picturing a horde of supernatural entities armed with swords and spears charging wildly. His vivid imagination frightened him, leaving him aghast. Does that mean the demon will appear in uncountable numbers? That's terrifying. The team leader, slightly drunk, pretended to be mysterious, wiping his mouth with the back of his hand and saying, "That's classified information." Yoon Ji-won, ever the optimist, raised her glass. "Let's just drink for now." Yibak, quiet and gentle, sipped his drink alone without a word. The young Yoseok looked bored, wanting to go home and sleep. Kangchana, who looked more like a government official, didn't drink, but nibbled on the grilled meat, reminding everyone, "Let's not drink too much. We have work tomorrow." The drinking party was getting out of control, with everyone clinking glasses and drinking like water, to the point where Kangchana had to kick Deokman, saying, "Team leader, that's enough." Maru was so exasperated that he slumped his face down, wondering why no one was worried. While they were having a good time, oblivious to everything else, a bright yellow light suddenly flashed in the dark sky above a mountain. It was like the gate of an ancient temple, with the yellow light growing stronger by the second. A low rumble sounded, as if something massive was on the other side of the gate. Soon a four-fingered hand with sharp claws emerged from the yellow light, clearly not human. Suddenly, dozens of similar hands burst out their long, slimy arms like tentacles, signaling an impending disaster. The gnarled head of a demon gradually came into view. At the same time, in a different location, a phone rang with an alarm tone. The group's joyful atmosphere was disrupted by the alarm, and they stopped what they were doing. Yoon Ji-won answered the phone, saying with disappointment, "The demons have appeared and the alarm is sounding. I didn't think it would happen now." Kangchana immediately removed her apron, stood up, and volunteered. "Let me go." Seonwoo also removed her apron and offered to accompany Kangchana, saying, "I'll go with you, senior." But Kangchana rejected Seonwoo, saying, "No, I'll take Hanmaru with me." Upon hearing this, Hanmaru choked on his drink. The car sped down a deserted road. Hanmaru leaned his head against the car window, looking dejected, and thought, Does this mean there will be a lot of demons appearing soon? He sighed, thinking that his first day on the job was already proving to be challenging. Kang Chana broke the silence, saying, "Han Maru, don't think about what the team leader said." She continued driving while speaking to him. Han Maru was confused and a bit frightened, not understanding what she meant. Kang Chana explained that their superiors had a plan, and the headquarters had many capable people who would handle the situation. Her eyes turned red and her face tensed up as she emphasized that they just needed to focus on their task at hand, killing the demons that appeared in their area. Han Maru was intimidated and didn't dare say anything else, though he still felt uneasy. Kang Chana then praised Han Maru, saying he had a special talent which made him feel proud, and his face flush. The atmosphere in this car returned to silence. Han Maru was still reeling from the praise, thinking to himself that it was his first time being complimented like that. Kang Chana recalled the scene where Han Maru bit into the demon's neck. She thought that someone with abilities like Han Maru's was truly rare. Han Maru asked, not understanding. "What do you mean by my abilities?" He recalled the image of the demon he had defeated and wondered if it was thanks to his special ability. Han Maru asked again, "What exactly is my ability?" Kang Chana smiled and explained that his ability was demon-devouring, eating demons, simply put, killing and consuming demons. Upon hearing this, Han Maru's face turned pale, and he felt a chill run down his spine. He couldn't believe what he was hearing, and asked again, "Is that really my ability?" When they arrived at the scene, they saw a demon roaring in front of them. Suddenly, a skewer was thrust into the demon's mouth. Kang Chana pinned the demon to a tree, silencing it. Han Maru, standing beside her, pointed at the demon and asked hesitantly, "Am I supposed to eat this now?" Kang Chana's face lit up with excitement as she said, "Yes, if you eat it, it won't be able to recover." She continued, "So go ahead and try eating it." Han Maru picked up the demon's arm, thinking that he needed to make the most of his special ability. He tried to psych himself up by imagining the demon as something like an octopus. With a deep breath, Han Maru opened his mouth wide, preparing to bite into the demon. "Here goes," he said to himself. However, he only managed to take a small bite. Kang Chana looked at him in frustration, saying, "I told you to eat it, not just nibble." Han Maru was on the verge of tears, finding it too disgusting. Kang Chana's expression turned stern, and she urged him, "Come on, hurry up." Han Maru meekly responded, "Yes." The next day at the Seoul headquarters, Han Maru was slumped over his keyboard, exhausted. Seonwoo appeared in front of him, saying, "You look like you're about to die." "How was your first encounter with the demons?" Han Maru, annoyed by her presence, replied curtly, "What business do you have with me?" Seonwoo slammed her hand on the desk, angry, and said, "I'm stuck at home because of someone as weak as you. A talented person like me stuck at home. What do you think about that?" He was furious, pointing straight at Kang's face. "She seems to be prioritizing you over me. That's why I'm angry. Do you understand?" After speaking, he turned around and left. "He's just a loser," he said. Kang stood up, annoyed. "Don't be so rude." After he left, Maru was a bit concerned about his words, but what he said was true. Maru felt like a failure at everything he did. At that moment, the loudspeaker turned red. Kang Chana stood up and called out Han Maru's name, but she saw that his desk was empty. He was in the men's restroom. Han Maru sat in the restroom stall, emitting a dark aura. He clenched his hair, trying to calm himself down. He needed to be calm, but whenever he thought about eating those demons, he couldn't bring himself to do it. He sighed in relief. Then he left the restroom feeling exhausted. He couldn't keep going on like this. As he exited, Kang Chana blocked his path, questioning him. "Where were you?" Maru was startled, his heart racing. Kang Chana continued to question him. "Were you hiding in the restroom?" Han Maru was frightened and made up an excuse. "I ate too much yesterday, so I'm having some indigestion. My stomach is a bit off." Kang Chana sighed. She continued, "I think this job isn't suitable for you." Han Maru was taken aback. Many people with supernatural abilities couldn't become Special Task Force members. Those people would be monitored by the Special Task Force Council, just like ordinary people. Han Maru was frightened by the idea of being monitored. Kang Chana said, "It's better to be monitored than to be weak and die on a mission. Which one do you think is better?" She emphasized that if Han Maru's weakness led to mission failure, many people would die because of him, not just him alone. Therefore, if Hanmaru thought he couldn't do the job, he should quit. Kang Chana stepped closer to him. The two faced each other. Kang Chana said, "If you weren't here, someone more capable would have taken your place." Hanmaru felt a bit disheartened by her words. After saying what she wanted, Kang Chana walked away. She left Hanmaru standing alone in the hallway. Meanwhile, at the Seoul headquarters, Deokmun was working when he suddenly wondered where Hanmaru was. Where did he go during work hours? Kang Chana also looked towards Hanmaru's desk out of habit. At that moment, on a bridge in the city, Maru was standing on the bridge looking around. He stretched, feeling relieved. If I quit this pointless job, I can live a peaceful life just like she said. I just need to be monitored, and I can live my whole life like that. It's better than dying. He took out his phone, thinking of calling his mother. First I'll call Mom and tell her I've quit. As he walked, he continued. Anyway, that day is approaching. There will be more demons, and it'll be harder to survive. Mom, I need to tell you something. Suddenly he stopped. Is Mom busy with something? Is she investing or something? On Mount Inkwang, his mother answered the phone. I'm on Mount Inkwang. Hanmaru was worried. Mom, don't go to the mountains. It's dangerous. I've told you before. His mother replied, What was that, dear? The signal is weak here. I couldn't hear you clearly. She looked around and said, Oh, there's a lot of yellow dust on this mountain. Hanmaru was shocked. What did you say? The phone call was disconnected. Hanmaru was frightened. Did Mom say something about yellow dust? On Mount Inkwang, the task force was dividing into teams. Be careful, there's a 5th-level demon around. As they were assigning tasks, Hanmaru saw a new recruit standing still. He put his hand on the recruit's shoulder. What's wrong? Following the recruit's gaze, Hanmaru looked up and saw a demon, a rakshasa, eating a person's arm. The demon tore off a piece of flesh and blood splattered everywhere. It was a mirror demon. Hanmaru was on the other side, and after the phone call with his mother, he was frightened and ran as fast as he could. Mom, the new recruit was shaking his face pale. He saw his colleagues lying on the ground, victims of the mirror demon's attack. This is bad. The task force on Mount Inkwang will be destroyed if it's just a 5th-level demon. The team leader was out of breath. The reinforcements are late. He looked at his team leader. The team leader used a technique to create a duplicate and then ordered the new recruit go call for backup from the Seoul headquarters. Hurry! The recruit quickly responded. Yes, team leader, I understand. Near the sea in the warning area of Mount Inkwang, a public phone booth appeared. The recruit picked up the receiver and started dialing. We can't use mobile phones here due to the yellow dust, so we need to use this public phone. Back at the Seoul headquarters, Young Eun looked serious. The exploration team on Mount Inkwang has requested our support. She pointed to the map on the screen. If the demons leave the yellow area and move to the green area, civilians will be in danger. We need to support them quickly. She shouted, We don't have much time. The grandmother waved her hand and ordered everyone to hurry to the scene to help. On the road, a car was speeding towards Inkwang Mountain. When he arrived, he immediately jumped off the car. Thank you, he said. Upon arrival, he saw a sign indicating that the road to the mountain was temporarily blocked. He saw a group of people who were about to climb the mountain being stopped. He looked around again but didn't see his mother there, which meant she was still trapped on the mountain. He said to the people from the Inkwang mountain team, Excuse me, may I pass through? My mother is trapped on the mountain. But the man shook his head. It's not possible. The situation is currently very dangerous and no one can pass through. There are wild animals here that are dangerous. He was worried about the wild animals and then turned around and ran quickly. He found another way to bypass the Inkwang mountain team's protection and climbed up the mountain. His hands grasped the rocky outcrops. He exerted all his strength to climb up. Mother, please be safe. Wait for me to arrive, he said. On the mountain, the yellow sand and dust were getting thicker. The woman accompanying Hanmaru's mother was now suffering from a sprained ankle, which had swollen and turned purple. What should we do now? She asked. She sat on a rock, complaining that the yellow sand was obstructing their path, making it impossible to see ahead. Then she saw Hanmaru's mother turn around and do something. It turned out that she turned her back to carry her elderly friend. It's okay, I can carry Yubin's mother too, she said. A figure was faintly visible in the thick yellow sand. It seemed like someone was approaching, and the figure was getting closer. The grandmother squinted to see more clearly. A hand emerged from the yellow sandy mist. This made her feel a bit frightened. Hanmaru climbed up to the spot, his whole body shaking. Mother. She looked up at the rocky outcrop where Maru was standing and asked Maru, "What are you doing up there? Why did you come here?" He showed her his phone, which had a photo of his mother and Yubin's mother. "I saw you on Instagram, so I came here," he explained. She called out to him, "But how did you get down here?" She was worried. "Be careful, you might fall." Yubin's mother told the grandmother that her son had passed the civil service exam. The grandmother smiled and waved her hand, slightly embarrassed. "Yes, he has a stable job now. The next step is to get married, but it seems he's still looking for the right person." He shouted, "Mother, be careful. This is not the time to talk about such things. Please come down the mountain quickly before something appears." Suddenly, he heard the rustling of leaves above him. He reflexively looked up and saw that it was indeed the mirror demon which had arrived. The demon's forehead had a bright mirror-like fragment, and it smiled ferociously. He was frightened and didn't know what to do. Maru's face turned pale, and he was sweating profusely. The situation was quite dangerous. The demon was still standing on the branch, not moving. He had never faced a demon as ferocious as this before. He grasped his chest tightly, which was pounding heavily. Sweat continued to pour out. "How can someone as weak as me save my mother?" he thought. His mother saw him standing still, clutching his chest, and asked worriedly, "What's wrong, son? Be careful not to fall." Then she saw him stumble to one side. His mother cried out in alarm, "Ma, do be careful!" Upon hearing his mother's loud cry, the mirror demon turned its head. It quickly rushed towards his mother. He didn't hesitate or think twice. He rushed down towards the demon, but when he rushed down, his face hit the rock wall, and he rolled down. He was sweating profusely. "Oh no, it's too late," he thought. The demon was opening its mouth wide, rushing straight towards his mother. It let out a loud roar. His mother was extremely frightened. He didn't care about the blood flowing from his nose and rushed towards the demon, shouting. He didn't know what happened next. All he heard was a loud thud. The demon crashed straight to the ground. He was also stunned and didn't understand what had just happened. He saw that the demon's body had 3 daggers stabbed into it, causing it to bleed profusely. Where did these daggers come from, he wondered. His mother pointed at the demon lying on the ground and asked him, "What's that on its head?" He didn't understand what his mother was referring to. Following his mother's direction, he looked up and saw daggers floating above his head, similar to those used by the level 3 demon he had defeated earlier. He was slightly panicked and waved his hands and feet wildly. Why are there so many daggers above me? But then he remembered the level 3 demon he had defeated before. Is this the ability that demon had, he thought. Then he felt a sharp pain throughout his body. The back of his shirt was torn. Something was protruding from his back. It was a sharp thorn. He used his hand to control the daggers. He still didn't understand how he could use the demon's ability. He recalled the image of cutting the demon's neck and continued, "I only knew that when I ate the monsters, they couldn't regenerate." Suddenly he realized something. Did I absorb the demon's abilities back then? He couldn't hide his joy. If I can use this ability as I wish I can defeat the demon, he thought. He looked at the demon lying on the ground, seemingly weakened after being stabbed several times with daggers. But he couldn't understand why this Inkwang mountain was plagued by demons. At this moment, someone appeared where the new recruit had collapsed. The new recruit was lying against the barrier. Seeing his pale face, they asked if he was okay. They were 2 men wearing vest attire, one in green and one in red, who introduced themselves as employees from the Seoul headquarters, asking him to remain calm. The man with messy hair spoke first. "What about the strength of that demon, and where is your team?" He trembled as he recounted that demon was quite strong. "It eliminated my entire team." The bald man stroked his chin, puzzled. "The whole team? Your team leader was supposed to have 7th stage abilities, so how did you lose to it?" The bald man smiled, his face inches from the new recruit. "The 5th stage demon isn't anything special." Maru approached the demon cautiously, feeling a bit scared. It seemed like there was something glinting in front of it. Sure enough, the demon stood up, and something began to grow on its body. They were shards of daggers identical to Maris. So this was a mirror demon capable of mimicking the abilities of anomalous individuals, leaving him stunned. Daggers flew swiftly towards him. All of them stabbed straight into Maris' body, caused him to spit out a mouthful of blood. The shards of daggers lodged in his face, causing blood to drip down. He gritted his teeth, realizing, so it's using the same ability as me. It's copied my skill. The demon gradually approached a bright shard of mirror on its forehead. It reflected Maris' image. Without hesitation, he grasped the dagger shard on his face and pulled it out despite the searing pain that made him cry out. He resolutely removed all the dagger shards from his body, identifying it as a mirror demon. Then he threw all the bloodied dagger shards to the ground, noting its ability to mimic opponents. He slowly raised his hand. He prepared to snap his fingers. But the demon mimicked him, raising its hand as well. This made him stop, his eyes fixed on it in shock. Only then did he turn back to where his mother was sitting with Yubin's mother, who was anxiously inquiring about Maris' mother. He rushed to his mother's side, kneeling down to ask if she was okay. Unfortunately, Maris' mother had been slashed and was bleeding from her knee, causing him great distress. His mother, in turn, was worried about him, telling him to be careful as he was bleeding. To reassure her, he lifted his clothing to show he wasn't injured, thinking silently that he needed to protect his mother, since there was no one else to help her. Then he immediately turned back to face the mirror demon, standing on the other side, determined to defeat it by any means. He urged his mother to hide quickly, telling her to leave it to him. His mother was taken aback. What? He turned back to smile at his mother. I'm a special duty officer here to protect the people, mother. Then he stepped into the golden sand dunes, saying, I'll be right back. He rushed towards the mirror demon. He grabbed the demon. It lifted the demon up. Both of them cried out. Then both of them plummeted into the abyss. His mother anxiously called out after him, Maru? But it was too late. Maru and the mirror demon were no longer in front of them. A while later, Maru regained consciousness, his body aching all over, and found himself lying on a protruding rock face. He gritted his teeth and struggled to sit up. Then he crawled towards the edge of the rock face. He looked through the golden sand dunes to see if the mirror demon had been defeated, thinking he needed to lure this monster away from his mother. He dare not think about what would happen if he hadn't fought it. If he remained here, it could harm his mother. He needed to wait for the rescue team to arrive. At the same time, the two men from the headquarters team had arrived at the Inkuang team's location, and upon arrival, they spoke in unison. Before them lay numerous mirror demons tearing apart the Inkuang team members, a bloody scene. The demons, upon seeing them, stopped attacking the Inkuang team and focused their attention on the newcomers. The man with messy hair pointed at the demons, wondering how they were identical. The bald man explained that they appeared to be mirror demons capable of creating copies. The mirror demons were now radiating killing intent towards them. The bald man calmly outlined his plan. All right, the key now is to identify the original body of these demons. Once we eliminate it, the rest will be destroyed. Yan. However, the man with messy hair didn't share the same cautious approach, charging forward to eliminate the demons without hesitation. The bald man leaped into action, preparing to fight. He swung his fist at the demons below. His punch landed on the ground, cracking it open and sending the demons flying back. The bald man shook his head at his colleague's impulsive action. He looked at the mirror demons, and his colleague, continuing to think, it seems there's no original body among them. I wonder where that monster is. The original mirror demon was currently with Maru, its mouth wide open, sucking in the golden sand. It tries to suck as much as possible. Maru looked at its recovery ability and gritted his teeth. The damn monster recovered too quickly. Seeing that the situation was not good, he turned around and left. It was not good. But just as he turned to leave, he heard the words his mother had said, just now, coming from the demon. He turned around, angrily pointed at the demon, and controlled the fragments of daggers to fly straight at it. You damn thing, don't you dare imitate my mother's words like that. The fragments of daggers flew swiftly towards the demon. However, they all missed, not hitting it at all. He was taken aback, thinking he had thrown the daggers inaccurately. The demon also started controlling the daggers towards him. Then it ordered the daggers to be thrown. Even if it was just a fragment, it hit and stuck straight into his body. He gritted his teeth in pain. He didn't give up and continued to control the daggers to attack the demon. But this time, they hit. Indeed, the daggers stuck into the demon's body, causing it to scream in pain. He felt a surge of joy and schadenfreude. But then the demon also learned from him and pulled out the daggers. Its wounds also healed quickly. He gritted his teeth, thinking that since it was a demon, it recovered too quickly, and they were in a difficult situation. He suddenly remembered Kangchana's words. At that time, Kangchana had said that when his memories returned on the day he went out with her, she stood beside him slightly annoyed. "You didn't listen to what I said, did you?" And he was lying on the ground, covering his eyes, with his hand sweating profusely and breathing heavily. It seemed that his physical condition wasn't that good, making it hard to fight against the monsters. She reached out to help him up, continuing to say that, because he was afraid the monsters had this opportunity. She pulled him up and added, "In the golden sand, our injuries also heal faster." He wasn't convinced by her words, thinking that even if they healed faster, the pain was still there, and if they couldn't recover, he would have to eat them. But thinking about it, his words made Kangchana angry. She squeezed his hand tightly, and he cried out in pain. "I'm sorry, I'll try harder. I won't complain anymore." He scratched his head and asked if there was any other way to defeat those demons. She thought seriously and said they needed to cut its neck so it couldn't produce golden sand anymore. She added, however, that he was only capable of supporting others and didn't have enough damage to confront the demons directly. But she was quite satisfied with one of his points. His recovery ability was quite good. She pointed at him, saying that when fighting against the demons, he shouldn't be too afraid. He began to be determined to fight, encouraging himself. "That's right. I have a good recovery ability. What's there to be afraid of?" Maru thought that thanks to his ability to copy skills, he now also had damage capability. He continued to encourage himself, but since he was new to using the dagger-throwing skill, his accuracy wasn't that high. He focused, thinking he needed to concentrate more. The mirror demon imitated his mother's words again. "What's wrong, Maru?" He held a fragment of a dagger in his hand. Now it was just a matter of this. Then he used all his strength to throw the dagger at the demon, climbing up the cliff. The fragments of daggers flew swiftly past the demon. This made the demon lose its focus. He jumped down from the cliff, holding a fragment of a dagger, and rushed towards it. If he couldn't throw the dagger accurately, he just needed to jump and stab it directly. Maru rushed down, his hand clenched tightly around the sharp fragment raised high. His teeth gritted in determination to eliminate his opponent, despite the wind blowing his clothes. He looked at the mirror demon's face, which was looking at him indifferently as he charged. Then he stabbed the fragment strongly into its body, smiling confidently, thinking he had won. But contrary to his expectations, it opened its mouth and used its sharp teeth to hold the fragment. Seeing this, Maru was taken aback, his eyes wide with anger, thinking, "Can it really stop my fatal attack?" Suddenly, the mirror demon stretched out its dirty hand, and it gripped his neck tightly. The pain soon reached Maru, who gritted his teeth in agony. One hand held onto the cliff, and the other hand gripped his neck, lifting him high. He struggled to breathe, coughing and sputtering. The mirror demon brought its face close to his, its voice hoarse, asking, "Why, Maru?" He gritted his teeth, his hands trembling violently. The hand holding the cliff suddenly showed prominent veins. Then the mirror demon used a rock as a foothold and pulled Maru up, jumping high into the air. Maru was dragged along, panicked and screaming, but even so, its hand didn't release his neck. Maru was in a daze, his eyes half open. Then it rushed straight down, slamming both their bodies into the ground, causing dust and rocks to scatter everywhere. His face changed color, panicked, and he grabbed the mirror, demon's hand struggling to breathe. Now Maru was exhausted. His eyes rolled back, his teeth clenched tightly, his lips bleeding. He thought, "I have to use the devouring ability. There's no more time. Act quickly." Suddenly, a figure appeared on the mirror demon's forehead. The mirror demon bit into his neck. The sudden attack made Maru scream in pain. He picked up a sharp stone. Maru gritted his teeth, endured the pain, and stabbed the stone into its neck. He breathed heavily, holding the wound that wouldn't stop bleeding, exhausted, and stuttered. "Get out." Looked at the mirror demon lying on the ground, with a piece of stone still attached to its neck. Maru's head spun and a dizzy spell hit him. What was going on? His eyes blurred, and he saw the demon stand up, snatch the stone from its neck, and he was shocked. Maru felt a continuous flow of hot blood, and he knelt on one knee, struggling to support his body as the bleeding wouldn't stop. Noticing something unusual, Maru's eyes widened as he thought, Could this demon also copy my devouring ability? Staring at his blood-stained hands. He was stunned, thinking, how long can I last with this much blood loss? Seeing the mirror demon approaching, he thought to himself, there's no more time left. If I collapse, what will happen? Just then an urgent voice shouted, wake up! Maru opened his eyes drenched in sweat. Witnessing him struggle to sit up, Kang Chana coldly asked, how many times have you fainted now? Maru stuttered, no, I have anxiety disorder and can't control it. Maru clutched his chest, saying, I feel like I'm suffocating as if I'm about to die. Upon hearing this, Kang Chana coldly retorted, then you must overcome it. She glared at him, warning, if you can't overcome that feeling of impending death, it will become reality. She bent down, looking at Maru, and advised, think of me as your last line of defense and fight. In his mind, Maru thought, if I collapse, Mom will be in danger. In a misty forest, a voice called out, Maru, Maru. Maru's mother walked through the forest. Calling out worriedly, a loud voice echoed, and Maru hid behind a large rock, enduring the pain. Maru's eyes were vacant, and he was drenched in sweat. His hand tightly gripped the sharp metal fragment, trembling. On the other side, the mirror fragment on the mirror demon's face reflected a dazzling light, and the hand holding the metal fragment hesitated. Recalling Kang Chana's determined expression, Maru forced himself to move forward, determined to eliminate the mirror demon. Maru bit his lip until it bled, and once again he stepped forward, determined to finish it off. Then he glared and shouted, charging forward. The demon, seeing him charge, angrily roared. Both sides rushed towards each other with all their might. The demon swung its hand, brandishing the metal fragment. Maru couldn't react in time and was stabbed in the abdomen. Maru's eyes widened in shock, unable to believe what was happening. He resolutely flung the metal fragment in the demon's hand upwards. The metal fragment hovered in mid-air, swaying slightly. The mirror demon looked up at Maru, questioning why Maru. Maru wrapped his arms around the demon's waist, restraining its actions. Then Maru glared and shouted. At that moment, the metal fragments nearby began to vibrate violently, and the ones on the ground started to move. Instantly, they broke free from the rock's restraint and flew towards Maru and the demon. All the metal fragments charged towards Maru and the mirror demon. A metal fragment pierced straight into the demon's body. A wave of pain hit the demon, and it let out a pained scream, looking up at the sky. However, Maru wasn't spared from the metal fragment's attack either. Maru gritted his teeth, enduring the pain. The mirror demon's body emitted a mystical glow, and its skin began to peel off in layers. Just then, the metal fragment Maru had thrown earlier flew back. It beheaded the mirror demon with a single strike. The demon's head fell to the ground, rolling on the rough surface. With that done, Maru released his grip, and the demon's body collapsed backwards. Maru sat down heavily on the ground, breathing heavily. He looked at the demon in surprise, hesitating before speaking of one. Maru lay down on the ground, resting. Elsewhere, upon seeing the mirror demon's corpse on the ground, someone was surprised. Watching the demon's body turn into black smoke, the old man with the messy hair was enraged, lifting it up and asking, with the demonic entities disappearing, have we really destroyed its true form? The bald old man coldly replied, no, its true form has been destroyed elsewhere. The old man grasped the heads of the two mirror demons, puzzled, and asked, who killed its true form then? Maru touched the wound on his neck, which had already disappeared. He stared at the demon, lost in thought, thinking, now that this demon is dead, my wound is healing too. What a relief. The atmosphere became heavy, making Maru frown in discomfort, thinking, that was a close call. I almost died this time. Then he stepped forward, thinking, it's time to head home to Mom. She must be worried sick. Maru sensed a murderous aura behind him and froze. He quickly turned his head, his hand clenched into a fist. The person behind him indifferently raised their hand, gesturing eat. Maru was horrified, gritting his teeth as forgotten memories resurfaced. Watching the mirror demon's body turn into black smoke, Maru was perplexed, asking Dad, why did you make me eat that thing? What was it? Maru was lost in thought, pondering that mirror demon was incredibly strong. Its abilities were so strange. Then he nodded, deciding, I'll devour it. I can absorb its abilities through devouring. Maru recalled Go Deokmon's happy expression, remembering his prophecy that demons would swarm within a year. Maru thought, when that day comes, I must become stronger to protect Mom. Maru quietly approached the mirror demon. He used his cold gaze to watch over his arm, and then slowly savored the taste of it. After finishing, the sky brightened, and he raised his head, swallowed hard, and let the blood on the corner of his mouth remain. Maru clutched his chest tightly with one hand and wiped the blood from his mouth with the other, saying that from now on, whenever he met a strong demon, he would definitely eat it. His eyes shone brightly, exuding an unpredictable aura. At this moment, outside Seoul National University Hospital, the white hospital building stood out against the bright blue sky. Han Maru's mother was incredulous upon hearing his words, her mouth agape, as she asked back, "You mean to say that I fainted on the mountain?" But then she casually bit into the apple in her mouth and replied, "Mom doesn't remember anything." Han Maru was taken aback, but still asked gently, "Really, Mom? You don't remember anything?" In his mind, he was grateful that his mother didn't remember what happened the day before. Thinking about the image of his mother seeing a huge monster rushing towards her, he couldn't help but think, it's not too late. The image of the monster with its ghastly mouth and sharp teeth appeared charging forward as if it wanted to tear apart the person in front of it. This caused Han Maru's mother to be frightened and exclaim in horror, and then she fainted due to the sandstorm, not remembering anything that happened on the mountain. Han Maru showed his phone screen, which displayed a report about a forest fire on Mount Inwang and some hikers being injured, and said to his mother, "Look at this." He turned around holding a tray of food and reminded his mother, "Mom, I told you not to go to the mountains anymore." But when she saw the news on the phone, she couldn't help but say, "But Mom saw someone who looked like your father on Mount Inwang, that's why she went there." This statement made Han Maru pause. He thought about how his father had also gone missing on the mountain, wondering if it was related to the demon. In his mind, the image of the familiar mountain range and the blood-red sky appeared. Han Maru's face turned pale, sweat dripped down, and a streak of blood appeared on his face seemingly out of nowhere. Suddenly, a mouthful of blood gushed out, and around him was filled with sand. Another person covered in blood was coughing up fresh blood. What struck Han Maru's eyes was the image of a huge monster with a black body and ghastly mouths gnawing on his father's arm and hanging him in mid-air. The memory made him unable to help but sweat and feel dizzy. Han Maru suddenly found it hard to breathe. His face turned pale, and he opened his eyes wide in surprise, wondering what had just happened. Just then a voice called out from behind him, "Maru, Maru." Upon hearing it, he immediately turned his head and replied. Maru's mother saw him suddenly freeze and turn pale, and she asked worriedly, "What's wrong? You look so pale." The concern was evident on her worn face, but despite the passage of time, she still asked him with care, "You're tired, aren't you? Working too hard?" Han Maru instinctively rubbed his neck, feeling embarrassed as he replied, "It's okay, Mom. Don't worry. I've gotten used to the work now." The next morning at the government office building, a yellow building stood out with the national flag flying above it. A loud, angry voice shouted, "Specialist Han Maru." He peeked out from the door looking frightened. Then he poked his head in, forcing a smile, as he greeted good morning. Yoon Ji-won angrily questioned him in the middle of the office. "What's with the good morning? Where did you go yesterday without saying a word?" Next to him, a familiar figure spoke up. It was none other than Seonwoo, who sneered and teased. "You're scared, so you ran away, didn't you?" Han Maru looked remorseful and dejected as he apologized. Kang Chana stood up to defend him, saying, "I forgot to mention I told him to go home because he didn't feel well." This surprised Han Maru, who looked at her in astonishment, but she just responded with a cold gaze. Yoon Ji-won was incredulous, stroking his hair in frustration. "What, you're joking, right? Is there anything else you don't remember?" But Kang Chana just replied, "I'm sorry." Yoon Ji-won was about to explode, retorting, "Is sorry enough? Your work is a mess. I've been supporting you, but..." Kang Chana wasn't backing down, responding, "I've never been supported by anyone." Just as the tension between the two was escalating, the alarm bell rang, echoing throughout the office. Kang Chana quickly grabbed her uniform jacket and said to the other person, "It's level 2. Let's discuss this later." Even Han Maru couldn't sit still. He stood up and wanted to join everyone. "I'm going too." But his words were met with confused faces from everyone. Obviously, no one believed what he just said. After a while, at a large mountain with a deep blue sky and lush vegetation, everyone slowly climbed up the mountain, exhausted. Hanmaru breathed heavily behind, but still thanked Kangchana for what happened earlier. "I'm sorry I got scolded because of me just now." But she didn't pay attention to his words and just replied, "You were so harsh, that's why he left." She stepped up the mountain, and after a while she still asked him, "Why did you come back?" Hanmaru, with sweat dripping down his face, replied firmly, "I'm ready to fight." Kangchana just remained silent, not responding. Suddenly, a sound echoed through the air, like something heavy was approaching. In the thick layer of yellow sand, the figure of a giant monster appeared. Its every step caused the ground to shake. Even where everyone was standing was affected. As the footsteps drew closer, the rumbling sound it created became clearer. The monster had a fat body with a big belly moving slowly. It was a stinky armpit, Rakshasa emitting a foul odor from its body. It let out a terrifying roar fight. Seeing the monster's body, Kangchana reminded Hanmaru, "Don't think level 2 is easy to deal with." She then told him about the things that happened in their team. Even the experienced members of Team Inwang were eliminated by a level 5 Rakshasa. This made him surprised, but he thought to himself, "Is this the Rakshasa I defeated yesterday?" Even Yoseok, who was behind, continued to tell Hanmaru about the situation back then. Luckily, Team Soul arrived just in time to handle it. This made Hanmaru shocked. With a proud and pleased expression, Yoseok continued. "It's said that it was a group of monsters, all with level 7 abilities or higher. The more Hanmaru listened, the more stunned he became. Like thunder on a clear day, he was shocked and couldn't believe his ears. I worked so hard to defeat it." He painfully cried out, holding his head to the side, blaming himself for leaving without a word. Yoseok didn't understand what was happening. The desire to be praised by others arose in his mind. He got angry with himself, thinking, "I want to be recognized by everyone." Kangchana, still looking at the monster, reminded everyone, "What is that Rakshasa doing?" Everyone saw the Rakshasa hugging itself, rubbing its armpits non-stop. Kangchana wondered, why is it rubbing its armpits like that? Suddenly a hand reached out to stop everyone. Hanmaru stepped forward like a cold-blooded hero, telling the two people behind him, "You two step back a bit, I'll handle it. You two step back a bit, I'll handle it." Hearing those words, Kangchana was confused, and Yoseok was also disbelieving. "You're level 1. How can you fight a level 2? Rakshasa. You're level 1. How can you fight a level 2? Rakshasa." But Hanmaru was full of confidence, pointing to himself, "I am the one." The monster in the distance was still rubbing its armpits. With his confidence, he stood before the monster, catching the stinky armpit Rakshasa's attention. Suddenly, he brushed his hair up. On his forehead appeared a pentagonal glass-like mirror, reflecting what was before him, the Rakshasa reflection ability. Hanmaru felt proud, thinking, "Finally, it's time to show off." After defeating the Rakshasa on Inwang Mountain, he had become much stronger. Due to his reflection ability, his hands instinctively clenched into his armpits, just like the monster. He thought to himself, "I'm no longer useless in the team." His actions like the monster created a stinky and unpleasant odor. The stench gradually reached the monster, making it pause in surprise. Then it swung its arms to the sides, creating a similar stench. It slowly roared, "I am." The stench hit Hanmaru's face, making him sweat and even stick out his tongue, cursing, "This is terrible." With his face already red and tears streaming down his face, because he couldn't hold back the stench emitted by the monster, Hanmaru still clenched his fist, ready to punch the monster, refusing to lose. He wasn't going to back down either, immediately swinging his arms to create a different stench to counter the monster's shouting as he moved and attacked, which left the monster momentarily stunned. Yoseok behind him, having inhaled such a foul smell, immediately covered his nose, and at that moment he realized his face looked horrified as he wondered about the monster's strength. Thinking that the Rakshasa's ability was based on its armpit stench, a truly biological weapon. But Kangchana beside him wasn't much better off, her whole body swaying as if she was about to fall forward. Kang Chana couldn't withstand the stench. She was on the verge of fainting, but he quickly grabbed her hand to pull her back, asking her to snap out of it, wondering how someone near level 7 like him could faint from a bad smell. But on this side, Han Maru and the monster were still competing, seeing who had the more disgusting smell, leaving Kang Chana and Yoseok feeling helpless. Han Maru. Although his eyes were brimming with tears streaming down his face, still gritted his teeth knowing that those behind him couldn't endure for long. Thinking they couldn't afford to lose, they had to be stronger. Thinking this, he slammed his arms down with all his might, spreading the smell wider, shouting determinedly that he was faster than the monster. With high determination, despite his face being smeared with tears and mucus and the light shining on his forehead, his current appearance looked truly pitiful. Despite being pushed back by the sand, he still stood firm to face the monster. Both of them a person and a monster surrounded by sand. But their arms didn't stop slamming down to create a smell to defeat their opponent. Both were determined to face each other, their faces filled with anger, refusing to yield to their opponent. Han Maru, refusing to lose, gritted his teeth, his eyes full of determination, thinking of putting in all his effort. Like launching an attack, he raised both arms straight forward, causing the stench from behind to rush directly into the monster's face. The stench directly hit the monster's face, making it unable to endure. On the verge of fainting with foam coming out of its mouth, it painfully screamed, and then in pain it collapsed to the ground, its heavy body creating a shocking sound. Only Han Maru was left breathing heavily, having finally defeated the monster by himself. Kang Chana and Yoseok behind him watched as he breathed heavily, having finally defeated the monster. In his joy, he couldn't help but turn around and smile happily, looking at everyone, saying they had won. But Kang Chana and Yoseok, on the contrary, didn't show much emotion, even looking a bit speechless at the sight. A while later, they decided to go to a nearby stream to wash their faces and clean themselves, also wanting to wash away the stench that had clung to them. Kang Chana waved her hands after washing them clean, glancing down. Following her gaze was Han Maru, slowly wiping his eyes with clean water from the river. But having heard the story earlier, she couldn't help but ask, wondering if he could absorb the Rakshasa's ability by eating it. After cleaning himself, he stood up to explain to her, saying that the last Rakshasa he ate had the ability to reflect, so he could use the same ability as this armpit stench Rakshasa. Just then, Yoseok behind him mimicked his actions from earlier, doing it with enthusiasm, and then burst out laughing, finding the image from earlier to be hilarious, saying it was funny to attack with armpit stench. What a strange ability. Upon hearing those words, he couldn't help but feel embarrassed, thinking it was indeed a strange ability. She didn't let him continue to be embarrassed, patting his shoulder and smiling, praising him for doing well, saying he had improved a lot. Upon hearing those words, his face instantly turned red, flushing all over. But then Kang Chana's expression turned cold again, not praising him much, saying that eating Rakshasa's flesh was a bit terrifying. Her words were like thunder in his mind, shocking him. Kang Chana and Yoseok repeated their previous actions without stopping, then turned around and left first, reminding Han Maru to rest as he must be tired. I went to check the dust measuring device and then headed back. Watching the two of them leave, Han Maru could only sigh helplessly. Still feeling embarrassed at the moment, he blushed and could only blame himself for encountering such a strange Rakshasa and being humiliated. As he spoke, he rubbed his head, feeling a bit regretful, and told himself that this was an opportunity to erase his dark past and gain recognition from others. Suddenly, a large shadow appeared behind him. A different voice suddenly spoke up, catching his attention. The man standing behind him, dressed in neat attire and backlit by the sun, directly asked if he was Han Maru. Due to the sunlight shining down, he squinted and raised his hand to block it, still politely asking who the man was. The man with blue hair gave him a cold glance and asked if he was the one who had eliminated the level 5 Rakshasa on Inwang Mountain. The man suddenly leaned in closer to get a better look at him, leaving Han Maru stunned and unable to react. After observing him for a moment, the man spoke, saying that with only level 1 abilities. Upon hearing those words, Han Maru furrowed his brow and hesitantly asked back. But then the man suddenly smiled as if he had seen something interesting about Han Maru. He immediately stood up, extended his hand towards Hanmaru under the bright sunlight, and made an offer. "I want to invite you to join the Soul Team." Hanmaru's face froze for a moment, struggling to believe what he had just heard. He slightly raised an eyebrow, thinking, "Join the team." Jong-ildo smiled gently and asked if Hanmaru knew about the team at the Seoul headquarters. Upon hearing this, Maru was initially frightened, but realizing his reaction was too genuine, he quickly changed his tone, saying he had heard that the team was full of exceptional talents. After his initial panic, Maru became puzzled and wondered why the man wanted to recruit him. Jong-ildo smiled even wider, his eyes narrowing as he sincerely replied that he had the ability to see the hidden potential within people. After hearing this, Hanmaru was even more perplexed than before. His eyes narrowed as if trying to discern the truth, and he broke out in a cold sweat before asking hesitantly, "Hidden potential." A little while later, when Jong-ildo returned to the office, Young Eun hurried after him, calling out to the team leader as she walked. Young Eun looked displeased and questioned Jong-ildo about why he had to leave the meeting. Jong-ildo, however, seemed unsurprised by her attitude and calmly removed his outerwear. A few seconds later, he turned his head back, smiled gently, and explained with a hint of amusement in his voice, "I'm going to meet the new employee, a quite interesting person." Young Eun's expression calmed down slightly. Her eyes were indifferent as she asked, "Is he your son?" She glanced at Seonwoo's file and asked nonchalantly, "You're Seonwoo, right?" However, Jong-ildo's mood turned sorrowful. He loosened his tie and continued with a tired expression. "After the divorce, it refused to meet me. It hates me a lot." While explaining, Jong-ildo pulled out a chair and sat down. "I'm talking about a different new employee." The emotions on his face were all boredom and frustration as he flipped through the files, examining them. Young Eun lowered her eyes, glanced at his actions, and asked, "Do you still think the sudden appearance of Rakshasa last time was because of him?" In an instant, Jong-ildo's expression changed. He slightly raised the corner of his mouth and said, "I feel that way. Let's keep an eye on Gangwa first and see if there's anything special." In another location on the ceiling, a layer of amber-colored infinite light appeared, blending together, and a strong aura continued to spread powerfully. Outside in the hallway, a thick, mysterious, and frightening brown mist had already gathered. A lone level 7 Rakshasa, with a thin and frail body, stood in a deformed posture in front of the refrigerator's light. In the dim light, its unusual face showed an indifferent expression. It tilted its head, seemingly curious about the strange thing in front of it. Returning to the headquarters, the sunlight outside was bright. Hanmaru sat in one place, his hand supporting his chin, and he smiled with his eyes narrowed, feeling excited inside. He thought about the headquarters again, and a bright future seemed to open up, making Maru smile happily and stretch his arms and legs. Suddenly, Maru remembered something important, and his expression changed. "But it's all about fighting against dangerous Rakshasa there, right?" In the office, while everyone was working, Maru thought to himself that safety was the top priority. After thinking about various things, he returned to his self-satisfied and proud demeanor, smiling to himself. "After all, they have acknowledged my abilities." Suddenly, his smile was halted by Seonwoo's dark and displeased face in front of him. Seonwoo's cold eyes stared at him and said, "This level 1. Maru was very confused. Seonwoo gave him a cold glance. His neck muscles tensed as he said through gritted teeth, "Why are you always smiling so much? It's annoying." Not only that, Seonwoo also radiated a killing aura with his words. "Someone as incompetent as you is already lucky to be sitting in the office all day. You're too useless." Seonwoo continued to speak without stopping, seemingly filled with discontent and prejudice. "Someone as incompetent as you shouldn't dream of joining the team at the headquarters." Hanmaru was scolded mercilessly. He frowned and smiled loudly, wanting to fight back. Who knows who's really incompetent and useless? Unexpectedly, Maru's response made Seonwoo extremely angry. His eyes seemed to pierce through everything as he slammed his hand on the table and shouted, "What did you just say, you scum?" Then he unleashed a fatal blow. "You only know how to use your stinky armpit power to kill monsters." The words pierced through Maru's heart like a sharp arrow. Being exposed for his weakness, Maru felt embarrassed. His face turned red and he couldn't speak. Sweat flowed down like a stream. Damn, how did he know about that? Maru felt betrayed and uncomfortable looking at Yoseok. He wanted to accuse this gossiping guy. Yoseok was still immersed in his own world. I'm not going to lose. Ignoring the anger of someone who wanted to tear him apart, Yoseok continued to act recklessly, waving his hands and feet in front of Kim Yibak and Go Deokman, who was smiling as if watching a show. Then he turned to Maru, adding fuel to the fire pointing. And laughing, Maru was speechless. The coldest place at this moment was indeed the human heart. Fortunately, young Yoon stepped forward loudly, calling for everyone to stop. You're being too loud. Stop teasing him. Then she encouraged Maru. You've done very well. You've moved the team leader. After that, she smiled brightly and said loudly, from hiding in the toilet to coming out to fight. That's a big progress. Well done, Maru wanted to vomit. Maru wanted to. Suddenly he turned to look in another direction. His cheeks flushed red. Kang Chana was slowly drinking water, her eyes indifferent, doing her job at least better than being ignored. Maru thought and felt discouraged looking at his phone. Everyone here thinks I'm useless and incompetent. He scrolled to Jong Il-do's contact, hesitated thinking. When he decides he'll contact me. A determination arose in his heart. He frowned, deciding resolutely. Just once, let's forget this humiliation and take a new step forward straight to the headquarters. Suddenly, Chana loudly announced, Warning Level 2, Rakshasa, let me go. Sionwoo's gnarled hand tightly gripped her wrist, stopping her. His eyes darkened. This time, let me go. Definitely this time. As if venting all his frustration, he said with a killing aura surrounding him, I'm fed up with the boredom here. Sionwoo raised an eyebrow and asked Maru, Do you want to come with me to strengthen our teamwork? After hearing that Maru was also speechless, a moment later their view shifted to a tall mountain range. The two young men were panting heavily as they climbed up. Despite showing signs of exhaustion, Sionwoo's face revealed extreme excitement. Maru was gasping for breath behind him. I don't want to be with that guy for a second. Not a minute. Not at all. He's gone crazy. Let's just get this over with quickly and then call the director. When they arrived, Sionwoo narrowed his eyes in annoyance. What a nuisance, he muttered. Maru was wiping away sweat profusely, looking puzzled. What's going on? He pointed to the house next door, which was shrouded in a thick brown smoke that obscured their vision. Look over there, he said. Maru was startled too as a cloud of yellow dust emanated from that house. Sionwoo took charge, saying, Follow me. Maru could only curse him silently, thinking that he was acting like a senior just because he was giving orders. The two of them hesitantly approached the place where the smoke obscured half their vision. The smoke grew thicker as it billowed out from the front door. They suspected that the yellow dust inside was even denser than outside, possibly indicating a Rakshasa of level 4 or higher. The inside of the house was already filled with smoke. The hallway was no exception, filled with smoke. Maru was extremely cautious, aware that the house was empty, but not knowing where the Rakshasa might be hiding. Be careful, he urged, trying to pull Sionwoo back. Hey, listen to me, I told you not to wander off, he called out, as the smoke swirled around their feet like a river. They reached the door, which was shrouded in an eerie mist. Sionwoo furrowed his brow, suspecting that it was inside. He nonchalantly approached the door, attempted to open it, and was surprised to find it locked. Maru panicked, blocking the door. What are you doing? Don't be so hasty. We don't know what's inside, he warned. But Sionwoo didn't listen, pushing him aside. Sionwoo slowly put on his gloves, and when he couldn't open the door, he decided to break it. His hands flashed with electricity, his eyes burning with determination. Before he could do anything, Maru cowered, screaming in terror. A moment passed, but nothing changed. Sionwoo restrained Maru, incredulous. What's wrong? Maru, on the other hand, felt like he had narrowly escaped a disaster. It didn't open, did it? Sionwoo curiously tried to peek through the crack in the door. The lock was surrounded by smoke. Through the misty glass, they saw a suspicious figure, a level 7 lonely Rakshasa huddled inside. Maru's sudden movement startled Sionwoo. I can see, Sionwoo said, annoyed. Sionwoo pressed his face against the crack, puzzled. Why did it lock itself in? It looks so weak, he wondered. Sionwoo scolded Maru, You idiot, the yellow dust inside is even more dangerous than level 7. Maru was taken aback. A level 7 Rakshasa has appeared in Gangwa. Xianwu stretched, exhilarated. This is the first time I've felt this excited since coming here. He laughed loudly, thrilled at the prospect of fighting a strong monster. Maru, on the other hand, was terrified, muttering, "You're crazy. We're in danger. We need to report back to HQ." But Xianwu discovered that the outer door couldn't be opened either. Maru panicked even more. It won't open. Maru couldn't wait any longer. He turned around and tried to break the door. "We're done for if we can't open the main door," he exclaimed. He looked back suspiciously, wondering if it was the Rakshasa inside that was causing the trouble. Xianwu was also trying to break the door. He pounded on it repeatedly, seemingly without feeling any pain, shouting, "Open up!" His expression turned grotesque as he yelled, "Come on, you hidden monster. Let's fight." Maru watched, feeling regretful and scared, as Xianwu seemed to be losing his sanity. Why am I stuck here with this crazy guy who hates the monster as much as I do? The level 7 lonely Rakshasa inside seemed to sense the commotion and slowly opened its eyes. Maru was sweating buckets now, facing an additional level 7 lonely Rakshasa. The Rakshasa's bizarre face became visible through the smoke. It slightly moved its lips. Its face distorted as it spoke, saying alone. The word alone was repeated, its face contorting, becoming unrecognizable. Xianwu stared at his hands, which were deformed with broken fingers. "What's going on?" "All my fingers are broken, but the door hasn't budged," he muttered in confusion. He looked up at the door, covered in yellow dust. "What kind of curse is on this door?" At that moment, Hanmaru's patience ran out. He grabbed a nearby wooden chair and slammed it against the door, creating a loud noise. "Please just break!" Maru shouted, hitting the door repeatedly with all his might, his voice filled with fear and desperation. Despite his efforts, the door remained unscathed. Maru panted, his inner voice screaming in frustration. The door's walls and even the windows had become impenetrable. Is this the Rakshasa's ability to trap us inside? Maru thought his face pale. Suddenly he cried out in pain and fell backward, hitting a nearby wall. His whole body trembled violently. He clutched his shirt, panicking. "Damn it, we've been trapped for over an hour. My anxiety disorder is acting up again." The office must be worried. He thought his condition critical. Time passed, and it was now 2 hours later. Hanmaru was no longer as frightened as before. He bit his nails, his face twisted in anger. Did they just forget about us? How cold-blooded. At the same time, in an office building, "Go!" Deokman was standing in a room, slamming her hand on the table in panic, shouting, "This is bad." Young Yoon turned around in alarm. She closed her eyes tightly, exclaiming, how could they forget about the trip to Busan to train the group? She then focused intently on her work, still not having prepared the documents. "Team leader Yoseok, is the data file ready?" "Check this sentence for me," she said, her voice firm. Yoseok immediately responded. "I'm still working on it," she urged him. "There's not much time left," Yoseok replied. "I'll send it over right away." As she spoke, Kang Chana at the next desk was typing away on her computer. Then she clutched a small USB drive and stood up abruptly. She tossed it directly at Go Deokman, who was startled, but caught it. She didn't even glance at him, simply saying, "Team leader Go Deokman, here are the documents." Go Deokman received the documents and headed out, not forgetting to wave goodbye. "Thank you, everyone," he said. Jiwon walked over to a nearby sofa, sat down, and let out a weary sigh. "Let's wrap up the morning task and have a cup of coffee," she suggested. After a while, Jiwon sipped her coffee, slowly rubbing her temples. This was the first time she and the others had a chance to rest. Suddenly, Jiwon, Chana, Yoseok, and Yibok's faces froze as if they remembered something. Yoseok exclaimed in alarm, "We forgot what happened to those two. It's been over 3 hours." Jiwon blamed herself. "I shouldn't have let the 2 new members go alone." She stood up and ordered Yoseok, "Come with me, team leader Kim. Yibok and Kang Chana wait here." Kang Chana grabbed her jacket, suggesting, "Let me go with you. Something must have happened." Jiwon glanced at her, then approached her, making Chana feel puzzled. Jiwon was concerned about Hana's state. "Are you okay? The scene is near there." Despite Jiwon's concern, Kang Chana remained stubborn. "Don't worry about me. Let's go." Soon they arrived at the location where Han, Maru, and Seonwoo were trapped. As Yoseok entered the house, he looked around, asking, "Where are they?" Before he finished speaking, strange noises came from the end of the hallway, making him stutter in fear. Han, Maru, and Seonwoo's figures gradually appeared, and they shouted in alarm, "Don't close the door!" But it was too late. The door slammed shut. Seeing this, Maru became desperate, crying out, "Why did you come here?" Seonwoo behind him was equally disheartened. Both of them hung their heads in despair. Jiwon, standing nearby, was at a loss for words. What's going on? Once everyone understood the situation, Jiwon and the others approached the door, touching it. Jiwon asked, "So the Rakshasa is stuck inside and won't come out?" Maru nodded slightly. Kangchana stepped forward, signaling for everyone to step back. From her hand, a red sword materialized. She raised the sword high, her eyes filled with murderous intent. She swung the sword, stabbing it into the door handle. However, the result was the same as when Maru and Seonwoo tried to escape. The door remained unbroken. Yoseok was astonished. Jiwon stepped forward, calmly rolling up her sleeve. "Let me try," she said. A large black mark was revealed on her slender forearm. The black mark began to move, small tentacles emerging, and it transformed into a black spider. She brought the spider forward. She brought the spider close to the lock, coaxing it gently. "Mimi, try it." The spider quickly got to work, trying to enter the lock. Jiwon encouraged it. "Good girl, that's it." But it gave up and crawled back onto Jiwon's arm. She wasn't angry. "It's okay, the hole is too small." She affectionately teased the spider, not noticing Maru's astonished expression. She even cuddled and named the summoned creature. At the same time, Seonwoo urged team leader Yoseok, "Do something." "Don't just stand there." Yoseok replied curtly, "I don't have an attack ability." Maru suddenly appeared, taunting. "So you're useless even if you come here." Seonwoo was surprised to see him. Seonwoo glared at Maru, retorting, "What about you, Han Maru? Can you use your storm or reflection ability?" He made up an excuse to decline. "If I can't see the target clearly, or if it's too far away, I won't be able to use my ability." Yoseok, upon hearing this, grinned and flashed a V sign, saying with a deep, sinister tone, "So you can't help us either, huh?" The two of them were on the verge of a heated confrontation when Seonwoo, uninterested in their petty argument, turned to Hana and Jiwon to ask if there was anyone else who could save them. "Is there anyone else at the office? Anyone who can come to our rescue?" Jiwon closed her eyes and furrowed her brow, replying helplessly, "The team leader went for group training and won't be back until tomorrow." Just then, Yoseok's face lit up with a smile as he turned around and said, "There's still team leader Kim Yibak." No sooner had he finished speaking than the group turned around, shocked to see Kim Yibak suddenly appearing behind them. They were startled by his sudden presence and cried out in unison, "When did you get here?" "Kim Yibak." As if nothing out of the ordinary had happened, calmly replied, "I came to check on things since no one was back." The group stared at him with a mixture of confusion and suspicion, wondering how he had managed to appear so stealthily. They thought to themselves that he was as elusive as a ghost. Kim Yibak glanced around, seemingly searching for a way out. He fiddled with the door for a while, trying to find a way to open it. Suddenly, he slid down to the floor, examining the door closely. Then he lay still on the floor. Han Maru watched this scene, perplexed. "What's going on? Is he just going to sleep now?" She shrugged and replied, "I don't know. Team leader Kim is mainly in charge of office work. I've never seen him use his abilities before." Upon hearing this, both Maru and Seonwoo's expressions turned gloomy. They opened their mouths, clearly displeased. Their mood became increasingly somber as they watched Yoseok and Kim Yibak examining the door's structure, thinking that even with the whole team there, they couldn't do anything. Just then, Jiwon suddenly clapped her hands to get everyone's attention. She said with enthusiasm, "Let's all focus and think of a way to escape from here." Seonwoo, having lost his patience, snapped, "I've already said there's no way out." Jiwon, however, remained stubborn, retorting, "Do you want to be trapped here?" "To be." Yoseok intervened, saying, "Let's just wait for the team leader to arrive. The Rakshasa isn't doing anything." Maru's face turned pale at the thought of being trapped with the Rakshasa until the next morning. Everyone fell silent. Maru turned to look at Kang-chana, who was leaning against the wall at a distance. He wondered, why isn't team leader Kang-chana saying anything? Just as he was lost in thought, Yoseok spoke up. Doesn't anyone see anything wrong? Why is the Rakshasa just sitting there? How does it plan to kill us? He said, glancing at it. No sooner had he finished speaking than a loud noise echoed through the house, causing it to shake violently. While everyone was still in shock, Kang-chana quickly ran towards a room and shouted, "It's coming from inside the room!" She rushed to the door of another room and opened it. In an instant, she was horrified by what she saw inside. She noticed that the walls of the room had changed significantly compared to before. She looked up to see that the ceiling was being compressed. The others also ran to the scene and cried out in unison, "The house is shrinking." Seonwoo realized the Rakshasa's intention. I understand now. This is the purpose of the lonely Rakshasa. It wants to. He hesitated. It turned out that the Rakshasa was still residing in the small room watching something intently. Then it raised its hand. It clenched its fists tightly. Seonwoo watched in horror as the room continued to shrink, thinking that the entire house would disappear except for the room the Rakshasa was in. He turned to look at the Rakshasa again, realizing it would be the only one left in the house. Hanmaru was also terrified, shouting inwardly, "Damn it! If we can't eliminate that Rakshasa, we'll be trapped here and killed!" They were frozen in place as if under some sort of curse. Maru was sweating profusely, muttering to himself. What are we going to do? Memories flashed back to 4 years ago, at a house in the countryside where 2 family members were sitting in the backyard vegetable garden. When Kang-chana approached from a distance, she waved happily and called out to her family member, Grandma Kang-yoon. Her younger brother, upon seeing her, ran towards her with a big smile, calling out to his sister. Watching the 2 siblings hug each other happily, it was heartwarming. "You're here, Chana," they said. As it was getting late, their grandmother suggested they go inside. At night, her younger brother was too excited to sleep and talked to her, wishing they could sleep together like this every day. The young boy didn't want her to leave and held onto her sleeve, reminding her to visit their grandmother and him when she was on break from college. She, of course, happily agreed and patted his head. "I know, dear." Suddenly, something caught her attention. A drawing of 3 people drawn by her younger brother on the wall depicted them smiling happily. She praised, "What's this drawing about?" "You'll get scolded for drawing on the wall." Her brother, however, was cheerful, saying, "It's not like that." He even sat up and explained that his grandmother praised his drawing, saying it was beautiful. He was so happy that he smiled with his eyes closed, saying it was a happy family painting of theirs. The happy family painting was clear in Kang-chana's mind, but suddenly a layer of golden sand covered it, obscuring the beautiful painting. It even spread throughout the room, which was once a memory of her childhood. Kang-chana saw the illusion of golden sand around her and was momentarily unable to react. She decided not to let it destroy her home, so she shouted, "No," and bit her hand, causing blood to flow out. From the wound on her hand, something began to form. A red sword as red as blood appeared. She held the weapon and stabbed it into the wall where the golden sand was seeping in. She strained her strength to the point where the veins on her hand stood out, and the sword trembled. This caused the sword in her hand to slash a long gash in the wall. She even stamped her foot to gain momentum to push the sword up. Suddenly, a crack appeared in the middle of the sword blade, indicating that it was about to break in 2. She bit her finger, making it bleed, and let the knife drink more blood. The sword in her hand, now fueled by more blood, grew larger, and its power increased manifold. However, due to the immense strength she used, her hand seemed to become one with the sword, and the power became uncontrollable, gradually spreading up her neck and onto her face. Yoon Ji-won saw her straining so much that he hurriedly shouted to stop her. "Kang-chana, stop, it's dangerous." From outside, Hanmaru rushed in, sliding past her. He tried his best to pull her away from the wall. The sword broke into 2 pieces due to the external force, creating a very loud noise. Kang-chana looked at the sword and her home moving away from her as if she couldn't believe it. She couldn't even maintain her composure. Tears streamed down her face as she helplessly watched the painting her younger brother had drawn on the familiar wall. She watched as the wall with the drawing of a happy family moved away from her, and the entire house was gradually covered in golden sand. Outside the room, Han Maru had timely pulled Kangchana out before the wall collapsed, almost trapping them inside. The three people, including Young Un, simultaneously said, "Stop," without prior agreement. He rubbed his head with his hand and muttered softly a few times. Young Un stepped forward worriedly and lightly patted Kangchana's face. "Kangchana, are you okay?" Hanmaru said that it seemed she had exhausted herself from using her abilities too much. But he still had something he didn't understand. But why did she? Jiwan slowly told the truth after a moment of silence. "Actually, this is Kangchana's grandmother's house." This revelation completely shocked Hanmaru, and the subsequent words from her made him even more stunned. She lost her grandmother and younger brother in this very house to a Rakshasa, and it was here that she awakened her abilities. The memories of that horrific night are still deeply etched in Kangchana's mind, the image of a demon directly causing her beloved grandmother's death, while she could only lie helplessly on the ground, unable to do anything. Hanmaru also showed a sorrowful expression upon hearing Kangchana's story. So that's how it was. She had a tired complexion, was breathing with difficulty, and her head was covered in sweat, seemingly having a nightmare. Yoseok touched the wall and sighed. "Luckily, I thought the whole house would disappear." Even Young-eun immediately rushed forward, touched it, and commented, "Yes, let's get out before the wall moves again." She picked up a piece of stone that had fallen from the crack in the wall and asked the person next to her, "Do you know a saying?" Jiwan smiled with a confident face. "Constant dripping wears away. The stone doesn't it?" Time passed quickly, and the darkness enveloped the surroundings. Inside the house, the sound of something scraping continued to echo. The walls inside the house showed many scratches, and someone's hands kept holding a knife to slash at it. Sionwoo was so tired that he was panting as he laboriously chiseled the wall. After a while, he complained to everyone, "Are you crazy? When will we be able to dig through the wall like this?" The people behind him weren't much better off than he was. Everyone leaned against the pile of luggage behind them to recover their strength. At this moment, something suddenly hit Hanmaru, making him wonder. Sionwoo, with a pale face that had lost all human color, pointed behind him with a cold expression. "Maru switch shifts with me." He was so startled by the face that he shouted loudly, "So fast!" Although he didn't want to, he still struggled to stand up and complained, "My hands are tired, my stomach is hungry, and my throat is parched." Suddenly, a hand from behind lightly touched the sword on his hand. Kangchana, after resting, stood up to help everyone. "Let me do it." He was surprised to see her. "You're awake. Rest some more." But she wanted to decline his suggestion. "I'm fine." Without waiting for Maru to react, she directly took the knife and started digging into the wall. Hanmaru showed a visibly confused expression. Looking away, "I heard this is your grandmother's house." He glanced around at everything and continued, "The house is empty yet so clean. I was wondering, it turns out you still clean it regularly." Kangchana didn't show any emotions, just turned her back to him and replied, "Because I've always been waiting for those words," which made him wonder what she was waiting for. She turned around coldly, her eyes wide open as if she was looking at her enemy. The monster she could never forget, waiting for the Rakshasa that killed her family. It would definitely come back. He continued to ask her behind her back, "How did you know it would come back?" Because that Rakshasa had just mentioned the dark memories of her childhood. Kangchana's memories came flooding back. At that moment, she felt like death was approaching her. She was so scared that sweat poured down her body. She trembled and opened her eyes wide to look at the monster in front of her. It was a monster with a tall and large body, with tentacles as sharp as blades looking at her, even holding a sharp sword in its hand, shining with a bloody red color. Then she suddenly felt the difference in it. It was different from the others. She turned her head to look. A figure in the golden sand was slowly walking towards her. A tall and dark figure with a head full of black streaks and shining eyes. At that moment, she couldn't do anything but open her eyes. Wide tears also fell due to fear. It looked at her coldly, but its hair was black and rustling in the wind. She frowned, remembering the figure very clearly, and continued, "It has its own purpose and intelligence. It's not just simply trying to kill people like other Rakshasa." Its eyes were imprinted in her mind. It didn't do anything, just reached out its hand towards her, and it was also the monster she wanted to meet the most, especially when humanity also gradually realized that in the next year, when the Rakshasa swarmed down to the world, it would definitely come back. Then Hanmaru asked Kangchana a question out of the blue. "So why did you stay in the Gangwa team, even though you're a level 7? She listened coldly, turned her head, and replied patiently, Seventh Hope. "Because I only care about the Rakshasa that killed my family." He knew he had just asked an inappropriate question, so he changed to another one. "I don't have any noble ideals as a public servant. I just do it because I have to, and the salary here is also high." She didn't wait for him to finish speaking. She directly answered for him. "Then you'll go to the Seoul headquarters, right? I heard the salary there is even higher." Hearing this made him jump in surprise. "How did you know?" Then she told him about the time she came back and saw Hanmaru talking to Jong Ildo. "I saw it. I came back for a moment, and I saw you talking." Knowing that his plan had been exposed, he became embarrassed. His face turned red and he stuttered, "No, I haven't decided yet." But she didn't intend to mock him. She just gently told him, "You'll do well." Then she glanced at the wall, preparing to continue her work. But before she could finish speaking, a loud noise was heard which attracted the attention of the two. Even other people were worried, looking at the place where the noise came from. Yoseok looked at them in fear and said, "What's going on? Is it another displacement?" Knowing that the house was changing again, everyone panicked and shouted, "It's starting! Everyone run to the hallway!" Both Hanmaru and Kangchana quickly followed the others. He was still regretting in his mind, gritting his teeth, remembering her words for you. And then he thought, what about me? What was she going to say? He wanted to shout, wanted to know what Hana was going to say to him, wanted to know too much. The noise continued throughout the night. It wasn't until the next morning when the first light shone on the ruined house. Everyone, after a night of struggling, was gasping for breath, looking around at the quiet surroundings. Seonwoo saw that there was no more movement and told everyone to stop. Yoseok asked tiredly. "Now we can only rely on the team leader." "Where is he?" someone replied. "He said he would be here when it's time to work. This guy must have gotten lost in Busan again." Everyone sat on the hallway to rest and regain their strength, preparing for anything that might happen. Only Hanmaru turned his head to look at the man lying on the hallway covered with a yellow jacket. He stared at the person lying quietly in the distance. Maru couldn't believe it, feeling a bit jealous. Specialist Kim Yibak is sleeping like the dead while we're trying to find a way out. Suddenly, another loud noise was heard. Everyone quickly stood up, looking up at the ceiling, preparing for another unexpected situation. Hanmaru also stood up quickly, saying, "We need to wake up Specialist Kim Yibak." But before he could do anything, he saw Kim Yibak, whose whole body was covered in green moss, with a greenish complexion, and a soulless face standing in front of him, which made Hanmaru scream in fear. "What's wrong with you?" Kim Yibak smiled mysteriously at everyone, saying, "It's time." A door suddenly opened, and following that, a Rakshasa monster appeared with green moss on its head. Just like him, it was screaming and rushing towards everyone. Everyone saw it and thought he had done something terrible. They quickly gathered around, shaking and greeting him. "How did you do it? What ability did you use?" Kim Yibak calmly told a story. It turns out that Monster is also afraid. He scratched his head and explained to everyone, "I shot fungal spores through the door crack. This ability needs time to activate, so I rarely use it. It's also a bit of information to share with everyone. The Rakshasa fungal spores ability, also known as the Silent Killer." Everyone listened to him and couldn't help but surround Kim Yibak, praising him. "Well done, well done. Why didn't you say so earlier?" He scratched his head, smiled satisfyingly, and apologized. However, only Seonwoo and Kangchana seriously reminded everyone about that matter, saying, "Let's look ahead." All they saw was the monster crying out like a child, continuously shouting, "Father." Then some hands reached out from the door. More Rakshasa females rushed in, limping and screaming. Suddenly they all turned their heads to look. More of them ran through the door, rushing towards Hanmaru's group, repeating alone. Seeing them rush towards him, he wanted to shout, "What's going on? Aren't Rakshasa solitary beings? Why is it like a big family?" The Rakshasa swarmed in, preparing to attack. This made him unable to help but shout, "We're no match for these level 7 Rakshasa." As they drew closer, those in the back row shouted warnings. "They're coming! Kangchana and Seonwoo!" At the front began to separate, crouching slightly to prepare for counterattack. Hana swung her hand back and a sword materialized in her palm. She shouted to calm everyone, "I've got this, stay calm." In this critical moment, Yoseok remained calm, pushing his hands up to activate his ability. "I'm using my Rakshasa ability." An invisible barrier immediately surrounded and protected them. Yoseok stood out, creating a protective barrier. This is the ability of the invisible Rakshasa. Hana was not inside the barrier. She had perfected her sword. She shouted and charged at the Rakshasa. With one slash, the Rakshasa in front of her was cut in half. However, Kangchana's sword swing was too wide and it soon got stuck in the wall beside her. She cursed under her breath. "Damn it, the corridor is too narrow. My sword is stuck." The Rakshasa took advantage of her predicament, and another one stepped on her sword to rush towards her. Kangchana narrowed her eyes, her jaw clenched in tension. She couldn't avoid this attack. The Rakshasa opened its mouth wide, revealing a black tongue and a mass of grayish, slimy fluid that was foul-smelling. Just as it was about to attack Hanmaru, suddenly jumped out and bit down on its shoulder. The Rakshasa trembled and let out a deafening scream from its throat. Its bony arm trembled, reaching up towards the ceiling, and then it forced its fingers to clench. After doing these two things, the Rakshasa collapsed under Hanmaru's fatal bite. Simultaneously, the entire building shook violently. Feeling the increasing amplitude of the shaking, Yoseok fearfully said, "We're done. That Rakshasa is going to bring down the ceiling." Maru spat out the Rakshasa's flesh, his mouth full of bloody saliva. "There's no more time. I've obtained its ability." Maru stood up, his eyes changing color, and shouted, "There's no other choice." He looked up at the ceiling and a golden light flashed from his third eye. He shouted loudly, "Rakshasa Reflection Ability. Activate ceiling. Come down." Yoseok's face froze as he watched Hanmaru stand firm, his back straight, and arms raised to support the ceiling. This posture was really awkward to look at. He gave a thumbs up, half praising and half teasing. "Wow, you're a bit embarrassing, but well done." Seeing the remaining Rakshasa rushing towards him, Hanmaru cried out in despair, "I'm stuck here." Just as he finished speaking, the Rakshasa's neck was twisted to its limit, causing its head to pop off. Then Seonwoo adjusted his joints and turned to say, "Level 1 danger is critical. Get into the barrier." Hanmaru glanced at him, and seeing what was behind Seonwoo, quickly shouted a warning. "Wait, take care of yourself first." But it was too late. The Rakshasa behind had already pounced, biting Seonwoo's shoulder. Seonwoo groaned in pain. The others took advantage of the moment and swarmed towards him. Seonwoo spun around, flinging them off, and cursed angrily. "Damn it!" At that moment, two Rakshasa that he had flung away were suddenly pierced through their bodies and died without a sound. The sharp objects were two of the many sharp legs of a giant spider that suddenly appeared behind him. This was Young Un's ability. She closed her eyes, and in exchange the 6 spider eyes on her forehead glowed, emitting a golden light. Jiwon raised her hand to push her glasses up perfectly within Yoseok's barrier without suffering any harm. And at that moment she also urged Yoseok to help Kangchana, quickly saying they had to protect Hanmaru. Meanwhile, Kangchana had become extremely proficient in fighting within the narrow space. Her long sword flashed quickly, slicing the monstrous creatures in two. After that, Seonwoo quickly joined the fight, and together they back-to-back cooperated seamlessly, swiftly clearing the Rakshasa around them. The group of 3 standing inside the barrier watched in silence as the 2 of them danced around effortlessly, killing the monsters. Coincidentally, Hanmaru's gaze met Yoseok's, and the atmosphere instantly became awkward. Hanmaru laughed awkwardly, trying to break the tension by commenting on Kangchana's fighting skills. Yoseok also felt embarrassed and tried to justify their defensive stance, saying they weren't afraid or hiding. Jiwon quietly observed their surroundings through the eyes of the spider, taking advantage of her high vantage point. She quickly noticed something unusual and wondered aloud why the Rakshasa kept emerging from that particular room. Upon hearing her words, Hanmaru glanced over and made a swift decision, saying, "Let's go then." He ran out of the barrier, abandoning his support for holding up the ceiling, which caught Yoseok off guard as he shouted, asking what Hanmaru was doing. Hanmaru rushed straight towards the two who were fighting. "Let me into that room now!" Hanmaru shouted. The two fighters glanced at him simultaneously, understanding his intentions. Hanmaru only needed to charge forward. Kana and Seonwoo would handle the rest. He leaped forward, jumping through the Rakshasa guarding the door and entering the room. Maru jumped a considerable distance and then steadied himself on the ground. But when he opened his eyes, he was shocked by the sight before him. Before him stood at least 10 other Rakshasa crowded together in the dimly lit room. In the center was the true form of the Rakshasa that had been attacking them. It crouched down, hugging itself like a fetus with tendrils resembling blood vessels, connecting it to the other Rakshasa. Hanmaru understood the situation at a glance and angrily cursed, "You coward! You only dare to hide in here and control your minions!" The Rakshasa didn't react to his words, continuing to focus on creating more minions. Hanmaru's face darkened with anger as he raised his hands. The ceiling began to shake violently. Hanmaru brought his hands down as if pulling the ceiling down onto the Rakshasa, shouting, "You're not leaving." The Rakshasa collectively looked up. After doing so, Hanmaru quickly turned and ran, knowing the ceiling would collapse soon. The exit was right in front of him. The golden dust around him obscured his vision. Hanmaru squinted and gritted his teeth, forcing himself to run faster. Outside, Seonwoo and Chana were waiting. The ceiling was collapsing faster and faster. Seonwoo reached out to Hanmaru, and together with Chana, they shouted, "Hanmaru, jump!" Hanmaru jumped forward, his arm outstretched to meet Seonwoo's. Their hands clasped tightly. Seonwoo gritted his teeth and pulled Hanmaru out with all his might. The force was too strong, and Hanmaru was pulled out and face-planted onto the ground. Luckily, the building behind them collapsed completely just in time. Otherwise, he would have been buried under the rubble. Hanmaru struggled to sit up, exchanging a look with Seonwoo at the destruction behind them, both of them exhausted. Everything was over without any casualties. Everyone was relieved and cheered. After the ordeal, Jiwon and Yoseok surrounded Hanmaru, praising his reflection ability. Hanmaru, flattered and embarrassed, tried to downplay the praise, his face flushed. In contrast to the lively atmosphere, Chana stood quietly, her deep gaze fixed on a particular direction. It was the end of the hallway, seemingly empty, but deep within her memories that spot once held a warm family scene, a cherished memory. Hanmaru noticed Chana's unusual behavior and thought to himself that the Rakshasa was dead, so she shouldn't be worried. Hanmaru's expression changed as he sensed the Rakshasa's energy had weakened significantly. His vision turned to the Rakshasa corpse on the ground. Out of nowhere, Yoseok saw Hanmaru crouch down and bite into the monster's flesh. Yoseok covered his nose, trying to suppress his disgust, and asked what Hanmaru was doing. Hanmaru didn't respond. He wiped the blood from his mouth, his eyes having changed color. Hanmaru looked around, thinking to himself that there was still smoke in the house which he could use. The wall at the end of the corridor was violently shaken by his Rakshasa reflection ability. After that, the entire wall was pulled back a great distance. The Seonwoo group was shocked, looking through in fear to the point of being speechless. Hanmaru tried to exert force on the wall in front of him, and it also moved a considerable distance, enough for a person to pass through comfortably. His ability had reached its limit. Maru leaned against the wall, trying to push it a bit further, though it moved only slightly. He shouted in his mind, "Just a little more." Suddenly, a warm hand touched his, accompanied by a soothing voice saying, "That's enough." Kang Chana looked straight at him, gently saying, "Thank you." Their eyes met. The corner of her mouth curled up in a relieved smile. She turned her head to look at the small room in front of her, which was what Maru had struggled to retrieve for her, a memory that had stayed with her for half her life. On the wall, covered with flower-patterned paper, there were still traces of a family painting from years ago. Everything was over, and people began to return to their headquarters. Before being seen, the sound of knocking was heard. Deokman entered the office noisily from outside, holding 2 boxes of food that smelled delicious, and exclaimed, "I'm back! Go!" Deokman happily boasted Busan's specialty pastries, but upon seeing the empty office, he was surprised and exclaimed, "Oh!" He irritably removed his sunglasses and muttered, "I went to a lot of trouble to buy these, and everyone is gone. Go!" Deokman moved to the restroom and called out, "Is anyone here?" He placed his hand on the doorknob and started to turn it. At the same time, his phone rang. The team leader answered the phone and asked, "It's been a while, Director. What brings you to call?" Jong Il-do responded from the other end. "I suggested Han Maru transfer to the main headquarters, but he refused. I'm calling to ask him why." "Go!" Deokman held the phone, but didn't answer immediately. His eyes glanced down at what was happening in front of him, and he suddenly let out a sigh. The team leader slowly spoke up. In front of him were 2 ladies, Hana, and another hugging each other and sleeping soundly on a warm bed. In another corner of the room, 4 men were crowded together on a thin mattress, sleeping uncomfortably pressed against each other, yet looking quite intimate. The team leader smiled wryly and said to Il-do on the phone, "It seems he's gotten used to the Gangwa team." A line of light cut across at extremely high speed. It sliced through Han Maru's face and body into several parts. A desperate cry was heard. Han Maru. This had to go back 7 hours. Han Maru lazily yawned loudly. He walked slowly on the road, looking tired and complaining, "When I was a jobless student, I didn't know working was so tiring." Han Maru continued to walk slowly on the road, still complaining, "I'm still not recovered from the battle with the Rakshasa." Suddenly he heard a noise from behind. Han Maru turned his head to look. A white car stopped beside him. The car window rolled down, revealing Seonwoo sitting inside looking at him with disdain. The images of the 2 Kang sisters flashed in his mind, urging Han Maru to get into the car. Han Maru bent down, smiling slyly, and said, "Good morning. Can I get a ride?" Seonwoo looked at him with contempt, his cold eyes warning him to leave. After saying that, Seonwoo drove away, leaving Han Maru to inhale the dust and feel annoyed. This guy is really heartless. Just then, Yoseok approached, crossing his arms, and enviously commented, "Wow, a fancy car," making Maru jump. He continued, "But isn't it a bit strange for a new employee to be driving such a luxurious car?" Han Maru agreed. "Right, his personality is also weird." He took off his earbuds and continued to disparage. "Yeah, a new recruit with a bad attitude." Yoseok snickered and continued to criticize. "Even if you're handsome, rich, and smart, having a bad personality ruins everything. I'm sure he has no friends." Han Maru found it reasonable and laughed with Yoseok, but in his heart, he thought differently. "I also have no friends. Why does it feel so?" At the Seoul headquarters, Han Maru and Yoseok reluctantly greeted everyone. "Go!" Deokman smiled widely, opening his arms for a welcome. You're here. Our level 7 ability specialist, Han Maru." Han Maru pushed Deokman away so he wouldn't hug him, and asked in confusion, "Level 7 ability." Jiwon kindly explained, "You've absorbed the ability of a level 7 Rakshasa through assimilation. Congratulations. Immediately go." Deokman patted him on the back, saying, "I thought you were weak, but you're actually quite capable." Han Maru felt happy, his face turning red with joy at being recognized by his teammates. Yoseok looked at him with a mixture of surprise and admiration, saying, "Your assimilation ability is really top-notch. It's the only ability that gets stronger over time." Suddenly, a hand slammed down on the table, cutting off the conversation. Seonwoo, with an irritated expression, growled, "Let's get to work, everyone. Stop gossiping." Seeing Seonwoo's discomfort, Han Maru felt a surge of internal rebellion, thinking, "Why are you looking at me? I wasn't even talking. First, you looked down on me as a level 1, and now that I've leveled up, nothing's changed. Do you really dislike me that much?" Suddenly, someone behind him gently tapped his shoulder. Han Maru looked up at Kang Chana, who had just finished jogging, and asked if they could talk for a bit. Kang Chana bought water from a vending machine. Han Maru took the can of water from her and hurriedly asked what was going on. Kang Chana hesitated while rotating the water can and expressed her gratitude towards him regarding the incident at her grandmother's house. He looked away embarrassed and smiled, responding that it was nothing, just something teammates should do. Therefore, after this incident, he became even more certain about his thoughts. Suddenly, Kang Chana leaned in close to him and emphasized, "It's about you, Hanmaru." He was taken aback. He was stunned, unable to believe it, and his inner self cried out in confusion, wondering what she meant. Kang Chana's expression was serious, and her tone was straightforward, as she said she didn't think he was just a level 1 ability holder. Her words left him puzzled. Kang Chana explained that his incredible recovery ability and the Rakshasa absorption ability were certainly not level 1. Upon hearing this, Hanmaru's face turned pale. Was she suggesting that the Rakshasa he encountered that day was not a level 1 Rakshasa? Kang Chana nodded in agreement, saying, "That's right. Think about it. Had you ever encountered any other Rakshasa before becoming a public servant?" Upon hearing this, Hanmaru became worried and thought to himself, how could he have forgotten such an important thing? At the same time, behind Kang Chana, a strange dark red mist appeared. The dark red mist grew denser by the moment. Hanmaru immediately sensed that something was off. And then black-clawed feet appeared. Hanmaru was shocked, wondering what that was. A powerful Rakshasa's presence emerged. Hanmaru's chest felt a sharp pain, causing him to cry out in agony. He felt uncomfortable and saw visions again, his anxiety disorder relapsing. It was dangerous. He lost strength and dropped the water can. Kang Chana panicked and called out to Hanmaru, asking if he was okay, but Hanmaru was in increasing pain. Maru clutched his head, his voice shaking as he said that sometimes he remembered scary things. Kang Chana gently removed his hands from his head and grasped them firmly, her voice firm. She reassured him that he was safe with her. Her words left Hanmaru stunned. She thought to herself that his past was indeed complicated. Suddenly, Deokman's voice echoed, asking what they were doing. Deokman looked down at them curiously, joking about a workplace date. Hanmaru was embarrassed and denied it, stuttering. Only Kang Chana remained calm, explaining that it wasn't a date. With Rakshasa about to descend, they were all going to die anyway, so what was the point of dating? Her blunt words were like an arrow through his chest, shocking him greatly. But Hanmaru's inner self still struggled to accept, thinking that she didn't care about him. And what did dating have to do with it? Kang Chana turned away, ignoring him and Deokman. Deokman turned to him and smiled teasingly, saying he had been rejected. Hanmaru's inner self cried out in protest, but he had said it wasn't a date. Kang Chana walked away. The clock pointed to 5:12 p.m. Jiwan put on her clothes while complaining, wondering why she felt so hurt. At a tall mountain, Kang Chana and Hanmaru climbed the mountain step by step. Hanmaru was exhausted and about to run out of breath. They still had an hour left before the end of their work shift, and apart from the night shift staff, the others were checking the dust alert equipment. Kang Chana stood in front of an iron pillar recording information. The report was densely written. Hanmaru pondered, thinking that if it wasn't a date, why did team leader Deokman's words make the atmosphere so awkward? He stared at her, thinking to himself that Kang Chana was right. They were about to die, so why bother with such thoughts? Instead, they should think about surviving the Rakshasa. But they knew too little about Rakshasa. It would be great if they could talk to Rakshasa. Just as he finished thinking, a bell rang. Hanmaru was surprised, wondering who was calling. Kang Chana immediately answered the phone. The voice on the other end requested urgent assistance, and Kang Chana identified herself. The caller said that Rakshasa had appeared in area number 3 Yoseok. The caller said that the electrical cabinet was full of blood and that team leader Deokman had also been attacked. Yoseok, holding his wounded chest and bleeding, struggled to say that he was on his way and told them to be careful. Upon hearing this, Kang Chana worriedly shouted into the phone, "Hello, specialist, Nam Yoseok." She couldn't believe it. How could team leader Deokman, a level 10 ability holder, be attacked? Hanmaru was equally shocked, exclaiming that Deokman, the sloppy guy, was a level 10 ability holder. Kang Chana explained that it was true, and that the Rakshasa was heading towards them, so they should be careful. Kang Chana drew her weapon ready to fight, saying that this Rakshasa was strong enough to take down a level 10 ability holder. In the dust, a tall figure gradually appeared. Hanmaru and Kangchana prepared to defend themselves. As the yellow dust settled, a Rakshasa appeared. It was a language Rakshasa, and it greeted them. This shocked Hanmaru and Kangchana because it could speak. It smiled and said it was very happy to meet them. It asked if they could talk for a bit. Hanmaru was amazed, saying that the Rakshasa could talk. Kangchana responded that it was a language Rakshasa. It chuckled and said not to be hostile. It didn't want to fight, it just wanted to talk. Hanmaru asked what it wanted to talk about. Kangchana recalled Yoseok's words, warning her to be cautious of what he said, and reminded Hanmaru, a specialist, not to talk to it. Hanmaru responded sternly. But this is an opportunity to learn about the Rakshasa. They came to kill us, yet we know nothing about them. He looked up and asked Rakshasa, where does your language come from? It replied, we come from Naraka. He was surprised. Naraka. What is that? It smiled eerily and answered, the abyss of hell. It's a place shrouded in darkness, it explained. Those who committed grave sins while alive are imprisoned there, forced to fight each other eternally in the darkness. Hanmaru asked another question, his voice trembling as he listened, sweat beading on his forehead. Does that mean the Rakshasa? An image of a green-skinned figure flashed before him. This made Hanmaru stunned, and Kangchana also realized something. Both of them shared the same thought. Could it be that Rakshasa were once human? Hanmaru felt nauseous, covering his mouth. He immediately vomited. Then what I've eaten? Rakshasa language spoke up. Then it's our turn to ask, isn't it? He looked up in surprise. Kangchana grabbed his hand. She told him, don't talk to it anymore. As she spoke, she made a cut on her hand, though it seemed friendly on the surface. She looked at him and warned, but it's the one who attacked Captain Go and Nam. Weapons appeared as Kangchana got into a fighting stance. Seeing this, Rakshasa language raised its hands in surrender. Stop, I hate violence. But she didn't listen and immediately attacked. She approached it quickly. It smiled cunningly and said, killing me won't avenge your younger brother. Those words made her freeze. It gently pushed away the sharp weapon and replied, because it grinned mischievously. You were the one who killed your own younger brother. Kangchana's legs gave way. She recalled the past when she saw her younger brother being stabbed and she screamed. Her younger brother had taken the fatal blow meant for her. The boy turned his head, his voice shaking. Sister, run. The boy collapsed. Kangchana rushed to him. She caught her brother, his body covered in blood. The boy's limp hand indicated he was already gone. Kangchana cried out in pain, tears streaming down her face. The sound of her heartbeat returned to the present, and blood flowed from the corner of Kangchana's mouth. Rakshasa language taunted. He died protecting you, his older sister. You should have protected him instead, making Kangchana kneel down. Hanmaru cried out in alarm. Specialist Kang. He managed to catch her in time. Seeing the wound on her heart, he panicked. What's going on? Her heart is stabbed. Noticing Rakshasa language's smug smile, he wondered how it had attacked without him seeing anything. Could its ability be to attack with words? Suddenly, Rakshasa language spoke up. Let's continue our conversation. Forget about the pitiful girl who keeps crying over her dead family. Hanmaru gritted his teeth. Shut up! He swung his fist and shouted, don't belittle Specialist Kangchana's pain. A punch landed straight on its face. It was sent flying quite a distance. As it struggled to get up, Hanmaru jumped at it from behind. But it calmly turned around and sneered, you're just a pitiful man being kicked around by women. Hanmaru's fist stopped inches from its face, and he felt extreme panic. My body won't move. A flash of light cut across. Something stabbed into Hanmaru's heart, causing blood to spurt out. He panicked. What just stabbed me? Hanmaru staggered and coughed up blood. He tried to look at Kangchana, who was lying motionless. He thought to himself, I never had romantic feelings for her. I just considered Specialist Kang as a strong and admirable senior. Kangchana's tears fell as she apologized weakly. Sorry. Hanmaru was taken aback, clutching his chest in pain. Blood flowed down like a waterfall, causing Maru immense pain from the mental attack. Rakshasa language spoke while lifting a large rock. Emotions make humans weak, don't they? It approached Hanmaru. After all, we never experienced such feelings when we were human. Hanmaru's inner self screamed, "This is bad, I can't move." Suddenly, Rakshasa language shouted into his ear, "Why aren't you answering? Are you mute?" Hanmaru clenched his eyebrows, thinking, "As long as we have emotions, we can't withstand mental attacks." No wonder Captain Diokman with a level 10 ability was defeated. It laughed and said, "Then let's end this. It's boring if we can't talk," as it raised the rock high. "It's over. Unless someone with a cold heart immune to mental attacks comes to save us?" Hanmaru thought, feeling exhausted. It was about to drop the rock on him. A sound echoed, and Rakshasa language's body was twisted forcefully. A pair of black-gloved hands appeared. Xianwu appeared, sneering at Hanmaru. "What are you doing lying there, level 1? Hanmaru was overjoyed. "He's here, our eccentric savior." Xianwu's face twisted in anger as he grabbed Hanmaru's collar, scolding, "How did you get beaten up like this, you idiot?" It was too itchy, so it spoke up. Xianwu was surprised. "What, are you still not dead?" Maru, on the other hand, was enraged because his collar was grabbed, and he shouted, "Fucking hell, your language is too harsh." He adjusted his head back to its original position, and it smiled with amusement. "Our vocal cords are quite resilient. They won't be easily broken." "You guys should try harder," Xianwu said angrily upon hearing that. What Hanmaru also lost his temper. Both of them shouted in unison, gritting their teeth. "You damn mouthy bastard!" The two-person team Hanmaru tensely stared at the Rakshasa in front of them. He had visible wounds that hadn't healed yet, and he turned his head to warn his uncomfortable teammate. "Hey, it can read memories and launch psychological attacks, so be careful." Xianwu didn't appreciate the warning. Instead, he made a disdainful gesture, looking down on Maru. "I don't need a warning from someone as useless as you. Just hide in a corner and defend yourself." Maru's lips trembled with rage. He was so angry that he couldn't speak. Eventually, he gritted his teeth and swallowed his anger, feeling extremely uncomfortable. "You're just like that Rakshasa, talking back like that." However, as they were teammates, Maru brushed aside their petty squabbles and sincerely encouraged him. "Still good luck." Xianwu stretched, loosening up his joints. His face was as cold as stone, devoid of any fear or nervousness, as he looked towards his enemy. A crisp cracking sound was heard as he suddenly broke his finger without hesitation. His cold expression remained calm, as if it were a normal occurrence. At the same time, the Rakshasa's lower limb joints were also broken. The Rakshasa's body convulsed in pain, trying to suppress the groans from escaping its throat. Instead, it pretended to be calm and taunted him. "Is that all you can do? You'll never be acknowledged by your great father." Xianwu didn't seem to hear the taunt. He slowly stepped forward, continuously breaking his slender fingers. The sound of cracking joints filled the air, and the Rakshasa suffered from the invisible attacks, its body twisting in pain. The Rakshasa's neck, full of bulging veins, was twisted. Still, it smiled broadly and spoke in a voice that wasn't its own. "It seems you're also emotionless like us, aren't you?" The Rakshasa began to snoop into a hidden corner of Xianwu's buried memories, maliciously smiling. "You're indeed the son of that woman who was abandoned by her husband and drove her to suicide, aren't you?" Xianwu's footsteps halted abruptly. He slowly looked up. His memories were dragged back to that terrible day. A child around Xianwu's age could only stand frozen, looking up at a noose hanging from the ceiling and a limp body swaying. Maru, who didn't overly fond of Xianwu, felt a pang of distress and shock. Has he gone through something that terrible in the past? He stared at Xianwu, who was silent with his face darkened, thinking to himself that he had thought Xianwu was a rich kid, brought up in a wealthy family. But the current situation was far from good. Maru started to worry about his teammate. Even someone as cold-hearted as Xianwu wouldn't be able to withstand that kind of psychological attack. He needed to act quickly. However, a soft laughter interrupted his impulsive action. Maru looked at Xianwu in confusion. The man being psychologically attacked by Rakshasa was laughing out loud, a mocking, snickering sound. "So what?" Xianwu said with a faint smile. Xianwu seemed completely unaffected, directly grabbing the Rakshasa's neck. His tone remained calm, without any panic or trembling. "I guess it's because my mom was too weak." His cold eyes flashed, and his words were even colder. Only the strong can survive. The Rakshasa, whose neck was gripped by Xianwu, continued to attack verbally. Then you won't last long either. Its lips curled up, and it continued to taunt him. You can't be stronger than Han Maru. Xianwu, who hadn't been affected until now, suddenly froze upon hearing those words. His face revealed surprise, not bothering to hide it. Seizing that opportunity, a golden light suddenly shot out, aiming directly at Xianwu's left chest, intending to pierce his heart in one strike. A thudding sound was heard as metal pierced flesh. A sharp blade stabbed into someone's forearm. That person smiled faintly and said, "Found you." Maru didn't hesitate to use his arm to block the attack meant for Xianwu. He turned to the Rakshasa and said, realizing its tactic, "So you attack like that." The Rakshasa didn't retract its blade-like tongue. It felt Maru's blood flowing down the blade and heard him expose its attack strategy. After launching a psychological attack and making the opponent let their guard down, it would stab directly at the heart with its tongue. The knife stabbed deeper and deeper into Maru's hand in the deadlock, and he could have his arm cut off. Just then, Kanchana suddenly jumped out from somewhere and slashed down. The blade of the Asura suddenly softened, and fresh blood spurted out from the cut blade. It let out a painful roar, its 7 bodies twisting and scratching at itself continuously. Hana turned her head to check on them. "Are you two okay?" Her appearance was still top-notch, with her long black hair cascading down, no matter what she was doing, and among the thousands of people enchanted by her Maru, was certainly one of them. He forgot the sharp pain in his forearm. His expression dazed as he gazed at her stunning beauty. She was truly beautiful. Fortunately, Maru still knew where he was. He quickly shook his head, dispelling those indecent thoughts. Seeing his colleague suddenly standing there like a statue, he quickly grabbed the man's collar and shook it vigorously while shouting, "Sunwoo, snap out of it!" "What's wrong with you?" Xianwu was on the verge of checking out his body, limp and powerless, mumbling incoherently in his throat. "Am I not as strong as Han Maru?" Maru was speechless. Was this guy hurt because of that? Although he thought so, he couldn't help but smile. Maru touched his nose, feeling both proud and a bit embarrassed, thinking to himself that he didn't expect Xianwu to be so jealous. Xianwu was on the brink of collapse, lying on the ground. He couldn't bear to look anymore. In such a critical moment, Xianwu was still getting bogged down by such childish things. Maru kicked Xianwu's body, shouting, "Snap out of it! Don't believe what it says." He knew these words wouldn't change anything, so although it was awkward, he still had to praise this man a little. "Although I'm outstanding, you're even more so." Xianwu suddenly sat up. His handsome face lit up again as if nothing had happened, and he even looked brighter than before. Xianwu confidently replied, "Of course." This sudden change made Maru impressed. After the 3 of them finished messing around, Chana took the lead, urging them to quickly finish the task and then head off work. "It's getting darker. The later it gets, the more unfavorable it is for us." Maru knew this, but saying was one thing. Doing was another. He asked, "How are we going to approach it with that tongue?" As the most experienced person in the trio, she took responsibility for handling the toughest task. "I'll take care of it. It can't speak, so we need to seize this opportunity." Others might not have noticed, but Xianwu, with his discerning eyes, quickly spotted the bloodstain spreading on her clothes. He said, "In that state." Following Xianwu's reminder, Maru looked over and was shocked by the wound with blood gushing out non-stop. "What's going on? Won't the wound heal on its own?" Xianwu quickly reached out to support Chana's swaying body. Maru watched as Chana's body was covered in blood, his eyes stinging. He thought to himself, "Damn it, if the Asura was still alive, the psychological attack would still be effective, and the wound wouldn't heal." He left the 2 of them there and ran in the other direction, trying to come up with a plan. "I have to hurry and cut off that damn tongue." Maru decided to use himself as bait to lure the Asura away from his colleagues. As soon as he felt he was far enough from it, he waved his arms and shouted loudly to attract its attention, "Hey, it's over here, you fool." The Asura didn't choose its prey, but if someone was right in front of it taunting it, it wouldn't hesitate to chase. Seeing that he had become the target of this monster, Maru felt a sense of relief. It was heading towards him. This was his chance. He couldn't linger and immediately sprinted off like an arrow, turning back to shout at his colleagues. "Xianwu, take care of team leader Kang. I'll use my newfound ability to take it down." Xianwu was stunned upon hearing this muttering. "Are you crazy? That ability should be used in an enclosed space." Hana covered the wound on her mouth with her hand, blood gushing out profusely, still panting, and asking him to help her teammates, telling Hanmaru to hurry. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed through the forest, accompanied by a cloud of dust. Following closely behind were the grotesque feet of the monster. Rakshasa's speed was not slow either, and in an instant it had caught up to him. Maru hastened his pace, running desperately forward. He quickly glanced around the surroundings of the forest, but the only thing that caught his eye was the continuous line of trees. He worried that there were no buildings around, and it was impossible to enter any houses. The situation was becoming increasingly critical. Maru closed his eyes tightly and cursed inwardly. Damn it, what now? A screeching tire sound came from the road below, and a car sped towards him, then suddenly slammed on the brakes. The car door was violently opened and Xianwu jumped out shouting to him, "Hanmaru, come here quickly!" A moment later, all 4 doors of the car swung open. Maru understood at a glance what Xianwu wanted to do. Although he was grateful, he still felt a pang of regret. As he leaped down from the guardrail, he thought to himself, what a waste of an expensive car. Maru jumped down from above. He jumped into the car, and the door slammed shut behind him, locking tightly. But Rakshasa was not going to let them off. It shot out a sharp, over 10-meter-long tongue that swooped down towards their car. Maru quickly jumped to the front seat, taunting it. "Come on if you dare." And Rakshasa did indeed charge towards them. Xianwu, hiding beside him, immediately slammed the car door shut and shouted to his colleague, "I've closed the door!" Upon hearing that Maru cooperated smoothly with Xianwu, quickly jumping out of the car. They were trying to trap Rakshasa alone inside the car. Maru closed the car door last and turned around, exclaiming triumphantly, "Got it!" But before he could finish speaking, Rakshasa's sharp tongue shot out, swift as a flash of light. Maru's body was cut into pieces by that tongue. Xianwu was stunned, his voice hoarse with pain as he screamed, "Hanmaru!" Rakshasa emerged from the car, seemingly proud of its achievement. After Maru, Xianwu was its next target. However, just as Rakshasa was about to move, a hand reached out from behind and grabbed its neck. Maru had been cut into pieces, and Xianwu was now face to face with Rakshasa. Terrified, Rakshasa turned around to see who was behind it. Hanmaru's face appeared inside the car, pale and cold, making Rakshasa shudder. The shadowy figures behind Maru began to stir. Dozens of other Marus started to appear one after another inside the cramped car. All of them reached out their hands simultaneously. Rakshasa felt a potential threat, its hair standing on end. It tried to turn and run, but it was too late. Dozens of hands pulled it back through the open car window. All the Marus inside the car opened their mouths and bit into Rakshasa's flesh with their human teeth, chewing it alive. Rakshasa screamed in agony as a small human dared to bite it so savagely. Moreover, the Marus inside the car started to pull Rakshasa in. It struggled, but couldn't escape their powerful grip. After a while, when Rakshasa seemed to have been completely eliminated, the people inside the car still didn't come out. Xianwu started to worry, knocking on the car door. "Hanmaru, how long are you going to stay in there?" There was no response from inside. His expression turned bad, muttering, "That guy can't be stuck in there, can he?" Kana saw the difficult situation and hurried over, asking, "What's going on?" In the miniaturized world inside the car, Rakshasa was like a lamb among wolves surrounded by the Marus. Its flesh was being bitten and torn, warm blood flowing profusely. Yet Rakshasa still managed to say, "Don't do this, let's talk, Maru. You can't be this violent just like your father." Maru's eyes suddenly widened, his pupils constricting. His face turned pale as if he had seen something terrifying. Maru's memories were unearthed, taking him back to when he was a weak and helpless child, unable to resist when his father grabbed him by the collar and lifted him up. Maru couldn't breathe, his breathing becoming erratic. The image of that man was etched in his eyes, tears streaming down his face. However, that didn't evoke any pity from the man. Maru's father still mercilessly held him suspended in the air as if trying to suffocate the child. The man stared at him, his lips moving, saying, "It has to be like this." Rakshasa had completely seen through his inner pain, so it was even more exhilarating to be able to hurt him. "How are you doing after your father disappeared?" Maru quickly slapped his hand repeatedly. The strength of a special Gongwu Yuan had damaged his eardrum, and fresh blood was spurting out. His ears were ringing, and he could hardly hear anything else, but at the same time that was what he wanted. Maru looked down at Rakshasa with a cold, disdainful gaze. "Don't joke about other people's pain." Rakshasa suddenly laughed. It opened its mouth as if to say something, but Maru didn't give it the chance. He and his clones rushed forward, pressing Rakshasa down. "As long as we can't hear you speak, you're almost completely useless." The arms of the various Marus stretched out, using all their strength to pull Rakshasa's head down. Then he clenched his fist. A loud explosion sounded inside the car. Chana could clearly see the moment when the explosion suddenly erupted, and then she didn't care about her own injuries anymore, rushing towards it frantically. But Xianwu pulled her back in time, shouting, "Get back!" A series of small explosions sounded inside the car, causing a strong shockwave that made the car crumple as if it was about to melt. Finally, a loud thud sounded like a watermelon being run over by a car. Blood spattered everywhere like a summer downpour pouring down on the white car, which was completely stained with this foul-smelling liquid. Chana's eyes widened, her face pale, muttering, "The golden dust is gone!" Even Seonwoo was stunned, forgetting to hold Chana back. Chana struggled to take a step forward, approaching the car that had exploded. She pressed her hand hard against the wreckage, her strength so great that her palms were cut and bleeding. But she didn't care. All her strength was focused on pulling the young man out from under the rubble. "Pull him out quickly." Xianwu couldn't bear to touch her shoulder, comforting her in a soft voice. "It's too late. He's probably dead." She tried to convince him as well as herself. "No, he's got super recovery abilities." She didn't say much else, immediately rushing to dig through the exploded car parts. If they could pull him out before the dust disappeared, there was still a chance. Seonwoo watched Chana, still refusing to give up, digging frantically. He reached out, imitating her, starting to touch the exploded car parts. Seonwoo yanked it out forcefully, his digging speed not much slower than Chana's. As he dug, he muttered, "Damn it, he's dead and still causing trouble." In contrast to the tense atmosphere outside, Maru was curled up, hugging his knees like a newborn baby, gradually falling into his own sea of consciousness. Around him was pitch black with no light and not even a sound. Yet Maru's consciousness remained clear, his body numb, his eyes were tightly closed, panic-stricken, thinking, "Am I dead?" Recalling the last scene he saw before the explosion, he suddenly became dazed. What was that demon trying to say with its last words? Maru couldn't hear, but he had read the demon's lips. The first letter was A, and the second letter was Y. His consciousness was becoming increasingly muddled. Rakshasa suddenly grew larger, holding him in its hand, saying, "Your mission." His eyelids drooped open, his mind a bit chaotic. What mission? Then Rakshasa suddenly shouted, "Wake up!" Maru opened his eyes, waking up. But this wasn't the real world. It was another sea of consciousness. The surrounding space was filled with a bright red color, blinding his eyes. A buzzing sound came from nowhere, suddenly ringing in his ears. Maru realized where the sound was coming from, slowly glancing down at his lower abdomen. Suddenly, something burst out from his abdomen, trying to emerge. It was a large black arm with sharp claws and thorns around the wrist. Not just the arm, but the entire body of a demon emerged from his abdomen, gradually crawling forward. But strangely, Maru didn't feel any pain. The demon suddenly stood up on its arm with a mouth full of sharp teeth and a long, frightening tongue. Maru shuddered, cold sweat pouring out like a stream. "Where is this?" The monster suddenly bent down. It laughed, drool dripping onto Maru's face. Then it asked, "Do you remember me now?" Maru's lips twisted in fear as he stared at the monster. His memories were being forcibly recalled. Back then, Hanmaru had also made a fearful face like this. It was over 2 meters tall, with 3 wolf heads grafted onto a single body, emitting a strong aura of murderous intent. The scene was like a painting from hell, and the monster was like a 3-headed Cerberus that could swallow people's souls. The monster opened its mouth, and saliva dripped down full of lust. Its eyes stared fixedly at him, as if it had already identified its prey for the day. The child Maru was frightened and hid behind his father, trembling as he said, "Dad, there's a monster!" His father not only didn't take him to flee, but instead suddenly grabbed the collar of his shirt and lifted him up. His father's face darkened, looking frightening. His fierce tone made an extremely unreasonable demand on a child. "You must fight it. Don't run." Maru sobbed, his voice cracking as he asked, "What, sir?" His father glanced down at Maru's small body, his expression still unchanging, and coldly said, "Because you have a special ability," Maru's father muttered. "It has to be like this to have the strength to enter the gates of hell." After saying that, he ignored his son's intense resistance. Despite Maru's cries and screams to be let go until his voice was hoarse, he still firmly grasped Maru's collar and dragged him along. Without any hesitation, the father ruthlessly threw his son before the monster. Maru fell to the ground. He trembled as he raised his body, looking up at the monstrous face covered in dust and dirt. His body shook violently, and a whimpering sound was trapped in his throat, unable to escape. His frightened eyes, almost giving up, stared fixedly at the terrifying monster before him. He was completely incapable of resisting. The wolf-like monster pounced, trampling him under its feet. Its large mouth opened wide, rushing towards him. At this moment in the real world outside Sionwu still didn't give up. He gritted his teeth and broke his own hand. There was still a glimmer of hope left in his heart, and some golden dust remained which could possibly be used to save Maru. Just then, beneath the pile of rubble, a faint signal suddenly flashed. Sionwu quickly caught the weak signal and hurriedly ran towards it, lifting the debris covering it. Beneath it was Maru's body curled up tightly. Fresh blood flooded the area, and his body was twisted in an odd position, as if his joints had been forcibly twisted and turned by someone. The two Chana and the other stood frozen, staring at the scene before them, seemingly unable to believe their eyes. They could no longer see any signs of life on Maru's body. Sionwu's index finger had been ruthlessly twisted backward by its owner. He began to be unable to control the trembling of his own body. "No, the golden dust is gone." Hana hurriedly bent down to check, but Sionwu couldn't bear to look anymore. He awkwardly turned his head away. Even upon seeing Maru's battered body, Chana still didn't give up. She gently lifted Maru's hand and placed it in her own, repeatedly stroking the bloody, limp hand. Her voice was on the verge of tears as she said, "Hanmaru, can you hear what I'm saying?" As if he had heard her words, Maru's bloody hand suddenly clenched, grasping her hand tightly. The two of them tensely stared at the scene before them. Sionwu muttered, "Impossible." Hanmaru had lost consciousness lying on the ground, but from his nose and mouth, golden dust continued to emerge. Sionwu exclaimed in shock, "He's emitting golden dust like a demon." Maru's battered body suddenly stood up. His lifeless eyes opened, and his mouth was wide open, as if trying to absorb the last bit of vitality from the world to save himself. Hanmaru's entire body was covered in blood, and he looked like a bloodthirsty monster baring his teeth and emitting saliva as he searched for his prey. Sionwu and Kang Chana were both shocked looking at the scene before them. They shared the same thought without needing to say it. Maru's body had almost fully recovered. He staggered a few steps before falling heavily to the ground with a thud. Just as everyone thought something was wrong with Hanmaru, they saw him sleeping peacefully on the ground, even drooling slightly. He looked like he was having a very comfortable sleep. The other two, upon seeing this scene, were momentarily at a loss for how to react. Sionwu, seeing that Maru was still calmly sleeping in the middle of the chaos, became angry. He kicked Maru directly and cursed, "You damn thing! What the heck are you?" The kick woke Maru up, and he cried out in pain. Maru painfully supported his back with his hand and turned around, asking resentfully, What are you doing? Xianwu was furious and directly grabbed Maru's collar, pulling him up to sit. You just produced golden dust like a demon. Is that the ability of a demon? Han Maru, upon hearing this, was completely confused and didn't understand anything. Demon. Then, as if waking up from a dream, Maru suddenly remembered. Ah yes, he had recalled the forgotten memory. The memory of seeing the face of Rakshasa gluttonous protection. At the same time, he recalled witnessing how it used its ability, and guessed that the Bao Thuk ability wasn't something he had recently acquired, but had possessed since he was a child. He remembered very clearly that day, when he had to fight it alone with great difficulty, while his father sat far away watching. Because back then his father had forced him to. Looking at the man with emotionless eyes, Maru wondered to himself, why did Dad do that? Suddenly something seemed to pierce his chest, causing Maru to painfully cry out, "Huh!" and bend down, making Xianwu jump in surprise. Seeing Han Maru bend down trembling on the ground, Xianwu was also at a loss. What's wrong with you? You have to tell me. Kang Chana was already familiar with Han Maru's condition, so she also stopped Xianwu, telling him to wait a moment, because Han Maru seemed to be on the verge of a panic disorder relapse. She also didn't forget to warn him about what happened today, reminding him that this was a secret among the three of them. This made Xianwu surprised, and he turned around to question her, asking if she was trying to cover up for this monster, and shouldn't they report it to headquarters immediately? But she remained calm, raising her hand to refute him, saying that they still didn't know why Han Maru was creating the golden dust. Xianwu's expression darkened as he asked Chana, what if Han Maru became as dangerous as the Rakshasa? With a confident and serious expression, Kang Chana asserted that she trusted Han Maru and that he wouldn't be a danger. He couldn't do anything but turn around and look at the person behind him breathing heavily. It was as if he had run out of options. All he could do was glance away, not caring what happened next. Then he turned around and walked away, leaving Kang Chana and Han Maru behind. However, even Kang Chana herself didn't entirely believe what she had just said. She could only sigh, thinking that although she said she trusted Han Maru. A little while later, on a speeding high-speed train, Han Maru with a tired body leaned his head against the train door, indifferent to the gazes of others. But he was still lost in his thoughts. What was Rakshasa's true form? Had he become a monster? Suddenly he glanced up at the window, and the horrifying image of Rakshasa reflected on the glass made Han Maru jump. He panicked, shouting loudly, and immediately stepping back, distancing himself from the window. A person nearby, noticing his loud outburst, reminded him to behave. Han Maru glanced back to see Yoseok behind him, looking displeased. Han Maru raised his hand to his chest, trying to calm himself down, and stuttered an explanation to the other person, saying he had seen something wrong. He was seeking comfort and was about to invite Yoseok to chat, but Yoseok turned his head away, raising his hand to refuse, stating that it was against the rules to have personal conversations with colleagues after work. Hearing Yoseok's words made Han Maru feel even more down, and his mood was hurt. It was a waste that he had considered Yoseok a close colleague. Just then, a notification on Yoseok's phone caught his attention. He answered the call saying, "Kim Wooju, what's up?" Then in a nearby bar near the train station, a voice was heard. Yoseok, with a face reddened by beer, looked unhappy, pointing ahead and saying he wanted to quit Team Gyeongsang and that it was as simple as writing a resignation letter. Kim Wooju hesitated, about to respond, but glanced aside, seemingly unsure who the person next to Yoseok was. Yoseok also noticed Han Maru beside him, who was drinking heavily and seemed to be lamenting his fate. This made Yoseok even angrier and more irritated. Yoseok was completely drunk with foam at the corner of his mouth, no longer maintaining his image, and directly complained about being lonely and not wanting to be alone. He didn't treat Han Maru as an outsider. Instead, he naturally smiled and started a conversation with Wooju, saying it was his first time meeting a colleague from a different team and asking why he wanted to quit. Kim Wooju lowered his head, looking distressed, and began to tell his story, saying it was because of the discord within the team. Yoseok, of course, knew the inside story and angrily told Wooju that it wasn't just discord, but outright bullying. Hanmaru, somewhat sobered up, was shocked, opening his eyes wide in surprise, thinking that this was the legendary story of workplace bullying. He also nodded in agreement with Yoseok's words, explaining the situation briefly. Kim Wooju was as gentle as clay and never dared to resist. Yoseok suggested that if he stood up for himself just once, the issue would be resolved. Suddenly, Hanmaru asked if Senior Yoseok had also been part of Team Gyeyang. This made Yoseok pause, his expression darkening, and he didn't say a word. A voice spoke up, explaining to Hanmaru that Yoseok was actually the one who was bullied the most. Hanmaru, with the influence of alcohol, didn't hesitate to ask angrily if the people in Team Gyeyang were the kind of people who constantly bullied others. Yoseok recalled the dark memories of his past, his expression turning gloomy as he thought of those people. They were a group of people without humanity, no different from demons in human skin. Hanmaru was shocked by Yoseok's words, thinking about the demons in human skin. Yoseok's words made him recall Sionwoo's question from earlier. What if Hanmaru became as dangerous as Rakshasa? Hanmaru felt a bit frightened, his expression not looking good, wondering if he might also become a danger like Rakshasa. After the party, the three of them also walked through a small alley to get back to Yoseok's place, with Yoseok walking in front with his hands in his pockets looking relaxed, but only Hanmaru had to carry Kim Wooju on his back. He was furious, panting heavily due to the weight on his back throughout the long journey, causing him to sweat profusely and soak his clothes. He asked the person in front of him, team leader Yoseok, if they were almost there. Yoseok pointed to a distant place where a restaurant was still lit up on the other corner of the street, saying they were here, and that it was Kim Wooju's parents' store. He reached out to open the door for Hanmaru, then turned back to say that he would hand Kim Wooju over to his parents, and then they could head back. But suddenly something caught his eye, causing Yoseok's face to turn pale. Someone inside the room called out, asking if it was Yoseok. In front of them were three people who were coldly staring at Yoseok. Yoseok, sensing that something was off, tried to turn around and leave the store. But before he could step out of the door, he was met with a loud crash, causing Yoseok to cry out in pain. A menacing voice spoke out, saying, "Look who's here!" A tall, red-haired man with a menacing smile stood in the doorway, blocking the exit, and looked at Yoseok with a satisfied expression, saying that he had come to see Kim Wooju and hadn't expected to run into Yoseok. Without waiting for Yoseok to react, the man directly kicked him inside. The man didn't hesitate, kicking Yoseok straight in the face, cursing and scolding him, telling him to quietly disappear instead of causing trouble. And Yoseok was completely unable to fight back, lying on the ground and taking the beating. The man continued to shout, getting more and more agitated, and stepped on Yoseok's body, yelling that he was going to kill him for setting fire to their office. Hanmaru stepped forward from behind, grabbing the man's arm to stop him, asking what he was doing. The red-haired man coldly glanced at Hanmaru, asking who he was. Hanmaru politely introduced himself, saying he was a colleague of team leader Yoseok from the Gawangdo team. The man sneered, saying that the Gawangdo team was full of perverts, and that Hanmaru was probably one of them. Then he directly punched Hanmaru in the face, scolding him for daring to touch him. Hanmaru was hit and thrown against the wall behind him, feeling a lot of pain. The man rubbed his arm, complaining that Hanmaru had made it dirty. Then he turned back to Yoseok and kicked him in the face again, causing a large amount of blood to spill out, saying that he couldn't stand looking at useless people like them and just wanted to beat them to a pulp. The man continued to shout and kick Yoseok multiple times, and Yoseok couldn't do anything but lie on the ground, covering his face to protect himself from the blows. Hanmaru slowly got up, wiping the blood from his face. His cold eyes flashed with a dangerous glint, and the blood from his nose continued to flow, but his expression was no longer gentle. At night, inside a restaurant in a small alley, Hanmaru's face was not happy, and his cold eyes were filled with anger as he looked at the group of people, and the golden dust in his mouth was slowly accumulating, preparing to finish them off. The red-haired man continued to punch Yoseok in the face, and Yoseok could only endure the pain and suffering, saying that it was because he had reported them to the headquarters that they had been punished for months. The man didn't hold back directly, choking Yoseok, making it hard for him to breathe. And despite Yoseok's battered face, the man still didn't show any mercy, scolding him and saying that they had been searching everywhere to settle scores with him. Yoseok could only helplessly endure tears streaming down his face. The man's colleagues behind him seemed to be enjoying the sight of their leader beating up Yoseok, saying that they hadn't expected Yoseok to be hiding in the Gangwado team. Hanmaru slowly stood up from behind his eyes, filled with killing intent, and the golden dust in his mouth was accumulating more and more. Suddenly, the door to the restaurant opened. The red-haired man heard the noise and turned around curiously. But before he could react, a foot directly kicked him in the face. The man was thrown back, feeling a lot of pain, just like Hanmaru had been thrown back earlier. All of the red-haired man's colleagues behind him immediately stood up, shouting at Hanmaru, asking who he was. Sionwoo's face was cold with a hint of anger, and he repeated what the red-haired man had said earlier, saying that the Gangwado team was a team of diehards. He turned to Hanmaru and warned him. Sionwoo stepped forward, his face close to Hanmaru's, warning him that if he continued to produce golden dust, he would die. And Hanmaru, snapping out of his anger, suddenly became aware of his surroundings again, and his anger dissipated, replaced by confusion. Realizing that he had almost acted recklessly, Hanmaru immediately covered his mouth and stuttered, asking Sionwoo why he had come, and Sionwoo responded bluntly that he had come to prevent Hanmaru from causing trouble. The story goes back a few hours earlier when Sionwoo saw Hanmaru grabbing Yoseok's sleeve, pleading with him, while Yoseok was angry and refused. But suddenly something in the distance caught Sionwoo's attention. As Hanmaru passed by the two people, Sionwoo saw a small figure wearing a cap in the distance and immediately recognized Kang Chana. She also turned her head to look at him and was surprised to see his eyes on her. Both of them stood far away without prior agreement, but shared the same thought. How could they say they didn't care about Hanmaru? The side near Sionwoo wasn't any different from Chana, so how could they say they trusted him a lot? Returning to reality. Kang Chana was shocked to see the situation inside the restaurant and wondered what was going on. She quickly stepped forward to support Yoseok, whose whole body was bruised and bloody, and anxiously asked if he was okay. Although she was furious that her colleague was injured, she still tried to suppress her anger and said she would take him away. But a voice interrupted her, saying, "It wouldn't be that easy." The voice belonged to a woman with an expressionless face, who shook the red-haired man's arm and said, "You killed half of my team members, and now you want to run away." A muscular man wearing glasses also stepped forward to block Kang Chana from taking Yoseok away, saying they had unfinished business with him. Kang Chana wasn't intimidated by their imposing presence. Instead, she coldly looked up at them and said that as a special officer, they shouldn't cause trouble if they didn't want to be reprimanded. The woman crossed her arms and warned her companions not to cause trouble, saying they were the ones who deserved to be reprimanded. But the red-haired man, after regaining consciousness, stood up angrily and shouted that he didn't care. His face was also bruised, just like Hanmaru earlier, and he was now experiencing the same feeling, but he wasn't willing to accept it and angrily cursed. "You're dead, you bastard!" he shouted and rushed towards Sionwoo, who was standing far away, looking relaxed. Sionwoo saw the man who had just been beaten by him and was now full of excitement with his hands ready and a satisfied smile, thinking, "I might as well play it out since I'm going to be punished anyway." Sionwoo stepped forward without hesitation and faced the two men alone. Even Hanmaru beside him wanted to join the fight to help Sionwoo, but Kang Chana shouted a warning, stopping Hanmaru from intervening, leaving him confused. However, she didn't stop him from joining the fight. She just reminded him to be careful and not to reveal his abilities, leaving him puzzled. Suddenly, the surroundings of Kang Chana darkened, and she couldn't see what was happening. She knew something was wrong. Her eyes turned red, and she knew she couldn't stand by and do nothing, so she took off her jacket, ready to join the fight. The tall, bespectacled man took advantage of Sionwoo's distraction to grab his arms from behind, immobilizing him, and the red-haired man reminded his companion to hold Sionwoo tight. The red-haired man, feeling proud, raised a chair to hit Sionwoo's head, saying, You're dead. Just then, something bright and powerful flew towards them. It hit the red-haired man's side, causing him to cry out in pain and lean to one side. The person who did that was none other than Kang Chana, who skillfully swung a baton. Without waiting for the bespectacled man to react, she bent down and struck his leg with the baton, causing him to scream in pain. The man fell to the ground, clutching his leg, which was red and swollen, and cursed in pain. Kang Chana coldly pointed the broken baton at the red-haired man, warning him to stop, or he'd get hit again. Just then, a well-dressed man with a proud face appeared, interrupting the fight, and asked what was going on, saying he had just gone to the bathroom and found them fighting with civilians. Kang Chana turned around and asked, "Who are you?" The man replied that he was the captain of the Gyeyang Huangsa fighting team. Kang Chana saw that he had a similar rank and felt relieved, explaining the situation to him, saying they were from the Gangwado team, and there was a misunderstanding. She walked past the red-haired man's companions and approached the captain, asking him to intervene and resolve the issue since his team members had attacked hers. But before she could react, the captain punched her in the face, creating a loud noise. She fell to the ground in pain, while the captain stood still, waving his hand and looking at her as she flew away. He coldly looked at Kang Chana and questioned her, saying she wasn't an ordinary person, so why did she dare to touch his team members? Then he saw Yoseok still sitting on the ground in pain, and quickly recognized him, saying, "Oh," like an acquaintance who ran into him again. He smiled and joked, putting his hand in his pocket as he walked over, pretending to ask after Yoseok. "Long time no see, Yoseok." Seeing Kang Chana being beaten, he strode straight towards the air conditioner in the distance. As he witnessed the scene, sweat unconsciously dripped down his face, and his mouth opened involuntarily, releasing a stream of golden dust. The scene before his eyes was unimaginable. The team leader had dared to hit a woman. Hana's nose was bleeding non-stop, her face red and swollen from his punches, looking pale and disoriented. A growl rose from his throat as he lost his composure, activating the power of the golden dust. His eyes widened, flashing with a deadly glint, veins bulging on his face, sweat pouring down his forehead and saliva dripping from his mouth due to the intense energy. Sunwoo, seeing the increasing amount of golden dust around Hanmaru, hastily reached out to restrain him. "Hanmaru, stop, don't do this." But before Seonwoo could intervene, Hanmaru took a step forward, lunging at the detestable team leader. The sudden attack caught the team leader off guard, and he opened his eyes wide in surprise. "Who are you?" Without letting him finish, Hanmaru punched him straight in the face, unleashing all the pent-up anger. The punch was so forceful that it sent the team leader stumbling. The inhuman punch sent the team leader flying to the side, his head crashing into the ground with a loud thud, creating a massive impact that shattered the floor. He crashed into a pile of tables and chairs, his head hitting the wall, causing blood to splatter everywhere. After unleashing his anger, Hanmaru gradually regained his composure, but it was too late. Golden dust poured out of his mouth, filling the room. The red-haired group was stunned by Maru's incredible strength. Even Yoseok was shocked, staring at the scene before him in disbelief. Seonwoo, on the other hand, was helpless, rubbing his temples in frustration at Hanmaru's uncontrolled actions. Hanmaru, still unaware of the chaos he had caused, was worried about Chana's condition, crouching down to ask Kang Chana, "Are you okay?" Hana, regaining her composure, wiped the blood from her nose and scolded him. "I told you not to create golden dust." Hanmaru knew he had acted inappropriately, but he couldn't help it. He apologized to Chana. "I'm sorry I lost control when I saw you being hit." As Hanmaru helped Chana stand up, a mocking laugh echoed from the team leader. "Ha ha ha!" He inhaled the golden dust, his eyes rolling back, and his face twisted in a pleased expression. After inhaling the dust, he couldn't contain his excitement, sitting up abruptly and asked, "You're not a Rakshasa, but you can create golden dust." He slowly approached Hanmaru, extending an invitation. "Who are you? How can you create golden dust?" The man, unable to hide his interest, placed a hand on Hanmaru's shoulder. "Want to join my team?" Hanmaru's mind flashed back to Yoseok's fearful eyes at the bar, and he remembered that the team leader was associated with those despicable people. Looking at the team leader, Hanmaru's veins bulged as he refused outright, I'll never join a team full of scum. The team leader wasn't surprised by Han Maru's refusal. He stroked his chin thoughtfully. Too bad. He smiled cunningly. I won't let you leave so easily. Noticing the golden dust filling the room, he came up with a devious plan. Since we have the golden dust here, he proposed a fight between the Gyeyang team and the Gangwado team, spreading his arms wide. Fighting Rakshasa gets boring. Let's have a real battle. His words left Han Maru's group stunned, as if they were dealing with a lunatic from a mental institution. The Gyeyang team. Seeing the team leader's maniacal grin, Han Maru's group thought, they're a bunch of lunatics. The restaurant was about to become a battleground. The team leader casually picked up a piece of seaweed and ate it, ignoring Han Maru's group. Without waiting for their response, he ordered, "Everyone line up." Kang Chana, not wanting trouble, tried to intervene. "Wait, this can't be done." But the team leader cut her off, raising a finger, and established the rules. He licked his lips, proposing the terms of the battle. We'll have a 3-match fight. The winner takes Yoseok. He treated Yoseok as a prize, disregarding Yoseok's pale complexion. Sweat poured down as he listened to every word he said. If you win, we'll let bygones be bygones about what Yoseok did in the past. Of course, he didn't forget to mention Han Maru. He called out, "And you? The Rakshasa guy." The peculiar nickname made An grit his teeth. Rakshasa. He kindly reminded An about his troublesome ability, the one that creates golden dust. If the headquarters finds out, they won't let you off the hook, he said. With a smirk, as if he was in control, he casually raised his hand and sprayed something from a hidden container. If you accept the challenge, I promise to keep it a secret, he said to Maru. Kang Chana furrowed his brow, his face darkening. He cursed inwardly at the other man's teasing attitude. Damn it, he's not even listening to me, he thought. Xianwu, standing beside him, coldly asked, Shall we take down that team leader first? She knew An was impatient, but she didn't want things to get any worse. She hurriedly advised against it. If we don't, they won't sit still. It'll just end in chaos. On the other side, he spoke very casually, as if this battle was just a friendly meeting. He gestured towards his companions and smiled. Let's consider this a friendly match. Which team will concede first? However, he still felt the need to remind them of the rules. Just one thing. We can't kill each other. That's not humane, he said. The entire Han Maru group was shocked into silence by his words. They couldn't believe what they were hearing, their mouths agape. Xianwu, resigned, removed his hat to avoid it getting in the way during the fight. Out of habit, he put on his gloves to avoid getting blood from the dirty people on him. With no other choice, he said, I guess I'll have to fight. I want to test my abilities against people with special powers. Han Maru stepped forward, blocking Xianwu's path, and scolded him loudly. Are you crazy? You can't be like those trash can you. Not only Xianwu, but Kang Chana also seemed determined to fight. She put her hand on her chin, thinking seriously, and then told the team leader, We'll accept the challenge, as Xianwu said. An was shocked and frightened by her words. Before they began fighting, she reminded the other two behind her, making hand gestures to them. Remember to stall for time during the fight, she said. This left Han Maru and Xianwu bewildered and unsure why. She didn't say much, just coldly told the two men, Go ahead and fight. You'll see. Xianwu had been waiting for this moment for a long time. He smiled coldly, did a quick warm-up, and stepped forward. I'll go first. I don't like waiting, he said. On the other side, the team leader turned to ask his subordinate, Who will go first for our team? The bespectacled man slowly removed his glasses. He activated his ability, and the veins on one of his eyes became visible. His eyes turned dark with a yellow streak in the middle. A demonic presence appeared in his pupils, as if it was analyzing the person in front of him. It seemed to be communicating with the tall man. The man used his ability to tell his companions that he could attack by breaking the opponent's body parts. The red-haired man couldn't help but step forward confidently. I'll take care of him, he said. This was an opportunity for him to take revenge on Xianwu. He clenched his wooden hand into a fist and shouted, I've had enough of him. I'll show him what real strength is. His hand, like branches, stretched out powerfully, like a bloodthirsty monster charging towards Xianwu. The sharp branches rushed toward Xianwu like prey, but he stood still, unmoving. Only when they were about to hit him did he casually bend a finger, his eyes coldly fixed on the red-haired man. The branches were immediately cut off by some invisible sharp force. They fell to the ground, and Xianwu nonchalantly smoothed his hair, belittling the red-haired man's strength. But the red-haired man had another plan. He smiled sinisterly, clenched his fist, and seemed to be using some kind of power. "You think that's enough?" The branches cut off by Xianwu immediately regrew into numerous vines, wrapping tightly around him, creeping up his body. The sudden attack caught Xianwu off guard. The red-haired man smiled triumphantly. "I can control even the broken parts. These vines will wrap around your neck," he said as the vines tightened around Xianwu's neck, causing him pain and difficulty. The red-haired man looked at Xianwu, wrapped in vines like a mummy unable to move. He stepped closer, satisfied. "Now, not even a finger can move. How can you use your ability now?" He was very excited and turned his arm into a weapon like a drill and pressed it close to Xianwu's eye with the intention of making him fear him, saying that he was sure to win, and asked him if he wouldn't give up easily. He laughed at the interesting question, although the other man's weapon was already close to his eye. But he still kindly reminded him that there was still a way to break it, you fool. Right after that insult, he bit his own jaw joint, making it crack loudly. As if an invisible force had burst out from inside, all the vines that had surrounded him were immediately dispelled in an instant, even creating a rebound that made the red-haired man reflexively close his eyes and cover his face. Seizing the moment when he wasn't paying attention, Xianwu grabbed his neck like catching a mosquito, making him panic and cry out. He coldly announced the punishment he would receive without mercy or hesitation, starting with breaking the fifth vertebra. His voice was as gentle as an angel's, but his actions were decisive and merciless. He broke one of his own fingers, and immediately after a part of the other man's spine seemed to be broken in half, making him cry out in pain. The sudden pain in his spine made his legs unable to support him, and he collapsed to his knees. But Xianwu didn't intend to let him off that easily. He was still enjoying the hunt, exerting more strength to lift the red-haired man up, forcing him to listen to every word he said. "Why did you pass out so quickly? Stand up." The other man couldn't do anything like a fish on a chopping board and could only weakly cry out. He smiled faintly, but it was no different from a death god, as he announced the next punishment, the neck bone. Right after that, he was about to raise his hand in front of the red-haired man's horrified gaze. The man tried to cry out a few words, begging him. Suddenly, a hand from behind grabbed Xianwu's hand, stopping him. Kang Chana's face was serious, with a hint of anger in her eyes, as she warned Xianwu to stop. "Are you going to kill someone here?" Xianwu interrupted, lost interest in tormenting the other man, so he dropped him and turned to leave. Chana immediately declared to the other team's leader that the battle was over, and their team had won. The red-haired man, spared from death, vomited repeatedly, his eyes filled with horror at the pain Xianwu had inflicted. The team leader behind him saw his subordinate in such a miserable state, and just coldly observed, calling him useless. He turned to look at the two groups of people in front of him, excitedly announcing that it was time for the next match. "All right, let's move on to the next one." Kang Chana decided that she would be the next to fight, so she tied her hair up to avoid any hindrance during the battle. However, when she heard Xianwu, she couldn't help but scold him. "Your attack just now was too strong. You didn't even give me time to stall." He sighed helplessly and asked her back, "What else do you want?" With a confident and cold face, the next person stepped forward. The tall man once again used the power of the demon inside him, his eyes seeing through Chana's ability. She had the power of iron, using blood to create a sword. As he spoke, he turned to look at the only woman in the group who was making her way through the crowd to step forward and engage in combat. He sneered, "It's your turn now. You two are well matched." She put her hands into her clothes, rustling, and then pulled out from both sides of her ribcage. The area around her ribs was torn open, and blood gushed out. She bent down, ready to fight, directly using her own bones to engage with Chana. Seeing this, Chana felt that it was too risky and could be life-threatening, so she kindly warned, "I think it's best if we both don't use swords like this. It's too dangerous. But the woman didn't care. She even used her ability to make more giant bones grow out from her back. Those bones quickly formed into giant legs like a spider's, and she sat down on one of her bones, not caring about Hana's words, and retorted, "I don't care." Then she jumped forward, charging towards Hana. Seeing the enemy charging towards her, Hana knew she couldn't be merciful anymore and directly bit her own hand, making blood flow out. She cursed, "Damn it." She quickly used her ability to create a long sword, successfully defending against the woman's attack. The woman's expressionless face reflected on the sword. Kanchana looked at the sharp bones on her sword and frowned. The powerful attack made her struggle a bit, sweating. Another bone from the woman Chenchana wasn't paying attention, launched a surprise attack from her side. It swept across her waist, causing blood to splatter everywhere. Hana cried out in pain. Her face turned pale and she sweated more. Seeing the situation, she felt uneasy and thought, if this continues, it'll be dangerous. To avoid being on the defensive, Chana used all her strength to sweep across, forcing the woman to jump back to avoid the attack. Taking advantage of the woman's retreat, Chana also took the opportunity to jump forward. She was also not inferior and used her strength to make those bones attack her directly like a weapon. However, with her agility, Kanchana easily dodged those attacks. Witnessing that strength and speed, she came up with a plan to withstand the attack and make the other woman retreat. She quickly used her sword to sweep across the ground, then directly swung a powerful strike at the other woman, leaving a deep gash without any hesitation, as if she had put all her strength into it, causing blood to spurt out from the other woman's body. The other woman was immediately knocked back, and blood splattered onto her companions behind her, who cried out in alarm. "Team Leader Park, are you okay?" Kanchana then realized she had gone too far and hastily asked if the other woman was okay, saying she had lost control of her strength. However, the two men behind her didn't seem worried like her. Instead, they were cheerful and praised Seonwoo, clapping and teasing Kanchana. "Wow, you're really good at stalling." Even Han Maru didn't notice adding a few more seconds. Kanchana's face turned red, and without turning around, she lowered her head and replied innocently, "I've never fought a human before, so that's why. I've only killed Rakshasa." The three of them chatted happily, completely unaware that one of the group members was watching them with a different intention. The man was sweating profusely, unable to believe what he was seeing, and thought to himself, "Isn't it said that only the weak end up in Gangwado?" Having seen his side lose 2 matches already, he wasn't as enthusiastic as before, and hastily reminded Maru's group, "Hey, isn't it just Han Maru left now?" Kanchana was taken aback, not believing what she was hearing. She hadn't thought he would insist on following her group to the end. Knowing he wanted to see Maru's abilities, she retorted, "We've already won 2 out of 3 matches. Do we need to fight again?" He didn't hide his intentions and directly stated his purpose. "Of course I want to see Maru's abilities, so I've been waiting until now." The man even arrogantly demanded that Kanchana's group comply, suggesting they bet 3 points on the big match. Upon hearing this, Kanchana shouted in disbelief, "Are you kidding me? That's ridiculous!" However, before Kanchana could argue further, Han Maru stepped forward, confidently accepting the man's demand. "It's fine. Let's bet 3 points." Without hesitation, Maru directly pointed at the man and made a condition, "I want to fight the team leader directly." This made the other 3 people shocked. Yoseok and Kanchana were stunned mouths agape, not believing what they were hearing, while Seonwoo just sighed in exasperation at Maru's reckless action. The team leader was very pleased with Maru's statement and couldn't help but smile. Only the bespectacled man behind him quietly used his abilities. Suddenly, something made him frown, and even the demon in his eyes panicked. The demon in his eyes kept screaming and even clawed at his eyes as if trying to tear them apart. This caused him immense pain, and he cried out, clutching his heavily injured eye, blood pouring out, making the man beside him worried and ask if he was okay. The bespectacled man was terrified, his whole body shaking, sweat pouring down his forehead, stuttering, Is he human?" He said this because at that moment, behind Han Maru, he saw a purple mass with countless fangs, like the mouth of a monster. He was frightened and wondered who Maru really was. The team leader, upon hearing this, sneered and stepped forward to face Han Maru, saying, You want to fight me? It seems like it won't be a good match. Instead of me going on stage, let someone more capable handle it." After saying that, he raised his hand and called for his subordinate to bring someone else to replace him. The person who came to replace him was none other than Kim Woo-ju, dragged forward by a tall, burly man behind him. Woo-ju was still confused. "Team leader, what's going on here?" Woo-ju was frightened and worried about his parents back in the store, stuttering, "My parents." But the team leader remained nonchalant, putting his arm around Woo-ju's shoulders, patting his face and saying, "It's okay, you don't have to worry." Then he pushed Woo-ju forward, saying to Han Maru, "Fight Kim Woo-ju, the strongest member of my team." Woo-ju was pushed unexpectedly and lost his balance, falling forward painfully. Yoseok, seeing his friend being used as a bargaining chip, couldn't help but stand up and plead, "Team leader, please stop this." However, the team leader didn't care about Yoseok's words, frowning and warning him, "Shut up. I'll talk to you later." He then turned to Kim Woo-ju, boosting his morale and making a lucrative offer. "Come on, Woo-ju. Do well in this match and I'll consider promoting you." Han Maru looked at Kim Woo-ju, who had been friendly with him just hours before, now becoming his opponent. Maru was taken aback, his eyes wide with surprise. Before Han Maru appeared a giant head, with the upper half hollowed out, making him think involuntarily, "Is this the demon power I have? It seems to be reacting to this situation." Only saw that demon behind Kim Woo-ju's back, continuously spewing out words that seemed to trample others. "You useless pig! You're so pathetic! Why are you so useless? Die!" Every time it opened its disgusting mouth, Maru saw images of Woo-ju in front of him, from the image of crying at a drinking establishment to the wicked smiles of the team leader's group, and even the image of Yoseok being bullied non-stop. He realized it was the memory of civil servant Kim Woo-ju. Even something inside his body was controlling his body, which surprised him. He hastily covered his mouth to the point of not being able to control his strength, causing blood to flow out of his mouth non-stop. He was frightened, thinking he was about to spew out those terrible words. "No, it's not good. Must stop it." But the demon inside Han Maru spoke up on its own, mocking Woo-ju. "You were happy, weren't you, when Yoseok was being bullied?" Upon hearing those words, Kim Woo-ju's face turned pale. It didn't stop, not even under Maru's control, directly sticking out its long tongue and continuing. "Wasn't it also painful for you to be weak and useless?" He witnessed such a scene, struggling to restrain it. "Stop it." And suddenly that tongue, like a sharp knife, quickly moved forward, not waiting for Woo-ju to react in one move. It pierced through his heart, causing him to spit out a mouthful of fresh blood and let out a shocked cry. He knew he had just caused trouble, hastily bending down to support Woo-ju. He wondered why his demon power had suddenly erupted like that, only to see Woo-ju with tears streaming down his face and sweat pouring down, looking very regretful, uttering 2 words. "I'm sorry." His words shocked him, Han Maru hadn't understood what was happening when a blast occurred, a green, slimy explosion that splattered straight onto him. That was Kim Woo-ju's ability, demon-powered destruction. The green, slimy substance was like acid, quickly corroding his body, his whole body smoking, causing Maru to painfully scream loudly. Even those behind him shouted, "Han Maru!" Kongchana panicked and asked if he was okay. She was about to step forward to check on him when the team leader stopped her with his hand, not wanting anyone to interrupt his fun. "Stand still. We're in the middle of a fight." Then he scratched his chin, looking very leisurely, and stepped forward to ask, "How are you?" "Little boy, still in pain. Can you endure it?" He bent down to look at Han Maru's body covered in blood, and kindly asked, "You know, that's not just external damage. It's corroding your internal organs too." "Got it?" Maru was in extreme pain at this point, his skin being eaten away, and didn't pay attention to the man's words, just groaning in pain, although his body was gradually being corroded, leaving only his skeleton exposed. He was still defiant, turning to retort, "I won't give up." The team leader, upon hearing that, was stimulated. He withdrew his sympathetic expression, revealing a cold face, and bending down to look at Han Maru. Ordered, "All right, if you have some skill, then show it quickly." He was even kind enough to instruct Han Maru, who was crouched on the ground. "If you want to win, attack me quickly to end this fight. Do it." The golden dust still flowed out of Han Maru's mouth non-stop, but he had quickly recovered somewhat thanks to his magic power. He slowly stood up straight and replied, "I don't care about rules. What's victory?" As if gathering all his anger, he turned around ready to punch the team leader straight in the face, beating, "You is the game's end," looking at him charging forward. The team leader still responded calmly. "You think it's that simple? When we play, there are rules." "Understand the team," leader said as he touched his tie. He mentioned a number 8 and immediately tightened his tie as if strangling something. Han Maru, who was moving towards him, felt a force from above pressing down on him, causing him to fall face down to the ground, crying out. Those with Han Maru were also pulled down to the ground by that mysterious force. Even the weak subordinates of the team leader couldn't escape, all lying flat on the ground, painfully crying out. Xianwu struggled to raise his head, looking forward, saying, "This power is heavy on the body. Hard to breathe." Yoseok was gasping for air, trying to regulate his breathing. He tried to remind everyone, "That's Team Leader Gyeyang's ability. Just breathe shallowly. We can endure." Others heard this and looked forward, looking at the man still standing tall. Looking down on the weaker ones, they thought he's the one with the 9th stage demon power controlling gravity. He looked at the crowd kneeling on the ground, as if worshipping a god. "And the god he saw was himself," he said with pleasure. "Watching you all lying down like this is really fun." Then he stepped through the golden dust, getting closer to Han Maru, saying, "I'm so excited." Looking at the boy who still seemed to be enduring, I didn't think the kid's recovery ability was so strong. He looked at Han Maru's wounds gradually healing and couldn't help but praise. Then he seemed to have found a fun game, gripping the tie around his neck tightly, smiling cruelly. "Let's see how you kid would react if I increase the gravity." Immediately, a force came crashing down from above, instantly shattering his spine, the sound of breaking bones echoing through the air as he endured excruciating pain, tears of blood streaming down his face, and spewing blood due to severe injuries. He watched as the golden sand grew thicker and reached out to touch it. Glancing at it, he said, "It seems that the more painful it is, the more golden dust you emit." He glanced at him with a contempt and continued, "This is your demon power, quite unique." Hanmaru lay sprawled on the ground, tears streaming down his face in pain. He wondered to himself, feeling perplexed. A demon with a grotesque face and long teeth appeared in Maru's mind, making him think that with his ability to see demon energy, he should be able to see the team leader's power, but it seemed incredibly strong. Before he could do anything to change this situation, he needed to make some adjustments. He thought to himself, calculating as he struggled to stand up. To stop him from using his demon power, he needed to distract him. He had to find the team leader's weakness. With his determination not to be defeated, Maru coldly glanced at him. Despite his trembling body, he managed to lift his face to look at his enemy. However, his ability and the head floating behind him remained silent, not revealing any images of the team leader's past, leaving him puzzled as to why he couldn't see more clearly. Then, as if realizing something, Maru's eyes widened as he understood that the team leader seemed to have no mental weaknesses to exploit. Or perhaps he was a psychopath with a demon power that had no weaknesses. Maru continued to speculate, looking at the detestable team leader, who stood calmly before him. Suddenly, he pulled out a small dagger from his pocket. Having lost patience, he directly bent down and pointed the dagger at Hanmaru, threatening, "Don't make me ask again. If I get annoyed, you're dead. How do you have that golden dust? If you don't tell me, I'll cut your throat open to see," he said gleefully, moving the dagger straight towards Maru's neck, making him increasingly panicked. He was going crazy. Suddenly, the blade near Maru's neck broke in half, as if something had interfered with it. It was Shonwu's ability. He shouted loudly. Seeing the opportunity, Kang Chana bit her own skin, immediately summoning her weapon. One hand grasped the small dagger, and with the other she strained her leg muscles to stand up. Concentrating all her strength into one leg, she jumped a great distance, directly charging towards the team leader. She grasped the red sword and stabbed it straight at him. But he wasn't the least bit afraid. Instead, he calmly tightened his tie, using his power once more to increase the gravity 20-fold. Immediately, another wave of force pressed down, making Kang Chana's body feel like it was shattering. She couldn't endure it and lost consciousness. Even Seonwoo and Yoseok widened their eyes in pain, sweat pouring down their faces as they both cried out in agony. He slowly stood up and tossed his sword aside. The team leader bent down to look at Kang Chana, who was unconscious on the ground, and calmly said, "When the gravity is high, breathing is difficult, and the brain doesn't get enough oxygen. You'll all pass out." Han Maru, seeing that she wasn't moving worriedly, called out her name, Kang Chana. The team leader did not forget his purpose. He directly snatched the weapon from her hand. Then, turning his head, he coldly glanced at Han Maru before him, smiling smugly. "Now there's no one to stop us." Watching Maru struggle to breathe to stay conscious, he happily continued. "Let's continue what we were doing, shall we?" Hanmaru was gasping for breath, his strength waning. He thought, "Damn it, the gravity is going to make me lose consciousness. What can I do?" The slanted-eyed man heard the knock on the door and, surprised, called out, "It's late. Who could it be?" He lost patience and slammed the door shut. But the shadow behind the door didn't leave. It remained still. A mysterious black liquid slowly flowed through the crack under the door. The liquid quickly enveloped those lying motionless inside. The slanted-eyed old man began to suspect. "What is this black stuff?" Kang Chana smiled, thinking. He finally came, but it's too late. A group of people suddenly burst in. They supported the special agents inside. "If this continues, it'll become a big issue," someone said. Someone quickly sent an emergency message to team leader Go Deokman. "Go!" Deokman stood outside the door, surrounded by the golden light. Two eyes black as coal had liquid flowing from them, a manifestation of the dark demon energy. Han Maru experienced for the first time the feeling of being submerged in the team leader's liquid. His instincts made him feel that something was off. The slanted-eyed man wasn't an exception. He too was affected by the liquid, his face filled with confusion. Not long after, only his head remained above the black liquid. He couldn't understand the space he had fallen into. What was this darkness? Something felt very off. He knew something was wrong, but couldn't explain it. On the other hand, Han Maru was also in a state of panic, unable to hear or smell anything, feeling as if he no longer existed. This feeling of losing all senses was indeed unbearable. He clutched his head, tears welling up in the corners of his eyes. "What's going on?" The narrow-eyed man looked around blankly at the knife, completely unaware of the dark hand behind him. "Go!" Deokman grabbed the knife with one hand and choked the narrow-eyed man with the other. The man quickly lost consciousness. With the task done on this side, Go Deokman looked at Han Maru, who was trembling not far away. Maru's spirit began to waver. He even bit his hand until it bled just to feel something. He was in extreme panic, unable to feel anything. "Help!" Go Deokman stepped forward, choking Han Maru with one hand and holding his bloodied arm with the other, stopping him. Han Maru also quickly lost consciousness. Go Deokman calmly reached into his chest pocket and pulled out 2 eyeballs still covered in blood. He skillfully inserted them into his own eyes. As soon as the 2 eyeballs returned to their original positions, the black liquid disappeared. The entire dark space suddenly turned into a black fog. It then crawled into Deokman's eyes. The special agents of his team, including Han Maru and the narrow-eyed man, all lay unconscious on the floor. Deokman sighed. The golden dust had finally stopped, hadn't it? The other agents began to regain consciousness, quickly grasping the situation. "You're here, aren't you?" "Go!" Deokman slowly raised his head towards the sky, tapping his forehead with his hand. In a bored tone, he asked Kang Chana Seonwoo, "Why didn't you tell me what happened to Han Maru?" He turned his head back, his anger flaring up. "You want to quit being an agent?" Kang Chana bowed her head. "I'm sorry." If Team Leader Go had talked to Team Leader Gyeyang to resolve the situation, Deokman interrupted, his cold gaze fixed on her. "No, this matter cannot be overlooked." Not long after, the scene shifted to the headquarters. Han Maru was locked in a glass room with numerous people silently monitoring him every minute. Han Maru sat on a chair, his hands cuffed to the chair legs, still wearing his usual expression. But in reality, he was extremely panicked. What should I do now? Elsewhere in the headquarters, a tense meeting was underway. Yu Young-un made a serious proposal. From now on, we will manage Hanmaru. Deokman dismissed the idea. That's not going to work. She stood up angrily, her voice sharp. He can create golden dust like a demon. You know he's a dangerous individual, yet you still say that. She slammed her hand on the table. Look at the clash with Team Gyeang. If he uses that ability in front of people in the future, what will happen? But Go Deokman calmly denied it. That won't happen. This incident was caused by Team Gyeong's attack. He glanced to the left. Isn't it true that the team leader of Gyeong only recruits bad people? Director Jong Il-do. Isn't it your responsibility to have let a psychopath like that join? Young Yoon showed her annoyance. Wait, how dare you speak like that in front of the director? Contrary to her, Director Jong Il-do simply waved his hand. It's okay, Kang Chana spoke up. I think that for special agents, personality isn't that important. Jong Il-do continued. Team leader Gyeong is a psychopath or whatever, but he's a talent we need in the fight against demons. He smiled slightly. It's better than having team leader Go run away to Gangwado. Deokman immediately retorted. Hanmaru is the same. He's necessary in the fight against demons, and he's not a problem in everyday life either. Moreover, these two will be able to handle the relationship between the three of them. They're very close. Suddenly, this imposing team leader brought up his own team members, making Kang Chana and Seonwoo jump in surprise. The other party asked sternly, "What if Hanmaru causes trouble?" Will team leader Go take responsibility? Go, Deokman affirmed. Yes, I will. Can I go now? The meeting ended, and he stood up with the other two to leave. But before they reached the door, the director called out to Seonwoo to stay behind. Seonwoo turned back his face, showing a hint of annoyance. He didn't say a word and turned back to re-enter the meeting room, letting Kang Chana and Go Deokman go ahead. After the meeting ended, Hanmaru was also released. He hurriedly ran to catch up with the other two. He eagerly asked about the situation. How is everything? Will I be okay? He didn't forget to comment on the team leader's impeccable outfit, but his tie was a bit off. Go. Deokman loosened his tie, his expressionless face, uttering words that felt like 1,000 knives stabbing into their chests. 3 months of disciplinary action and all 3 of you will have your salaries deducted. Upon hearing this, Hanmaru was shocked into a statue, a tear falling from the corner of his eye, feeling heart-wrenching pain. Oh my God, why did it have to be financial punishment, team leader? You're really something. He was annoyed. These lunatics always made him take the burden. This time, thanks to Team Gyeong taking responsibility, they managed to get out of it. But if they cause trouble again, who knows what will happen? He carefully warned them not to forget that Director Jong Il-do was a very scary person. At the same time, Jong Il-do tilted his head, and a suppressive aura emanated from his entire body. He presented a condition to his precious son, whom he had just called that if Hanmaru lost control and rioted again. He looked at Seonwoo seriously and asked if he could eliminate him. As soon as Seonwoo heard the last words, the nerves in his head immediately became tense. He tried to maintain a calm expression. The tone was somewhat reproachful and sincere. He said, I don't want to just talk about these things. After 20 years, we meet again, and then I'll leave. After that, Seonwoo adjusted his collar and prepared to leave the room. However, Jong Il-do was more serious than he thought. He coldly ordered, sit down. This was not a request from a father, but a command from a director. Hanmaru was no longer considered a legitimate user of demon energy. Jong Il-do rested his chin on his hand, indicating the severity of the issue. A person who spreads golden dust on their own is no different from a demon. He repeated once again for Seonwoo to remember that Hanmaru might become their enemy. In stark contrast to the tense atmosphere in the room, Hanmaru was still in a joking mood with the other two. Go Deokman ruffled Hanmaru's hair. Listen carefully. Okay? Hanmaru laughed and replied, Yes, I heard you clearly. Hanmaru made a disbelieving face, unable to believe what he was seeing right before his eyes. Is this the management style of the Gangwa team? The room was messy with dirty dishes piled up in the sink and clothes and bottles scattered all over the place. Hanmaru was taken aback, silently judging the homeowner multiple times. Even when I was studying for the civil service exam, it wasn't this bad. A lazy voice came from behind. "You're here." Deokman appeared from somewhere and lazily squeezed Hanmaru's shoulder. He was wearing only a pair of floral shorts that barely covered the necessary parts. "From now on, you'll be staying with me." Hanmaru still had his mouth agape as a stream of crazy thoughts ran through his mind. He was fumbling around, stuttering, and only managed to spit out a few words. "Should I do it?" Deokman seemed completely unbothered by Maru's awkward expression. He lazily yawned and said, "Yes, this is the only way to monitor you and prevent you from causing trouble." Then he nonchalantly smiled and said they would be together 2:47, both on and off work. Deokman didn't notice Hanmaru's disgusted gaze. Internally, he was screaming wildly. "Are you crazy?" The scene shifted to a building where the two men were heading to work. Hanmaru couldn't focus on his work with a pair of piercing eyes staring at him as if trying to bore into his head. Hanmaru stuttered and hesitantly said, I want to say." But Jiwon's cold, murderous gaze made him feel like a cockroach. If he dared to spit out golden dust in the office, he would be dead. Yoseok interrupted. "Hey, don't scold him anymore. What if he gets angry and spits out dust?" Maru heard this and turned to Yoseok, looking aggrieved. "You can still say that it's because of you that I'm in this state," he seemed to say. Maru looked uncomfortable, but could only sigh. Just then, Kim Yibok jumped out of nowhere, feigning shock, and covered his mouth. The sound of Maru's sigh had startled him. Deokman beside him also jumped up and grabbed Maru's face, urging him to let out a sigh so he could see. He hastily pried open the young man's mouth, saying, "Don't sigh and spit out golden dust." "Okay." Maru was on the verge of his patience snapping due to their bizarre behavior. Hanmaru got annoyed and made an excuse to leave immediately. "Can't even breathe around here. I can't take being treated like a monster anymore." As he was about to enter the restroom, he bumped into Seonwoo, who let out a sound upon seeing him. Hanmaru recalled what Seonwoo had said before, that he couldn't be considered a normal person with abilities. Someone who could spit out golden dust was no different from a monster. Maybe Seonwoo would become their enemy. Until now, he had been looking at Maru with an unreadable gaze. Maru's irritation was written all over his face. He immediately raised his voice. "What are you looking at? Are you going to nag me?" Surprisingly, Seonwoo's reaction was different from what Maru had expected. "It has nothing to do with me. I don't care about you," he said. Hanmaru watched Seonwoo's retreating back, sweating profusely. Why is he being so weird today, he thought. Usually Seonwoo just wanted to tear him apart, but before he could even catch his breath, another voice chimed in. "Are you okay?" Hanmaru was on the verge of exploding. "Stop it, everyone!" To his surprise, the person who spoke was Kang Chana. Hanmaru was taken aback for a moment. Before responding to Maru, Kang Chana turned to the person accompanying her, Kim Wooju, and explained, "Since Wooju is new to Team Gangwa, feel free to ask him anything." Kim Wooju bowed politely. "Yes, Team Leader Kang." After finishing her explanation, Kang Chana turned to Maru, who was still in a daze, and said, "Let me take a look at your eyes." Maru didn't have time to react before she grabbed him. Hanmaru obediently bent down, allowing Kang Chana to examine his eyes. He glanced sideways, feeling uneasy. "Don't worry, I won't spit out golden dust here." Kang Chana seemed to understand his reaction and said reassuringly, "Don't take it to heart how others in the team treat you. They're afraid that if something happens, Team Gangwa won't be able to protect you." She continued, her soothing voice, calming Maru down. Hanmaru felt a bit perplexed. That's true, but the scene shifted back to the office from earlier. Maru sat listlessly in his chair. It's too much to be stuck with paperwork all the time. It's so boring, he thought, going through the motions of printing documents. He held a stack of papers, still pondering the team leader's intentions. The team leader's decision to keep him away from fieldwork was essentially a way of protecting him, but it felt like a restriction. Just as he was thinking that, the door opened again. Maru saw two men in suits, their faces stern, walking into the office. Maru's confusion deepened. He greeted them reflexively. "Excuse me? Who are you?" Before he could finish speaking, one of the men in suits wearing a red tie charged towards him. A straight punch came flying towards him. Hanmaru crashed into the photocopier, unable to react in time, his head spinning. The man in the red tie still hadn't let up. He grabbed Maru's collar and laughed maniacally. "Come on, spit out some golden dust. Let's see." The attacker unintentionally caused Maru's nose to bleed profusely, his face darkening with anger. But Maru recalled what Kang Chana had just told him, that the team was afraid of not being able to protect him if something happened. His rationality kicked in, warning him to be cautious and not cause trouble. The man in the red tie was still in an excited state, his next punch poised to strike. "Hurry up and transform. If you don't, your face will be messed up," he taunted. The pink vest didn't even have time to do anything else when the green vest behind him kicked him across the face. Just looking at it made you fear that he would twist his neck and die right there. The pink vest fell to the floor, mouth agape, gasping for the oxygen he had been deprived of after the previous kick. The green vest quickly helped Maru sit up courteously, greeting and apologizing, saying that the other man was a bit rude. He seriously introduced himself again, saying, "We are from the Seoul headquarters, and we are not to be trifled with." Still reeling from the painful kick, Hanmaru couldn't calm down. He retorted angrily, "So you're from the headquarters. Have you come here to check on me?" The green vest explained with folded arms, "Well, this guy came to meet you because he's a fan of your special abilities." The pink vest, now sitting up with blood streaming down his face, still looked excited and manic. "I've been wanting to meet you for a long time, King Maru." Maris' inner self was still trying to process the bizarre situation, wondering who these twin-like individuals were. Suddenly, he sensed something suspicious and raised both hands, asking, "Wait a minute. Who is King Maru?" The pink vest, who had beaten him up just minutes ago, now jumped out and touched him all over, saying, "You're even more skilled than Director Jung Il-do." Maru was taken aback, not knowing how to react, and stood there trembling. The man gave a big thumbs up in front of Maru, praising him innocently as if they were old friends. "Yes, you're the best among those with the abilities of the Rakshasa. It's truly amazing." Hanmaru, upon being praised, responded with a humble, "I'm the best." His mind kept wandering until the end of work, and even after he was still lost in thought. His colleagues behind him didn't pay any attention to him and went about their day as usual, saying their goodbyes. Suddenly, Hanmaru noticed something unusual. The newcomer Kim Woo-ju was still standing in the corner, looking awkward and rubbing his hands. He immediately went over to ask what was wrong. The sky was gradually being covered by the setting sun, and it was getting darker. Hanmaru bent down to adjust something inside a small iron pillar. The electrical panel inside the pillar seemed to be malfunctioning, as it wouldn't budge, no matter what he did. Woo-ju looked guilty and kept bowing his head, saying, "I think I broke the meter during the day. I was afraid of being scolded, so I didn't dare to say anything." Maru just smiled and comforted him, saying that Team Gangwado wouldn't punish him for making a mistake, as everyone was kind. After saying that, Maru himself became lost in thought for a moment. Woo-ju, feeling relieved, smiled brightly and said, "Thank you. I still haven't had a chance to thank you for what happened the other day." Maru was taken aback and rubbed his head, saying, "It's nothing, so feel free to." The other person's words were hard to understand, and Hanmaru started to sweat, asking, "What do you mean by spraying gold dust?" Woo-ju was surprised and glanced at the layer of golden dust on the ground, saying, "I thought you were the one who did this. So what is this golden dust?" Hanmaru immediately turned his face away. A Rakshasa suddenly appeared in the forest. Kim Woo-ju, being timid, immediately hid behind Hanmaru, his eyes welling up with tears, thinking, "I'm going to die because of me." The headquarters didn't receive the notification about the Rakshasa's appearance. Hanmaru immediately reassured him that with the amount of golden dust, it was likely just a level 1 Rakshasa, and they would handle it. The confident words of the pink vest from earlier still had a significant impact. "You're the best among those with the abilities of the Rakshasa. It's truly amazing." The seemingly thoughtless words gave Hanmaru a surge of confidence, and he stepped forward thinking, King Maru. Hanmaru rushed forward, closed his eyes, and bit hard into the Rakshasa. He seemed to have used all his strength to bite as deeply as possible. Flesh was torn apart and blood splattered everywhere. Hanmaru remained vigilant, knowing that even if it was just a level 1 Rakshasa, the only way to eliminate it quickly was this way. The monster quickly fell to the ground, motionless. Wuju stood by, clapping and praising. Wow, you took care of the monster in an instant. But Maru hadn't even had time to feel happy when he was shocked by what he saw next. Wait a minute, what's going on? The corpse of the Rakshasa was torn in half, and a living creature emerged from inside. Maru was frightened and sweat broke out on his forehead. What's going on? I thought I killed it. Another Rakshasa appeared, or rather the previous level 1 Rakshasa had regenerated from its own corpse. On its chest, a red piece of flesh was missing. The monster had become even more powerful than before. Under Hanmaru's astonished gaze, it evolved into a level 2 Rakshasa. In the end, Hanmaru collapsed to his knees, questioning himself. He wiped the sweat from his face, wondering why this was happening. Following his speculation, it seemed that the monster was getting stronger. The Rakshasa in front of him was slowly approaching, carrying an unpredictable danger. Kim Wooju's face turned pale. It looks like it has evolved to level 5 now. He rushed off immediately without hesitation. I will go call the others. Hanmaru turned back and shouted loudly, Be careful! Before Wuju could react, the Rakshasa monster immediately jumped towards him. Its arm swung swiftly and directly towards Wuju's face, leaving him only enough time to cry out before he blinked and saw the hand approaching at high speed. Instinctively, Kim Wooju's survival instincts kicked in, and he suddenly bent down, releasing a bright green toxin that directly attacked the Rakshasa monster. The monster, poisoned and severely injured, let out a painful roar while clutching its head. Hanmaru tensely watched the scene unfold, thinking, It's changing again. The more wounds the monster sustained, the stronger it became. The Rakshasa was now turning to stone, preparing for its next rebirth. Its head continued to crack open. A new Rakshasa monster emerged from the old body, leaving Hanmaru astonished. With its new body, it evolved further. It became even more terrifying. Hanmaru gazed at the Rakshasa with its new body now resembling a grown man and thought, Kim Wooju, frightened, hid behind Hanmaru, his face blank. He whispered, It's already at the 6th stage. How much stronger can it get? Suddenly Maru realized something. 6th stage. Could it be? He looked at the red dots on the monster's chest and quickly understood. Each time it evolved, it lost 1 dot. A jolt ran through his entire body from his feet to his head. It means this thing can evolve up to the 10th stage, he thought. He cautiously glanced at Kim Wooju behind him, thinking silently about what to do. This is too dangerous. I need to get Kim Wooju out of here, he thought. He stretched out his arm to block Wooju planning in his head. While I distract it, you go call the other members for help, he thought. I won't be able to hold on for long, so you need to hurry, Hanmaru said, fully trusting that Wooju would come to his rescue in time. Hanmaru forced a smile to reassure Wooju. Don't worry too much. I'm here, so I'll be able to handle it. With that, he suddenly rushed forward. Kim Wooju hesitated, calling out Hanmaru. Hanmaru didn't hear Wooju's call and was lost in his thoughts. He had absorbed several powerful demons before, and this one was no exception. Therefore, he was confident that when fatally wounded, he would become stronger. He jumped up, placing his trust in himself. He focused all his strength into his fist, determined to land a decisive blow. However, Hanmaru didn't expect the Rakshasa to have evolved to the point where it could easily dodge his attack, leaving him astonished. It's become too fast and strong. I won't be able to take it down, he thought. Without wasting any time, the Rakshasa launched a straight punch into his abdomen, severely injuring him. Although his body could change, his endurance was still that of an ordinary human. He coughed up blood, feeling unbearable pain. To defeat this demon, I need to find its weakness and evolve like it has, he thought. Hanmaru knelt on the ground, gritting his teeth in pain, his entire body trembling. The Rakshasa continued to land more blows, each one aimed at vital spots, cold-blooded and merciless. Hanmaru's vision blurred, and he coughed up blood instead of clear liquid. He realized the situation was beyond his control, his bones already broken. Red dots appeared on his chest, similar to those on the Rakshasa. It seemed his body was now reacting to the cells he had absorbed. Hanmaru wondered why he hadn't changed yet. Suppressing his pain, he analyzed the situation seriously. Maybe my recovery ability is too fast, so I couldn't activate the level-up ability like it did, he thought. He looked up at the sky, and desperate thoughts began to emerge. Hanmaru roared, "Kill me, you bastard!" The Rakshasa delivered a fatal blow, aiming straight for his head. Kim Wooju suddenly rushed in, panicked. "Hanmaru, no!" he shouted, seeing the danger. Kim Wooju bent down and released a toxin towards the monster, momentarily stopping it. However, the toxin had no effect on the Rakshasa. Kim Wooju trembled in fear. He watched in horror as the 6th stage Rakshasa shifted its target to him. Panicked and disbelieving, he thought, the toxin didn't work. The Rakshasa swung its hand and struck Wooju's head with a single decisive blow, knocking him to the ground. It continued to strike his face multiple times, causing blood to splatter everywhere. Wooju's face was battered and bruised, his fearful eyes gradually losing consciousness. Hanmaru couldn't remain still. He rushed forward, grabbing the Rakshasa's neck. He bit deep into its neck. Then he ripped off a layer of its skin, causing blood to splatter everywhere. The Rakshasa let out a painful roar. The wound quickly coagulated, and the Rakshasa began its process of rebirth and evolution once more. Hanmaru supported Kim Wooju, shaking him gently and asking worriedly if he was okay. Wooju looked at Hanmaru in surprise. "Why did you come back to save me?" Kim Wooju whispered weakly. "It's all my fault. I'm the one who should have run away. I'm the coward who dragged you into this." He still tried to say a few more words while his strength was gradually being drained. "Hanmaru, come on. Run away from here." After speaking, Wooju immediately left because he was exhausted. Hanmaru was worried. "This is not good. If I leave him here, he'll die." He carefully put his jacket on Wooju's body and continued to think. "I can't wait for the other members to come and help. I need to resolve this now." He took off his tie, fully focused on this life-or-death battle. He looked at the monster, which seemed to be frowning. It still has 3 more evolutions. Hanmaru immediately launched a proactive attack. "I can't let it reach the 10th stage." Maru punched the monster's chest repeatedly, his eyes filled with determination. "I need to destroy its core before it evolves." The monster's chest burst open, revealing a dark red space inside. The core, full of vitality, was exposed. Hanmaru breathed heavily, thinking to himself, "Luckily it hasn't evolved yet." He quickly crawled in and tried to bite into the core to absorb it as quickly as possible. However, the monster didn't just let him eat it. It punched straight into Hanmaru's chest, its arm piercing through his body. Hanmaru lost consciousness for a moment, spitting out fresh blood. He collapsed to the ground, a huge hole in his chest. The monster had successfully evolved. The wound on his body began to petrify. Hanmaru entered a state of rebirth similar to the monster he had absorbed. He smiled helplessly. "It's evolved. There's nothing I can do in this situation." The monster grabbed his head. Then it lifted him up into the air. Suddenly, it exerted all its strength. It threw Hanmaru's entire body with great force. It was like a professional athlete throwing him a considerable distance. Hanmaru was thrown, and at the same time, his body underwent a new transformation, causing him to scream in pain. But then he saw the monster heading towards Kim Wooju in the distance. His entire body was petrified, and he could only scream helplessly. Where was Hanmaru thrown to? He collided directly with a tree trunk and was completely petrified. But he hadn't had time to evolve yet. Finally, the top of his head cracked open. Hanmaru was reborn from the depths of eternity. He was shocked, recalling the moment before he was thrown. The monster was heading towards Kim Wooju. He couldn't hesitate any longer and rushed down the mountain, praying that Kim Wooju was safe. And then he looked down at his feet, slightly stunned. He was running so fast that he couldn't even see the shape of the rocks on the ground. The evolution speed of that monster was too fast. He might be too late. He shouted Officer Kim. But when Hanmaru arrived, he didn't see anyone there. There were only 2 bags, one white and one black, thrown on the ground. Hanmaru looked around confused. Had the golden dust devil disappeared? He searched everywhere, worried. Where had it gone? Just then his phone in his pocket rang. The information on the screen immediately answered his question. The 128 star had moved to the adjacent area. The screen then showed an incoming call from manager Go Deokman. Deokman's voice was serious. "Hanmaru, you've seen the 7th stage devil, right?" Hanmaru reported back seriously. "Yes, I was about to report it to everyone." Deokman grasped the situation and immediately moved, reassuring Hanmaru. "It's okay now. Don't worry, we'll come to support you right away." Without waiting for Maru to respond, Deokman hung up the phone, leaving Hanmaru frustrated. He hung up already. I was about to say something more, but time didn't allow him to hesitate. He had to find Kim Woo-ju quickly. He had already reported to the other members and they would come. Now he needed to find Kim Woo-ju and bring him to a safe place. While searching, he heard a familiar sound and immediately looked in that direction. It was a warning signal. Hanmaru quickly walked through the trees. Hanmaru found Woo-ju lying between the trees, motionless. It seemed he had fainted. Hanmaru shouted, "Officer Kim Woo-ju!" Hanmaru rushed to support Woo-ju. Worried. "Are you okay? Are you injured?" Hanmaru was horrified to see his hand covered in blood. He glanced at Kim Woo-ju's front, which was a mess of blood. He couldn't even see his face clearly. Hanmaru panicked, his eyes welling up. "This can't be happening," he called out again. "Officer Kim." He desperately tried to cling to hope, thinking he needed to spit out the golden dust to heal Woo-ju. He shouted loudly, "Open your eyes! Don't close them!" His voice became increasingly desperate and urgent. "Please." But Kim Woo-ju's hand remained limp without any strength. Hanmaru gave up on healing him with the golden dust and silently hugged Woo-ju's cold body. No one could guess what he was thinking. A while later, he covered Woo-ju with his torn shirt. He stood up and walked away slowly. Looking at his teammate's body, Hanmaru had only one thought: revenge. He didn't look back, and a dark aura emanated from him, his back becoming increasingly abnormal. At the same time, Kang Chana appeared. She was climbing the mountain while keeping in touch with the others. "I've already reached the top, but what about the team leader? Go Deokman is also driving here." He looked at the alert on his phone with a serious expression, wondering how such a powerful demon could exist here. He immediately ordered Kang Chana not to act alone, to wait until he arrived, and then coordinate their actions. Suddenly, a tremor occurred on the mountain, and Kang Chana was startled, quickly turning to look. The people below in the town were also surprised, gathering and discussing what was happening, wondering if it was an earthquake. Kang Chana looked at the notification on her phone, her eyes widening in disbelief as she saw it was a 10th stage demon, and it was related to golden dust. Golden sand. Go! Deokman's expression also turned serious, asking if there was a 10th stage demon in Gangwado. Yoseok panicked, holding his head, worried that if they didn't stop it, everyone would be in danger. Kim Yibak quickly signaled him to be quiet. Seonwoo was also getting anxious, urging the driver to hurry, who tried to calm him down. Young-eun was also getting restless, stuck in traffic, frustrated and cursing the red light. Kang Chana rushed towards the aftershock, knowing she couldn't wait for the others. She decided to act alone, needing to quickly find the demon and prevent it from moving towards the crowded area. She stopped, looking like she had seen something. From the thick layer of dust, she quickly spotted a figure hidden in the golden sand. She had found it. But then she was surprised to see Hanmaru, who turned around upon hearing his name being called. Seeing Kang Chana, he shouted for her to leave, to go back. But she didn't listen, asking him what he was doing. He continued to try to persuade Kang Chana to leave. He lost control, shouting that he would take down the demon quickly. Kang Chana was confused, calmly placing her hand on his shoulder, asking him to explain what was happening. He explained that the demon could evolve into a higher stage when injured. She was surprised, asking if demons could evolve. Among the golden sand, there was another figure. The figure gradually became clearer. A monstrous creature with a white body and thick muscles appeared. Kang Chana was startled, asking Hanmaru if he was the one dealing with the 10th stage demon. Hanmaru gripped the wooden stake tightly. His eyes glazed over, saying he would take care of it, that he had to kill the demon. He raised the stake, pointing it at his chest. Kang Chana was shocked, rushing to push the stake away, asking him what he was doing. Hanmaru explained that he had absorbed a demon like that before, and if he was fatally injured, he could evolve further. Kang Chana realized things were more complicated than she thought, panicking and trying to calm him down. She thought of a way to help him calm down, telling him that the team would arrive soon. But Hanmaru replied that he didn't need anyone's help. Chana got angry, asking if he was trying to die by going after the demon alone. Hanmaru was resolute, saying he would kill the demon, even if it meant dying. He stabbed himself in the chest, and blood spurted out. Under the pressure of the bleeding, Chana was also splattered with blood, her eyes wide with shock. She stood frozen, watching Hanmaru kneel down. The golden dust was no longer as thick, and the surroundings became clearer. Chana was sweating, unable to believe what was happening. She saw the stone figures scattered on the ground, wondering how many times Hanmaru had been fatally injured. As she stood there, the monstrous creature appeared behind her, preparing to strike. Chana was startled, turning around to defend herself, surprised by the sudden attack. Another hand intervened, grabbing the creature's hand. Hanmaru, having completed his rebirth, rushed forward to block the attack. His strength was not to be underestimated. He overpowered the 10th stage demon. Hanmaru twisted the creature's arm. The creature's blood dyed its body red. Both their faces were expressionless. The creature counterattacked, grabbing Hanmaru's neck with its other hand. It lifted Hanmaru high into the air. Then it slammed him to the ground. The impact caused the surrounding rocks to shatter. Hanmaru's face was pale, seemingly unaffected by the pain. He looked at the creature, noticing the tendons on its hand stretching. Hanmaru grabbed the hand that was choking him. He gasped for air, looking at the creature in surprise. The arm he had torn off began to regenerate. Go! Deokman was gasping for breath. Damn it, why is this happening? The shock continued to appear, causing Go Deokman to be startled. What was that noise? Chana was confused. It seems like images of Hanmaru's past surfaced. At that time, he looked very naive. He was also prone to crying and being fearful, which was different from what she knew about Hanmaru. Hanmaru resolutely threw another punch at the monster's face. It seemed that his strength was growing, causing the monster to lose its balance. Maru jumped up full of killing intent. Chana had been watching from the start to the finish. She used herself as a mirror for the first time and saw the expressionless face of the boy. Why did he suddenly change like that? Hanmaru turned around, preparing for the next attack. The monster quickly recovered its severed arm, which grew back instantly. It was not to be underestimated as it clenched its fist and counterattacked Hanmaru's stomach. It was indeed a 10th stage monster not to be trifled with. A single punch sent Hanmaru flying hundreds of meters away, causing a massive shockwave. Hanmaru was thrown through the bushes in the forest, creating a significant disturbance. He eventually collided with a massive boulder, causing an explosion. The sound echoed around the surroundings. Chana could no longer remain seated. She immediately rushed towards Hanmaru. However, Go Deokman arrived just in time and grabbed her arm, pulling her back. Stay there, Chana! This is a 10th stage monster. We can't mess with it, Deokman shouted. Chana regained some composure. Team leader, please update the damage situation. He gently squeezed her arm. Chana. The veins on his neck were visible, and his face looked irritated. Why is Hanmaru here? He's supposed to be at home. At the same time at the headquarters, Young Yun lost his composure, shouting, Is there a 10th stage monster in Gangwado? A mysterious voice replied through the screen. Yes, I've received the information from team leader Go Deokman. A silver-haired old woman sat on a rotating chair. She was Ji Gumok, the director of the Incheon branch. She clasped her hands together calmly, announcing, The Incheon branch has sent personnel to assist. I'll report this to Director Jong Ildo. If the Incheon branch can't handle it, we'll take care of it. Young Yun responded. Understood, sir. It's been 2 years since Jong Ildo started messing around with his phone lazily, hasn't it? After the level 10 demon appeared at Seorak Mountain, Young Yun fell into deep thought. At that time, all the staff who went there on a mission were sacrificed, and the damage to the civilians was also too great. Jong Ildo remained nonchalant, even smiling. Don't worry too much. Team Gangwado will be fine. They have team leader Deokman. His eyes looked lazy but were full of confidence. And there's that young boy. The person he was referring to was none other than Hanmaru, whose face was cold and filled with hatred. Hanmaru continued to advance towards the 10th stage monster, seemingly without any fatigue. He took slow and deliberate steps forward. Go Deokman witnessed this scene and was shocked. That crazy kid. He shouted loudly, Stop, Hanmaru! But Maru completely ignored him and charged forward without hesitation. Hanmaru jumped up into the air, and the monster looked up, watching him fly towards it. The monster didn't want to just stand there and die. It clenched its fist, preparing to strike. Both individuals simultaneously threw punches at each other. The two punches clashed, with both arms displaying incredible strength. However, it seemed that the 10th stage monster was still stronger. A direct punch crushed Hanmaru's arm. The destruction of his arm caused Hanmaru to be thrown backward. At that moment, the 10th stage monster grabbed his neck. It lifted him up with a triumphant expression. Go Diokman saw the critical situation and wanted to rush forward to help. This isn't good. We can't let him continue fighting like this. But it seemed that Hanmaru didn't feel pain. He resolutely clutched the monster. He raised his mangled arm enraged. He directly inserted his arm into the monster's throat. His mouth was constantly spitting out golden dust, thinking that his recovery speed had increased. The wounds on his arm also spread golden dust, rapidly healing the injury. The damaged arm quickly regrew at an incredible speed. It pierced through the head of the 10th stage monster under Hanmaru's cold gaze. Go! Diokman stood aside, watching the fight in shock. Did he just pierce the monster's head with his hand? It's okay. Hanmaru pulled his hand back, now having the upper hand. Both of them collapsed to the ground. He immediately delivered a finishing blow, biting hard into the monster's neck, causing it to scream. Then he quickly ripped out a large chunk of flesh. Kangchana finally spoke up. It seems it can't recover anymore. But Hanmaru didn't stop. He looked like a madman, continuing to raise his bloody fist towards the monster. His face didn't show any emotions. He resolutely punched the monster's face repeatedly until he lost his mind. Go! Diokman saw the situation getting out of control and quickly spoke up. Hanmaru. Stop it! Kangchana also came closer. Without saying a word, she used her sword to behead the monster. The head rolled on the ground, unintentionally causing Hanmaru's action to pause because he was about to hit its head. But now it was too far away. He looked at his hand stained with blood, and suddenly his hand trembled slightly. Kangchana hugged Hanmaru, who was in a daze, and spoke softly to comfort him. It's okay, it's all over now. Not until then did Jiwon and Seonwoo rush to the scene, Jiwon panting and shouting, "Is everything over?" Seonwoo looked around cautiously, assessing the situation. It doesn't seem like the team leader and Kangchana handled the monster, did they? Go! Diokman glanced away and replied. It was Hanmaru who took down the monster. Seonwoo was startled and immediately turned to Hanmaru. Did he handle the 10th stage monster alone? Hanmaru's eyes were empty. He stared blankly ahead, unsure of what he was thinking. The funeral for public servant Kim Wooju was held quickly. Thick smoke and incense surrounded the memorial photo in which Wooju smiled gently. The two parents of Wooju cried until they almost fainted, unable to accept the fact that their child had died before them. Members of Team Gangwado also attended the funeral, all of them with their heads bowed, their eyes filled with sadness that couldn't be hidden. Yoseok was also in a daze, still unable to accept the reality. Kangchana leaned against the wall and asked softly, Are you okay? Go? Diokman crouched down, his voice softer. I still can't forget. Kangchana asked further about the handling of Kim Wooju's case. Dukman sighed and replied, The headquarters has sent people to handle it. Fortunately, his body was still intact and hadn't been eaten. He fiddled with his hair, his eyes fixed on the floor. He suddenly stood up, seemingly having made a decision. This place is no longer safe. Kangchana reminded him that they still hadn't been able to contact Hanmaru. She remembered Hanmaru's public servant card and the letter he left on the table, saying that he had submitted his resignation and left. This was a serious matter that needed to be reported to their superiors. She didn't give up and quickly made a request. Please give me some time to persuade him. But Diokman replied firmly, He won't come back. I've been through this, I understand. He didn't hide his dark past. When I was in Seoul, a 10th stage ghost appeared. Many team members died during the fight. I was the only one left in the team, he said expressionlessly. Then he turned and walked away. Witnessing the death of his teammates made him feel hopeless. Diokman walked away, leaving Kangchana behind. The reality of that day was something he couldn't forget. The image of beer cans rolling on the floor, Hanmaru lying on the bed, slowly savoring despair. That blank stare still lingered, or maybe it never left him since the day he witnessed that moment. But he didn't notice that behind him a purple glow appeared. A blood-stained hand suddenly emerged from the hole. It grasped the wall, looking like a ghost or demon climbing up to claim a life. Seeing this, Maru was startled and panicked. The crack in the wall was widened by Jong-ildo, who slowly stepped out. He used his handsome face stained with blood to smile at Han-maru. "I came to talk to you. Did I scare you?" Looking at Jong-ildo's sudden appearance, Maru, who was lying on the bed, was frightened and stuttered. How did you get in here?" Jong-ildo rolled up his sleeves and smiled. "I came here right after killing the ghost at the scene." Then Jong-ildo reached out and grabbed the blanket. Han-maru looked at himself in the blanket, carefully wiping away the blood on his face. "I heard that after what happened to Kim Woo-ju, you locked yourself in your room and didn't meet anyone." Maru sat huddled in a corner, his face covered in sweat, and asked, "Did you come here to hold me accountable for what I did?" Looking at his face, which was now clean of blood in the mirror, Ildo replied, "No, that guy was too weak, so he died. It was unavoidable." Hearing Jong-ildo's words, Maru turned around shocked and amazed, thinking, "What is he talking about?" Then Jong-ildo put down the blanket and said coldly, "What I'm worried about is your next path." He sat down next to Han-maru and called out his name, then leaned in close to Han-maru's shocked face. "I don't want you to follow in your father's footsteps." Looking at the face right in front of him, Han-maru hesitated and asked, "You know my father?" Jong-ildo pondered for a moment before saying, "Yes, your father and I were once squad leaders in the same team." Seeing Jong-ildo's solemn expression, Maru was taken aback and asked, "Really?" Jong-ildo lowered his head, lost in thought, and began to speak. "When the ghosts first appeared, we worked together." The scene flashed back to 1909 in a dense forest. A gun was raised high, a bullet was fired, and the sound of the gunshot mixed with screams. From within the dark forest, a signal flare shot up into the sky. At that moment, Jong-ildo, 30 years old, wearing a military uniform holding a weapon, shouted angrily, "What the hell is going on?" 3 shots were fired, but the ghost in the old military uniform raised his hand to block them. The bullets disappeared, turning into thin smoke that was blown away by the wind. Han Soo-won, 30 years old, rushed forward, shouting firmly, "Everyone concentrate your fire!" Suddenly he turned around and saw Deokman taking a step back, looking dazed. He rushed over and grabbed Ildo's collar, who was caught off guard, and shouted. Han Soo-won leaned in close and warned Snap out of it. "Captain Jong-ildo, 6th Squad, get into combat mode." Immediately after, a bespectacled young man was struck by a sword. Seeing this, Han Soo-won quickly pulled the pin out of a grenade and threw it with all his might, shouting, "Throw the grenades!" A barrage of grenades rained down. Han Soo-won ducked down, covering his head, and ordered the others to do the same. A massive explosion occurred, shrouded in smoke and flames. The black smoke billowed towards them. The soldiers silently observed the situation as the smoke in front of them gradually cleared. Han Soo-won stood up and ordered, "Check the monster." Jong-ildo looked forward, shocked and sweating profusely. As he saw a vague figure emerging from the smoke, he was startled. When the smoke dissipated, half of the monster's body was destroyed, but it still stood firm. It exhaled fragile golden sand. Jong-ildo stared at the thin layer of sand floating in the air, bewildered. What is this golden sand? As he saw the layers of flesh on the monster's body gradually reappearing, he thought to himself that the monster's body was recovering. He quickly ordered full squad fire. The soldiers continued to fire at the monster. The monster's arm, once recovered, swung and cut down several soldiers. Han Soo-won was shocked by the scene before him, stuttering in disbelief. In the first battle with the demon, almost everyone in his and Han Soo-won's squad was killed. Jong-ildo, covered in blood, struggled to get up. Looking up, he gazed blankly at the bodies scattered on the ground, stained with blood. Jong-ildo, enduring the pain in his body, stepped closer and asked, "Captain Han Soo-won, are you okay?" He murmured to himself, dazed. "Everyone's dead." "What's going on?" Suddenly, the fragile golden sand enveloped him, and he froze. "What is this golden sand?" Soo-won's eyes widened in shock, his voice trembling. "It isn't over yet." He screamed and then turned to run frantically. Jong-ildo called out in surprise Han Suwan and chased after him. Captain Han Suwan, come back. After running for a while, he stopped. His face twisted in discomfort. He reached out to this person in front of him. I've been looking for you everywhere. Why did you suddenly go into the forest? Suddenly feeling something was off? Jong-ildo froze, horrified. Before him, the vague figure of a massive monster appeared. Its body scattered with hungry eyes. Seeing Suwan step closer to the monster, he shouted in alarm. Captain Han Suwan, get back! Get away from that thing! Upon hearing this, Suwan turned his head back and calmly said, if we want to live, we have to accept this. This is the only way. Jong-ildo angrily chased after him. What are you talking about? Like a purple mist, Suwan's body was obscured. The monster's body began to transform, extending thin tendrils. It opened its dangerous eyes and reached out with its hand, stabbing straight into Jong-ildo's body, causing him to cough up blood without being able to react. Jong-ildo clasped his hands together, recalling, at that time, the demon attacked us. After that, you went through it yourself, didn't you? He placed his hand on his chest, saying seriously, when the demon's blood mixed with mine, I gained strength and gathered people with similar abilities to form the special task force. Maru asked, dazed, what about my father? Recalling the time he visited Jong-ildo's house, Maru remembered Jong-ildo saying that he had persuaded Suwan to form an organization to fight against the demon, but it was futile. Witnessing Suwan and his brother's gloomy state after gaining demon power, Maru's father's mental state was severely damaged. Jong-ildo said solemnly, at that time, your father had only one goal. Jong-ildo revealed news that shocked Maru. To enter the underworld. Does that mean going to the underworld? Maru recalled being dragged by Jong-ildo, his shoes falling off as he screamed, Father, let me go! Jong-ildo continued. Your father chose to transform into a demon. If he couldn't defeat it, he would become one. Upon hearing this, Maru furiously shouted, what do you mean? Become a demon! Jong-ildo furrowed his brow, explaining, in the bodies of those with demon power, the blood of demons flows. That means we can enter the underworld at any time and become demons. Maru imagined the grotesque demons in the underworld. Outside the apartment building, the night remained silent. Maru took out a photograph and pondered thoughtfully. His cheerful demeanor carrying his brother on his back was still vivid in his memory. He wondered, had his father truly become a demon and descended into the underworld? Recalling Ildo's words before he left, if you give up fighting against demons from now on, I will have to consider you a real demon. Would he abandon his humanity like his father? He pondered silently. The next morning, warm sunlight covered everything enveloping the headquarters where he worked. Diokman glanced over. The spot where Maru sat to work was still empty. Still not coming to work today, he said disapprovingly. He slowly stood up, speaking listlessly. I'll go to the Incheon headquarters to handle Han Maru's previous petition. As he looked up, he saw Chana wearing a coat. Their eyes met, and she adjusted her coat, saying, I'll go to Han Maru's house, too. Before she could finish, his voice interrupted. I'm sorry. He was dressed in a neat suit, stroking his head as he entered. I'm running late. Everyone in the room froze, looking at him. Maru was confused, returning to his seat, pulling out his chair, thinking silently I should stay in the Gangwado team and uncover the truth. He couldn't believe Jong-ildo's words that his father had become a demon. At this moment, he was heading towards a place. His footsteps were quick, light, and firm. The heavy sound of chains echoed from afar. He looked at the person being held captive, observing the scene before him calmly, almost ready. It's time to enter the underworld. With these words, Ildo looked at the demon restrained by iron chains. The sky was clear and blue, the air fresh inside the headquarters. The mood among the office workers was gloomy and dispirited, with sighs echoing. Suddenly, Jiwon stood up, breaking the lethargic atmosphere. It's almost 12 o'clock, everyone. Let's go have lunch. Maru lowered his head, speaking, I'm not planning to go for lunch. Enjoy your meal. Out of nearly 10 people in the office, only 4 headed down the hallway towards the cafeteria. Jiwon spoke up last. Only the 4 of us are going to eat. After the accident involving Kim Wooju, Han Maru's gloomy demeanor worried her a lot. As she finished speaking, Kim Yibak nodded in agreement. Hana glanced at Yoseok, who was silent behind her, thinking that not just Hanmaru, but all team members were very down. Later, as night fell, the lights from the apartment complex shone brightly in the darkness. Deokman, having just taken a shower, wrapped a towel around his waist and stepped out. Seeing Maru sitting blankly on the bed, he called out Hanmaru, while waiting for the noodles to cook, take out the trash. As he took out the trash bags, he was surprised to see Kana from the house opposite. "Officer Kang, do you live here?" she asked as she turned around upon hearing this. She adjusted her hair, responding nonchalantly, "Yes, it's convenient for work." She continued to explain that other colleagues also lived in this apartment complex, mentioning Yoon Ji-won and Kim Yi-bak downstairs. He understood. Suddenly, she noticed the object in Maru's hand. Hana reached out to take a bag for him. "Let me carry it for you." He declined. "It's okay," she said coldly. "If you're too tired, I'll help you. Don't blame yourself for Kim Woo-ju's incident anymore. It's the responsibility of the entire Gangwado team." Hearing this, he was taken aback. Maru looked down awkwardly, refuting. "No, it's my responsibility. You don't need to comfort me." Hana walked ahead, saying coldly, "I'm not comforting you, but helping you move on. Everyone lives like this." Suddenly, she turned her head and added, "All Gangwado team members have lost important people." As the two descended the stairs, Maru thought silently. Lost important people. What did she mean? The scene changed, with warning sounds echoing loudly. Deokman grabbed the partition. "The task is a 6th stage demon." Officers Jiwon Yoseok and Han Maru set off. Then he complained listlessly. "My stomach hurts so much. Maybe it's from the meat yesterday." Maru stood up, removing his vest. Seonwoo was silent. Suddenly, he stood up, raising his hand. "I want to go with Officer Han Maru." He bent down to look for something, saying, "What if Officer Han Maru causes an accident?" Upon hearing this, he was frightened, sitting down abruptly, his soul almost leaving his body. Seeing this, Yibak and Jiwon panicked, checking on him. She frowned, questioning, "What did you say?" While changing into uniforms, Seonwoo looked at the gloomy figure, irritated. Jiwon complained, "Watch your words." Then the three of them walked towards the location of the demon. She rebuked him, "Officer Seonwoo, be careful with your words. Can't you see Han Maru's expression?" He put on his gloves, responding nonchalantly, "Why bother with that weakling? Let's just find the demon quickly." At that moment, a surge of energy pierced his forehead. Seonwoo fell into a coma, collapsing to the ground. He clenched his teeth, enduring the pain, his eyes half open. Then he slowly sat up, wondering what had happened. Suddenly, he felt something behind him. Seonwoo glanced back. There was a red demon with a distorted body observing Yoseok, who was unconscious. He jumped up, alarmed. It's appeared. Immediately, Seonwoo rushed forward, beheading the demon. Watching the red blood flow out, he was surprised, Jiwon stroked his head. Waking up. "What's going on? He's already dead." He spoke frankly. "Seems like it." She crouched down, examining carefully. Yoseok looked over, stunned by what he saw, Jang, a fat cat, was sitting lazily by the base of a tree. He picked it up, and Jiwon looked at it in surprise, asking what was going on if he knew this cat. There was a bit of blood oozing from between his eyebrows, and his face showed unmistakable excitement. It was just like the cat at my house. How did it end up here? He was cradling the cat in his arms, happily soothing it, saying they would go back to the office first, and he would feed it. It was too dangerous to roam around like this, but why was it so heavy? Seeing this, Seonwoo quickly grabbed his shoulder to stop him, asking if he was crazy for bringing a cat to the office. She asked if he needed her permission, but then said it was cute. When they returned to the office, Yoseok proudly showed off the cat, saying, "Chana, look what I brought back from the mountain." Hana and Maru were shocked when they saw what was in his hands. She narrowed her eyes and shouted, ordering him to put it down immediately, addressing him formally as public servant Yoseok. He seemed to be under some sort of spell, saying in a dazed tone, "Isn't it cute?" as if entranced by the little demon. The demon energy manifested, and it jumped out of his hands, shooting out needle-like projections from its body. Yoseok was taken aback and shouted. Immediately, Yibak, Chana, and Maru were all hit by its attack. Then it landed powerfully on the ground. As they watched it run away, he suddenly shouted, He quickly chased after the cat, calling out, "Jang, don't go!" It immediately turned to one side. Yoseok panicked and called out Jang again. When he saw what was ahead, he was horrified and shouted. The demon had transformed into a strange ghostly wall emitting fragile yellow sand. Dokman slowly sat up, supporting his painful head, and asked gruffly, "What was that demon just now?" A little while later in the office he said, "So, you brought a demon back from the mountain," he said, frowning in annoyance. Everyone fell silent, casting suspicious glances at him. Yoseok tried to justify himself. "We all saw it. It looked just like Jang. The two people with me also saw it was a cat." "Why are you only blaming me?" Jiwon had told him. She immediately cut him off. "First, let's not argue about who's wrong. There's yellow sand in the building, so the demon is definitely still inside. Check from the other door." She calmly pushed open the revolving door and turned back to warn everyone. "It seems it can show us illusions, so be careful." The group proceeded through the door. The area was densely forested. Yoseok exclaimed in wonder. "Wow, is this an illusion? It's so realistic." Sensing something was off, Chana became cautious and looked around, saying, "The demon is over there." A dark figure emerged from the misty smoke, gradually becoming clearer. The sound of its voice echoed everywhere. The large demon with numerous long legs and a red body was identified as the Chi-Chu demon. They saw a mother and child who had died at its feet. This seemed to trigger painful memories for Jiwon. She furrowed her brow in horror, sweating profusely, and her voice trembled as she said, "Could it be?" She recalled her young son rushing into her arms, calling out Mom. The scene before her merged with the memories in her mind. Jiwon was in a panic, tears welling up in her eyes as she whispered, "Min." Just as she was about to rush forward, Chana quickly grabbed her, saying, "Jiwon, it's dangerous." She was emotional, tears streaming down her face. "I have to go there. That's where I first met the demon, and my son is there." Chana urgently tried to snap her out of it. "That's not reality. It's just an illusion." It was then that Chana remembered when they were hit by the demon's attack. It had sprayed something into their faces, likely allowing the demon to read their memories. Maru calmly pointed at the demon and asked, "Is that demon also an illusion?" Seonwoo, wearing gloves, replied coldly, "No, it's real. It's manifesting based on the information the demon obtained from our blood." He fell into deep thought, considering the demon energy manifestation. He recalled Ildo's serious expression and words. Those with demon energy like them always have demon blood flowing through their veins, meaning they carry the seed of demons within. Maru was taken aback, making a swift deduction. "Does it mean it will manifest the demons that gave us our demon energy?" Hana's hands transformed into demonic claws, and she replied, "Yes, there's the 10th stage demon of team leader Deokman, and of course the demon that gave Han Maru his gluttony demon energy." Looking at the Chi-Chu demon, she thought to herself that this would happen if they couldn't kill it. Seeing the Chi-Chu demon standing tall, Maru was overwhelmed, sweating profusely, thinking that if they couldn't kill it, he would succumb to gluttony again. He felt defeated, sitting down heavily, holding his head in despair, wondering what would happen to the other team members if that situation arose. Suddenly, someone called out to Han Maru. He looked up upon hearing his name. Dukman reached out and reassured him. "Don't worry, no one will die. We just need to protect each other." As he finished speaking, Chana and Seonwoo charged forward to attack. He supported her, drawing his sword and leaping into the air. She performed a perfect flip, beheading the demon with a single strike. The Chi-Chu demon's head fell, blood gushing out. Chana then jumped down. She landed gently on the ground. The two worked together seamlessly, handling the Chi-Chu demon. As they returned to the office, the yellow sand reappeared, transforming into another door. Seeing this, Seonwoo turned around, furious, gritting her teeth. Another door. Where did that demon go? Hana went over to Jiwon, who was sitting on the ground crying, and asked if she was okay. After sniffling for a moment, she replied that she was fine. Watching the two people support each other as they leave, Maru thought to himself that Officer Jiwon had lost his son to those demons. Why was he so filled with resentment towards that accursed demon? On the other side, Seonwoo touched the door and urged everyone to quickly find that demon if they wanted to escape. When he opened the door, he saw numerous corpses lying all over the ground. Observing the scene before him, Maru thought to himself, Is this the memory of Officer Kim Yibak? At this moment his mood became gloomy. The image of his loving wife holding his hand suddenly flooded his mind. Even when they were in the worst of situations, Yoseok suddenly spoke up, interrupting his reverie. The demon is on the ceiling. There was a demon stuck to the ceiling. It was emaciated with green fur covering its back and head. It shook its body and fine powder fell down. If it gets into my mouth! Maru coughed out. Oh no, its spores are getting inside me. Green fluff emerged from his mouth, causing Maru to cough violently. It kept coming out. It was invading his lungs too quickly. Maru wondered how the others were doing. It was too late. The others were lying on the ground, their conditions not much better than his. Maru's tears fell continuously. Was he the only one who could recover quickly here? He reached out and yanked out whatever was in his mouth. He thought, I need to deal with it now. Then he took a leap forward. He grabbed the demon tightly and bit down hard on its shoulder. Maru quickly tore apart its skin. He lost his balance and fell to the ground. A cloud of dust rose into the air. The sound of demonic screams echoed everywhere as the dust gradually dispersed. He sat up and chewed on what he had bitten off. I can't absorb the demon energy, I'm so tired, he thought. Seeing the others gradually regain consciousness, Maru turned to them and asked, Are you all okay? Yoseok's face was pale. He kept dry heaving. I thought I was dead, he said. After spitting out everything in his mouth, Chana looked up at Maru and called out, Han Maru. Both of them looked at Yibak's dejected and disheartened state. She stepped forward to explain clearly that Officer Kim Yibak's wife had died at the hands of that demon. Tears streamed down his face as he gazed at the illusion in the dark mist. Maru clenched his fist, recalling her words. All members of Team Gangwado had lost important family members here. He wasn't the only one suffering. He furrowed his brow, lost in thought. He thought, I don't need to continue tormenting myself like this, no more complaining. Seeing him lost in thought, Seonwoo nudged him and reminded, It's okay now. Watching him walk away confidently, Maru's anger surged. He gritted his teeth, his fists clenched so hard they trembled. Just when it's crucial you wake me up, he coldly threw back, Don't get in my way. He placed his hand on the door, ready to push it open. Maru stepped forward and grabbed Seonwoo's arm to stop him. Don't open the door. We don't know what demons are inside, he warned. Seonwoo retorted irritably, We're going to kill it anyway, so let's just kill whatever we find. The door swung open, revealing a gentle light. On the other side stood a young man. The light shone towards Maru. He raised his hand to shield his eyes, trying to see the person in front of him clearly. Who is standing there? The young man was Seonwoo when he was younger. He pointed in shock and asked, Isn't this your memory? Why are you just standing there? Seonwoo frowned, feeling a headache. At that moment, a hand reached out from the yellow mist. A grotesquely deformed figure emerged from the mist. It was the fallen demon. Seonwoo pleaded desperately, Grant me the demon power. He bowed his head before it. I want to be stronger than my father. Watching this scene, Maru felt like his head was being torn apart. What is he thinking, wanting demon power for himself? Has he gone mad? Seonwoo insisted resolutely, I must do this to confront him. Suddenly, the fallen demon's hand reached out. It struck Seonwoo's leg, causing him to cry out in pain. The demon sneered and threw a punch. Watching this, Seonwoo sighed and said, All right, let's end this farce. He snapped his fingers. The fallen demon's wrist was twisted backward. Seonwoo swung his arm again, shouting, Die! But the demon didn't even flinch, regenerating its arm. Fingers sprouted all over its arm. With its demon power, the fallen demon attacked Seonwoo from a distance, tearing his body apart. Seonwoo screamed in agony. Seonwoo lay face down on the ground. Everyone panicked. Maru rushed forward. Kana used her strength to draw a sword imbued with dark energy. Jiwon rolled up his sleeves, joining Go Deokman in the battle. The fallen demon's body was covered in hands ready to strike. Maru was horrified, his face turning purple with fear, sweat dripping down. This is dangerous. The demon extended its repulsive hand. It directly attacked everyone from a distance. The cries of the team members filled the air. Maru thought resolutely, I must take it down. However, he knew that the fallen demon was too powerful for them. Maru was controlled by the demon, his whole body convulsing as he fell to the ground. The fallen demon was too strong. It grasped its own arm. Han Maru turned around to see Seonwoo lying on the ground. But what was the young Seonwoo doing? He shouted, "What are you doing lying there like that?" Xianwu's face turned sullen as he looked up at Maru. Why did you have to stir things up like that? He really wanted to become someone with powerful demon abilities like his father. But for now, it seemed like a difficult task as he glanced at Maru, who was twisting his body. Xianwu clenched his fist tightly, thinking that having powerful demon abilities wouldn't mean anything if he didn't have the means to counter these demons. The fallen demon raised both arms. "You're here again!" Maru prepared himself and took a step back. It started twisting its fingers, causing Maru to feel pain and struggle to breathe. Maru felt like he was being gripped by an invisible force gasping for air. If things continued like this, he wouldn't be able to do anything he thought, and collapsed to the ground, his face turned upwards. The fallen demon stepped over Maru as he lay defeated on the ground. Maru lifted his head and shouted to Go Deokman, team leader! Do something quickly! Team leader Go Deokman replied, "I can't move, I'm done for. My recovery ability is slow too." Maru's face turned pale, and he felt defeated, thinking that he was useless. He turned to Shanwu and shouted, "Shanwu, what are you doing?" "Get up." Shanwu tried to get up. By this time, the fallen demon had approached Yibak, Yoseok, and Jiwon. The three of them stared fearfully at the red, menacing fallen demon standing before them. It began to spread its long red arms, which had many other arm-like protrusions. Kangchana was enraged and bit her lip until it bled as she prepared to attack. She rushed forward and cut off one of the demon's arms. Then she landed shakily. After that, she charged forward again, sword in hand. She struck directly at its shoulder, but she still didn't have enough strength to finish it off. She gritted her teeth and struck the sword into the demon's shoulder again. The demon used its demon power. It grabbed Hana's neck and lifted her into the air. Hana was taken by surprise. She looked down at the fallen demon, wondering what was happening. Maru was also surprised, looking up at Chana, who was suspended in the air. He couldn't understand how she was floating. Xianwu, covered in blood, looked up in shock. Suddenly, a torrent of blood flowed from the wound Chana had inflicted on the fallen demon, creating a pool of blood from which many red arm-like protrusions emerged. Those hands rushed towards Chana. They grasped her feet, hands, and neck, and began to squeeze tightly. Hana screamed in pain as they twisted. Maru shouted, "Stop!" Then he ran towards the fallen demon. The demon controlled another arm to fly towards him. It grabbed Maru's neck and lifted him up, just like it had done to Chana. "What's going on? I don't see anything," Maru said with difficulty. It's an invisible force, Xianwu realized, sensing the demon's energy. If he had the same ability as the demon's power, Xianwu thought he could do it too. Xianwu bit his hand hard, causing it to bleed. The blood from his hand flowed towards the fallen demon and connected with its power, controlling the hands that were grasping it. It was then that Xianwu shouted. A beam suddenly flew in and pierced the fallen demon's neck. The demon, mortally wounded, collapsed. Behind it stood a giant spider created by Xianwu's power. "We got it," Jiwon said, looking up, but now she was exhausted. The group had managed to defeat the fallen demon, albeit with great difficulty. However, it had also left them exhausted. Thanks to that demon, Xianwu realized he had discovered his own abilities. A voice called out, and Shanwu glanced over. It was Maru standing beside him, cracking his joints and saying, "Are you done staring? Try harder next time." Maru glared at Shanwu, pointing at him. Xianwu looked at Maru with disdain and retorted, "You're the one who needs to try harder, always causing trouble for others?" Maru's face turned red with anger. He clenched his fist and said, "What's that supposed to mean?" Shanwu turned and walked away, saying, "Bastard." Everyone gathered in front of a room containing a demon. Everyone's face was filled with shock as they stared at the door, the atmosphere heavy. Maru's eyes were fixed on it, his face sweating. Yoseok's face turned pale. "What's that noise inside?" Hana's face also turned pale as she replied, "It sounds like a gluttony demon." "So it's finally my turn," Maru said as he stepped forward. Maru approached the door with carvings of a demon's face from which brown smoke was emanating. He pushed the door open with both hands. A voice came from beyond the door as Maru opened it. Maru was taken aback by the image of a father holding a child's hand approaching a demon. A black, blood-red gluttony demon with many mouths and long tongues hiding in a dark, bushy area surrounded by incense smoke. Yoseok, Jiwon, and Yibak were shocked, finding themselves in a grassy area after Maru opened the door. "That's the gluttony demon," Yoseok exclaimed in surprise. "But why does it have eyes?" Xianwu and Chana exchanged a concerned glance. The man grabbed the child's collar and dragged him away roughly, and the child was frightened, holding on to the back of the man's clothes with one hand and pulling on his collar with the other, to breathe, crying out, "Let go of my son." A dark-faced man spoke loudly. "How can we get into the underworld like this? If we want to protect our loved ones, we must have strong abilities." "I need to be able to do it," Maru said, having heard everything the man had just said from behind. He stood there looking puzzled, and then seemed to realize something. It was as if something was different from what the director had said. He recalled, You want to lose your humanity like your father?" Director Jung, with blood on his clothes and hands in his pockets, revealing his belly, said to Maru. "Why is the director talking about my father like that?" Maru wondered. "Lower than I thought," he said, tapping his fingers on the table. "What's low?" Ji Gumok replied, "Many special workers awakened this year, didn't they?" "The number isn't important," Jung Ildo said, "and that's Xianwu's father," he commented as he threw the file on the table. "Their actual strength isn't high, especially the Inshin branch." Ji Gumok glanced at him and replied, "They need time to develop their abilities after awakening." "There will be a way," Jung Ildo said, clasping his hands together with a mysterious smile. Ji Gumok raised an eyebrow. "What do you mean?" "Do you want the demons to run rampant so that more powerful awakens appear?" She slammed her hand on the table and shouted at Jung Ildo, "If we do, that many people will die. Do you understand how dangerous this is?" Jung Ildo listened calmly as Ji Gumok scolded him. Suddenly, a knock at the door interrupted their argument. "The documents you requested were delayed because I couldn't contact the Gangwado branch," the secretary said, running in. Ji Gumok turned around, looking annoyed, and pointed at the secretary. "Contact them quickly and check on the status of their team." Returning to the present, the demon covered in wounds roared loudly, baring its sharp teeth. The situation was becoming increasingly critical. The group stood frozen, facing the demon, seemingly preparing to attack. They appeared to be hesitant to continue fighting the powerful demon. Suddenly, Yoseok shouted, "Wait, look!" as he pointed at the demon. The gluttony demon was gradually disappearing, its body melting into a red liquid that dripped from its form. It vanished, leaving behind a red circle, surprising the group. Why didn't it fight? It just disappeared, Jiwon wondered. Maru's expression turned serious, as if he had realized something. The shape of it was different from the usual demons. "Ha ha ha, good! I didn't want to face such a terrifying being." The red circle expanded into a pool of blood. Kana was startled by Jiwon's call. "It seems it's our turn now," Jiwon said to Kana, who was focused on the door emitting dark energy. "Everyone wait here," Chana said resolutely. "I'll go alone," she said, creating a blood sword with her ability. Jiwon, standing behind her, tried to stop her. Maru looked surprised by Chana's decision. "Going alone is too dangerous," he said, trying to dissuade her. "I want to handle it myself as a practice for the next encounter," Chana said, turning around with a determined look. With a blood sword in one hand, she pushed open the door and stepped in confidently. She walked in bravely, leaving the group in awe. Maru rushed to the door, thinking, she can't defeat it alone. Even Seonwoo Toon couldn't beat the fallen demon. How can she win? "Let's just go and see what's going on," he said, opening the door slightly to follow and monitor Hana. From the depths of this darkness, a few rays of light emerged. From the light, another fallen demon rushed out, its body red, like the previous one. It charged at Chana, parrying her sword strike. Maru peeked through the door, looking surprised. "There's another demon." The demon stood in the darkness, its body outlined in a fiery red glow, creating an aura of fear. Its yellow eyes gleamed with a sharp gaze towards the door. "Who is he?" Maru and Xiongyu whispered, looking through the door slit, wondering. They were startled as if they had discovered something terrifying. The demon was also dissipating like the gluttony demon, its red body with 8-pack abs melting into droplets of blood. Suddenly, it shattered Hana's blood sword with a light swing. The demon's tall figure wielded a sword wrapped in something hard. "Kangchana," Maru shouted, pushing the door open. "Don't come here, I told you I'd handle it myself," she shouted back, still holding her sword to defend against the demon's attacks. "Learn from it," Maru shouted, pointing at the demon. The iron armor on the demon's body had cracks with red glowing eyes peeking through. "You can do it too," Chana realized, hearing Maru's words. She raised an eyebrow, thinking as the door began to close. The door closed in front of Maru. He turned to look up at Seonwoo. "Why did you close the door? I don't know what's going on inside," Maru said with confusion. "It's fine, we can win from here." Seonwoo responded calmly, his hand still touching the door. Suddenly, a loud noise echoed, causing the door to rattle. Everyone outside stood stunned, gazing at the scene unfolding before their eyes. The door began to creak open. A hand with sharp claws like those of a demon emerged and grasped the door. Maru was shocked by the sight before him. It was Kang Chana, exhausted and covered in blood, who appeared and announced their victory in a tired tone. Her legs began to wobble and falter. Chana was so exhausted that she fainted, falling into Maru's arms. He panicked and called out to her. He supported her, still looking surprised, while Seonwoo stood beside them admiringly, saying, "Good job." Defeating a powerful demon usually requires teamwork, but Officer Kang seemed to have done it alone. That means there are only two left. Right, team leader? Go Deokman and Yoseok Jiwon asked. Yoseok replied. "Yes, but why didn't another door appear?" he asked, glancing around. Seonwoo responded, "This is my first time encountering a demon on the mountain." The demon's power was similar to Officer Yoseok's. It's strange Yoseok's mind flashed back to the image of the dark, shadowy demon. Right, he recalled. A year ago, while searching for Zhang, his lost pet on the mountain, he encountered that demon. He remembered Zhang hugging his backpack facing the gnarled, hunched demon with a white pair of pants on its bony body. Jiwon turned to the team leader, asking, "What about your shadow demon team leader, Deokman?" He yawned, scratching his chest, and replied, "I don't know. Maybe it was just a manifestation of the demon." The team looked unimpressed, feeling that their team leader was somewhat useless. Yoseok reluctantly said, "Team leader Go is fine. Luckily, we didn't have to face the most feared 10th grade demon." The team leader smirked, seemingly teasing them. "The important thing is that everyone is safe. The team leader is right. As long as everyone is safe, that's all that matters." Maru thought supporting Chana as he looked at the team. Everyone had gone through a tough time, but they would have to work harder in the future. Yibak turned to Yoseok and asked, "Did you find your cat?" Yoseok replied respectfully, "Yes, it's at home." The golden dust dissipated, and the shadowy demon was nowhere to be seen. The hallway was empty and clean once the demonic door vanished with the golden smoke. "Officer Kang must have finished it off," Team Leader Deokman said. Maru gently laid Chana down, folding his jacket as a pillow for her. Deokman smiled and raised his hand, saying, "Let's take her to the hospital first. You've all worked hard. Let's go eat some grilled meat tonight," he suggested, inviting the team to dinner after their ordeal. But suddenly a fist flew straight into Deokman's face. It was Maru who punched him, leaving Deokman's face bruised and swollen. The team stood there shocked and stunned by the scene. Maru pinned Deokman down, grasping his shirt tightly, and shouted, "Are you a demon?" Jiwon rushed over, grabbing Maru's shoulder, and asked Han Maru, "What are you doing, team leader?" Maru turned to her, still clenching his fist, and exclaimed, "That's not our team leader. Our team leader got a stomachache from eating grilled meat yesterday, so how could he eat it again?" The team seemed to realize something was off, and their faces darkened. "Go!" Deokman still looked clueless, asking, "What's wrong with my stomach?" The team turned on him, kicking and beating him. They shouted, "Kill it! Go Deokman is not our team leader. He's a demon." But Kang was too exhausted to join in, and Yibak stood by, unsure what to do. "Stop Go Deokman!" cried out, holding up his hands in a futile attempt to stop the team. The team paused, and Deokman's face darkened as he stood up. Then he suddenly ran off, leaving the team stunned. The team chased after the fake team leader, but a loud shout stopped them. "Stop!" A white car sped towards the fake team leader, and the person inside was none other than the real team leader Go. His face was shocked as he hit his doppelganger. Seonwoo and Yoseok rushed out to see the fake team leader being hit by the car. The real team leader opened the car door, shocked and frightened, and asked what just happened. Who was just hit? The fake team leader began to disintegrate into golden dust, just like at the building earlier, revealing a demon resembling a red, six-legged infant, which also dissolved into dust and vanished. "While I was away at the hospital due to a stomachache, did you guys bring a demon here again?" The team gathered back at the office, sitting in a room discussing the incident. "If the headquarters finds out, we'll all lose a year's salary. You guys don't understand the gravity of this, the team leader said sternly, his face serious and intimidating. He warned them to keep the incident a secret. The team listened, looking somber and subdued. Finally, it was time to leave. Hana, still looking tired, stepped out into the darkness beside her black car. Officer Kang Seonwoo called out from behind. Chana turned around, and Seonwoo asked, "Do you have something on your mind?" He replied, "I have something to tell you." The demon in civil servant Kang's memory. Kang's face turned serious as he recalled. "I also met it in the past," Seonwoo said, as he associated it with the image of the demon in his memory. She was startled and asked again, "Where is it?" He stood in front of the sunset hands in his pockets and said, "It's probably director Jong Il-do. 20 years ago, in a luxurious villa surrounded by lush green trees, Zonwoo, as a little boy, was holding a short sword. He used his other hand to open the wooden door and peeked inside, calling out softly, 'Dad, are you still working in the basement today?' However, the person he called Dad was not in the room. Instead, there was a woman lying on the bed with her back turned, responding, 'Yes, your father doesn't care about us, so don't pay attention to him.' Upon hearing this, he ran out of the room and approached the basement window at the back of the garden. He quickly moved closer to the window and used his small hand to wipe away the misty, vague dust on the glass to see inside. His face contorted and distorted as he frowned in horror at the sight inside the room. In the basement room, there was a man standing in the center. This man was Seonwoo's model father, but instead of looking normal, he was surrounded by a dark aura. He opened his mouth, and from it a stream of yellow sand was released, floating aimlessly in the air. Kang Chana stopped reminiscing about Seonwoo's past, unable to believe what had happened. She widened her eyes and hesitated, saying, "Director Jong Il-do." She recalled the demon with yellow eyes and flowing hair that had been etched in her memory for years and asked, "You're saying that he's the demon in my memory?" Seonwoo maintained his cold demeanor, reaffirming her thoughts. "In the basement where my father worked, there was only that demon. Back then, I was too young to be certain. However, through civil servant Kang's memory today, I can confirm that it was indeed him," he said, calmly looking at her astonished face. Upon hearing his words, the sorrowful emotions in her heart began to resurface. She still couldn't believe it. If Director Jong Il-do is that demon, why did he just watch as our family was slaughtered? Her question left him unsure of how to respond. He raised one hand to grasp the other wrist and said, "My goal all along has been to uncover the secret behind Director Jong Il-do. I became a special civil servant to uncover the truth behind Director Jong Il-do. If I become a person with powerful demon abilities," he bent down looking at his palm and continued, "I can work at the Seoul headquarters." Kang Chana suddenly stepped closer to him, their shoes almost touching. She looked up at him stubbornly, refusing to believe what he said. "Just memories aren't enough. Do you have any evidence?" Seonwoo calmly replied, "I will make my thoughts clear," and turned around, raising a hand to scratch his chin, saying, "But I need something." Upon hearing this, she was taken aback and asked, "Need something?" A while later, in a high-rise building with a sturdy design, Kang Chana sat next to Han Maru, looking straight ahead. Suddenly, Maru jerked in surprise and asked, puzzled, "Why are we here?" Upon hearing this, her face darkened quickly, and she replied coldly, "I told you on the way here." His face scrunched up in frustration. He stood up, pointing at Seonwoo, who was sitting not far from them with his arms crossed and eyes closed, and exclaimed, "That's why I'm saying, why do I have to be involved in his ridiculous plan?" But before she could respond to his query, there was a commotion at the entrance. "Sorry to keep you waiting," Jong Il-do said as he walked into the room, adjusting his tie. The meeting ran longer than expected. Then, without hesitation, he walked straight to his designated seat, saying, "What's this about?" Hanmaru, still cautious around Jong Il-do's authority, hesitated and scratched his cheek. "Ah, well, it's like..." However, unlike his hesitant and roundabout way of speaking, Seonwoo directly said, "When civil servant Kang Chana received her demon abilities, Director Jong Il-do was also present. Wasn't he?" Seonwoo's directness startled Han Maru. He thought to himself, why is he being so straightforward? Jong Il-do tapped his fingers on the table, asking, "What's the meaning behind your question?" Upon hearing his question, Chana calmly stated the issue. At that time, there was another demon in the room. "I heard it was Director Jeong Il-do." Her statement froze the atmosphere in the room. Jeong Il-do leaned his head on his hand, his wrist already tense. His voice broke the silence laced with sarcasm and anger. "Everyone believes in Seon-woo's wild imagination, don't they?" He finished speaking and lowered his hand, revealing a scowling face twisted with anger. He glanced at Seon-woo before saying bluntly that he thought his father was a demon because of his mother's death. His words revealed the true identities of the two individuals, leaving Han Maru stunned for a moment. He opened his mouth, unable to believe it, and thought to himself, "Father." Suddenly, Seon-woo slammed his hand on the table, stood up, and shouted directly at Jeong Il-do. "It has nothing to do with my mother. I just want to know your true identity." After speaking, he turned to Han Maru and suggested that Han Maru spit out the gold dust to reveal the true identity of the director. Upon hearing this, Han Maru was startled and sat up straight, resting his hands on the chair. He gritted his teeth and cursed Seon-woo in his heart, thinking, "Did he bring me here for this purpose?" Jeong Il-do, seeing Seon-woo planning to use gold dust to expose his true identity, didn't seem too concerned. He sat calmly with his legs crossed and threatened Han Maru, saying that if he spit out the gold dust outside of his duty, the Gangwado team wouldn't be able to manage him anymore. Jeong Il-do's threat had an immediate effect on Han Maru, causing him to break out in a cold sweat after hearing it. At this moment, Kang Chana reached out and gently placed her hand on Seon-woo's shoulder. She softly advised him to stop saying, "Let's stop here." She faced Seon-woo and expressed her true feelings. "Even if I want to know the truth behind my family's death, let's not implicate Han Maru." Han Maru, who was looking up at her, froze upon hearing her words. He suddenly remembered the house that was destroyed with walls broken and debris everywhere, which he had seen with Hana. He softly asked her, "Do you want to know?" He continued to recall the scene where the demon was slaughtering her family, and she could only watch, unable to do anything. He gently relaxed his grip on the chair and revealed the truth from that day. After finishing his words, he stood up beside her, and the two stood looking at each other for a long time. He boldly removed his vest and firmly said to Seon-woo, "From now on, I'll take responsibility." The gold dust swirled in the air due to his action. After realizing that Han Maru had agreed to cooperate to expose Jeong Il-do's true identity, Seon-woo immediately put on his gloves. His face was filled with killing intent, as if he wanted to devour Jeong Il-do. Of course, Han Maru responded to his words. Jeong Il-do slowly stood up from his chair, having silently witnessed the chaos. He couldn't help but sigh. "This is headache-inducing." He closed his eyes, looking tired and helpless, and raised a hand to stroke his hair with an air of nonchalance. However, unlike his unusually calm demeanor, Seon-woo was losing control. He coldly denied their relationship, saying, "I've never considered you my father. Since the day you abandoned my mother and me," he said, rotating his wrist with a fierce grinding of teeth as he spoke of the past. Immediately after his words, Han Maru charged straight at Jeong Il-do. The glass door behind Jeong Il-do shattered into 100 pieces due to an invisible force, yet he still stood firm, watching them as if he wasn't involved. Seon-woo continued to stride quickly towards Jeong Il-do. Soon after, he reached Jeong Il-do and violently collided with him, causing Jeong Il-do to fall backward. Jeong Il-do fell freely in the air, surrounded by the shattered glass pieces. After pushing Jeong Il-do down, Seon-woo lost his balance and fell to the floor, creating a loud noise. Seon-woo looked down at Jeong Il-do, who was falling from where he was standing. At that moment, Kang Chana and Han Maru rushed to Seon-woo's side. Chana looked towards Jeong Il-do in horror and exclaimed, "Are you trying to kill the director?" Han Maru also panicked, saying, "There's no gold dust outside." Despite their concerns, Seon-woo remained resolute, insisting that Jeong Il-do was a genuine demon in disguise. "Just wait and see," he said, watching intently as he spoke to them. As they spoke, Jeong Il-do was still falling freely in the air. He exhaled a breath. Then he slightly opened his green eyes, revealing a deep-seated anger towards his son. He muttered in annoyance, "This is troublesome." Immediately, a loud noise echoed above Seon-woo's head, causing his face to contort. He quickly looked up at the ceiling and shouted, signaling to Han Maru and Kang Chana that it had arrived. The three of them looked up together to see something purple floating in the air, emitting dark purple smoke around it. In reality, the purple thing was Unkillable, who was hanging upside down in the air looking down at them. His eyes were wide open, revealing a glowing golden figure inside him. His mouth was also wide open, emitting streams of gold dust into the air. The amount of gold dust in the room gradually became denser. Hana and Maru saw this and became frightened. He recalled what Xianwu had told them earlier and thought that Unkillable was spitting out gold dust, just like Xianwu said. Just then the door to the room suddenly opened, and Young Yun strode in aggressively, accompanied by two large and powerful men. She looked displeased and loudly interrogated them, asking what was going on and what the gold dust was about. She looked at the people in the room and saw the frightening scene. She frowned, unable to believe what she was seeing. The director she witnessed the scene where Ildo, who was floating in the air, slowly descended to the ground, surrounded by dark purple streaks of light, and shouted. However, no matter how much she shouted or how frightened she was, they ignored her and didn't explain anything to her. Kang Chana stood behind him and said coldly, "We are talking to the director. The director is related to the death of my family." Hearing this, he glanced at her with eyes that had turned purple. He stood in the middle of the room, surrounded by swirling gold dust. He didn't answer her question immediately, instead asking them if it was just the three of them who suspected him or the entire Gangguado team. Maru, Xianwu, and Chana didn't respond to him, instead watching him warily. Unkillable didn't seem frightened when his true identity was revealed. Instead, he looked contemptuous and raised his hand to stroke his hair, saying mockingly, "No one answered." "That's right, isn't it? Young people these days are really something." As soon as he finished speaking, he lowered his hand and exerted some kind of power. The purple light gathered under his palm. Immediately, Unkillable slammed his hand down on the floor, and the purple light gathered under his palm shot out powerfully throughout the room, shifting the space. He whispered. As soon as he used that technique, the people present were instantly transported to the top floor of an abandoned building. Yu Young-eun and the two men with her were no exception. They were also transported to this location. Han Maru hadn't understood what was happening when he found himself here. He turned to look at Unkillable and shouted angrily, "What the? Why did you suddenly move us?" It turned out that the place Unkillable had brought them to was an unfinished construction site where the sound of his shout echoed. Unkillable's face finally calmed down. He stood still looking at something as the gentle breeze blew his hair. Young-eun was just as confused as Maru. She stood far from them and shouted, questioning him. "Director, what are you doing?" He remained calm, placing one hand behind his neck, and said nonchalantly, "Since you people suspected me, there's no other way. Moreover, your blood and guts must not defile my office." He raised his head and said ruthlessly. After speaking, he raised two fingers, and a purple flame appeared at the tip of his fingers, burning fiercely. "Spatial separation," he whispered, naming another technique. Unkillable smiled sinisterly and drew a straight line in the air with his two fingers. Because she was familiar with him, Young-eun immediately understood what he was about to do. She panicked, her face twisted in warning, and shouted to those around her, "Tear apart! The space, get out of the way quickly!" Upon hearing her, Xianwu and Han Maru quickly ducked down to avoid the purple line that had just passed over their heads. Maru looked back in horror. Luckily, they had all managed to dodge his deadly attack in time. They were all kneeling down in a straight line, and the concrete pillars around them had been split in two and were floating in the air due to his power. Young-eun still couldn't understand what he was doing. She clenched her fists and looked straight at him, shouting, "Director, are you still sane? What are you doing?" "What?" Upon hearing her, Unkillable just smiled slightly. He looked down at them from above, saying as if he were administering justice, "I'm just getting rid of the rotten parts." There are those who have seen things they shouldn't have seen. Unfortunately, Young-eun and the deputy director were dragged into this matter for no reason. His words shocked her greatly. Her eyebrows hadn't relaxed yet, and her lips were still bleeding. The two men with her looked angry, staring straight at him. However, he continued to speak regardless of what they thought. You've contributed a lot to fighting against demons. Then Ildo suddenly turned to look at Hanmaru. He exhaled and said, "It would be troublesome if you were taken by the demon, so it's better to get rid of you too." Upon hearing this, Maru's anger and frustration surged. He pointed at himself and asked angrily, "Why would I be taken by the demon?" At this moment, purple energy began to emanate from his left hand, rising into the air. Ildo just responded briefly to her. Perhaps because humans are weak, they just need... Suddenly, half of his arm suddenly appeared behind Maru and Chana, and the light from the purple chi shone on the two of them. Only then did Chana realize the presence of his hand behind her. She was frightened and slowly turned her head back. However, just as everyone was still reacting to what was happening here, Hana and Seonwoo's heads were suddenly severed from their necks. Hanmaru turned his head and happened to see this bloody scene. He widened his eyes and saw their blood splattering on him. At the same time, over by young Yoon, she raised her hand with her long, sharp nails. She calmly stood far away from them, in stark contrast to the extreme horror on the faces of the two men accompanying her. Suddenly, she thrust her hand into her own chest, and her blood splattered everywhere. However, her face remained strangely calm, as if she didn't feel any pain. A countdown began to appear, along with her bright red heart, through 2. Just before the count turned to 1, she pulled out her blood-stained hand and grasped her heart tightly. The countdown froze at 0, and everything, including people and objects, froze in place. No one moved except her. She raised her hand and coldly used her demon energy time technique, ordering to return to 5 seconds ago, using 5 years of her life. Immediately after she used this technique, time which had been stagnant suddenly rewound back to the moments before Hana and Seonwoo's heads were severed. Jong-ildo was still raising his hand. He repeated the same action as before. Suddenly he paused for a moment, his eyes calm and frightening. He put one hand in his pocket, turned around and sneered, saying that it was pointless. Division Chief Young Yoon had already used her demon energy. She had reduced her own lifespan and rewound time, hadn't she? He looked down at Young Yoon, who was pressing down on Seonwoo and Chana to avoid his malicious attack. Upon hearing this, she realized that he knew the method she used to go back in time and save the two of them. She frowned, but he didn't let her avoid the issue and shouted at her again. "Division Chief." At this moment, Hanmaru, who was standing beside her, stuttered in shock, saying, "How could this be?" He couldn't believe his eyes as he looked at Seonwoo and Chana, who were still alive right in front of him. He murmured in confusion. They were clearly dead just now. How could they be alive again? Upon hearing his words, she was equally perplexed. She opened her mouth in shock, wondering to herself how Hanmaru could detect her demon energy, which she couldn't understand. But before Maru could grasp the situation, the two men accompanying Young Yoon rushed forward. One of them bravely said, without knowing what was going on. They targeted Jong-ildo's figure standing near the edge of the road and charged towards him without hesitation. "We can't tolerate this anymore," they shouted in unison as they raised their fists towards him. But suddenly the two of them stopped abruptly. They both opened their mouths in disbelief as they looked forward. It turned out that Ildo had used his strength to teleport behind them. He put his hands in his pockets and walked forward with an air of superiority, as if they were insignificant. He strode large steps towards where Seonwoo was standing. Seonwoo saw him treating everyone with disdain and frowned, clenching his teeth. His whole body trembled as he lowered his head, unable to believe that Jong-ildo could be so ruthless. "I died just now, didn't I?" Then he angrily broke one of his own fingers and shouted, questioning whether Jong-ildo was still human. His fingers and arm were broken into strange shapes due to his actions. Jong-ildo looked at Seonwoo's shocked expression and remained silent. Suddenly he spoke, and this made Seonwoo's eyes widen in shock. Jong-ildo smiled gently with a contemptuous gaze and revealed a truth that Seonwoo had never expected. "I am not your father." As he spoke these words, a dark, ominous energy emanated from his fingers. The people around Maru quickly ran towards Seonwoo at full speed, shouting his name. Fortunately, Kang Chana and Hanmaru managed to rush over and push Seonwoo down just before the purple energy beam could pass through his neck. Seonwoo lost his balance and fell backward. The other two also lost their footing and fell with him. Hanmaru looked back at Seonwoo and raised his voice, warning him to snap out of it, asking if he wanted to die again. After Chana and Seonwoo stood up, Young Eun suddenly appeared behind them. She ordered them to capture Division Chief Jong Il-do alive. "I have many questions to ask you," she continued. Right after she finished speaking, the two men quickly grasped each other's hands, and between the gaps of their fingers a powerful light emanated, unmatched by anyone else. They spoke in unison, unsure if they could succeed. In no time, the two men released each other's hands, and at the tips of their fingers they were connected by dark red threads that were being stretched out. Each of them held one end of the threads and pulled them, making them longer. They assumed a combat-ready stance and firmly said, "But we will try." Immediately, the bald old man with the mole on his head charged forward, his voice unwavering as he shouted, "I'll go first!" As soon as he finished speaking, he jumped into the air, floating, and raising his fist, preparing to strike Jong Il-do. He shouted, "Double attack power, double speed, bloodline strength." Seeing the pink-vested old man about to reach him, Il-do used his strength to raise two fingers and draw a straight line. In an instant, black rays generated by his power swiftly flew towards the target in a straight line. The fate of the old man with the mole was similar to that of Chana and Seonwoo earlier. His head was severed from his body under Jong Il-do's technique. After witnessing this scene, Kang Chana, Seonwoo, and Maru were all shocked and focused intently on the actions of the others. However, contrary to their expectations, the old man with the mole's fist still managed to reach and touch Jong Il-do's face. As soon as he made contact with Jong Il-do's flawless face, the old man struck him with all his might, causing Il-do to be knocked backward. Surprisingly, the old man with the mole was still alive, despite his head not being attached to his body. He joyfully exclaimed, "It's done," upon seeing that he had successfully hit Jong Il-do. The bald old man standing far away explained to them, "None of us will die unless our bloodline is severed." Upon hearing this, Il-do immediately understood how to completely kill them and drew another straight line in the air. The line cut through one of their bloodline threads, severing it. However, the severed bloodline thread quickly healed and returned to its original state. Jong Il-do found this situation becoming complicated and furrowed his brows in contemplation. The bald old man calmly continued to explain the principle to Il-do, emphasizing that the bloodline was something that could not be severed. As soon as the bald old man finished speaking, the old man with the mole shouted, "Thanks for your guidance, Director, until now. Goodbye." He controlled his body to charge towards Il-do as he spoke. Hanmaru, who was observing from outside, was surprised and exclaimed, "This is unexpected." He somewhat understood the purpose of the two men and what they were about to do, and he sighed. What brothers? However, before he could finish speaking, Seonwoo interrupted him, saying, "I think I can predict Jong Il-do's next move. He might use dark space to evade the attack." After a long silence, Chana finally spoke up, saying, "The goal is not to attack him." Her statement left Seonwoo and Maru puzzled, and they turned to look at her. "Look!" she exclaimed, pointing at the bloodline threads of the bald old man and the old man with the mole, which were wrapping around Il-do. The two men continued with their plan. The bald old man used his teeth to pull and lengthen the bloodline thread, and at that moment he spoke to the other man. The old man with the mole understood his intention and grasped other bloodline threads running in a different direction at a considerable speed. As a result of their actions, Jong Il-do's arms were stretched out to the sides by the bloodline threads. Seeing Il-do being restrained, Young Eun, who had been holding her chest due to the self-inflicted wound she had created to save Seonwoo and Chana earlier, raised her hand towards them and shouted, "Attack Director Jong Il-do's hands now," she commanded. Upon hearing her order, Kang Chana rushed forward and severed one of Il-do's hands. Seonwoo cooperated with them, breaking one of Il-do's fingers, causing the remaining hand to be twisted and deformed. Young Eun, seeing Il-do's miserable state, after losing both hands, exclaimed, "He can't use both hands now." However, Jong Il-do suddenly opened his mouth wide and exhaled a large amount of gold dust. "You young?" Eun reacted quickly, pointing at him and ordering Hanmaru to attack. Hanmaru bite him so he can't regenerate. Hanmaru obeyed without hesitation, charging towards Il-do while cursing, "Damn it." This is the first time I've bitten a person." Suddenly, Ildo's eyes widened and they almost glowed. The vest he was wearing disintegrated into small pieces of fabric that flew off his body. His face turned completely black, and he smiled sinisterly at them. This development was something that Xianwu and the others had never anticipated. They stared at him in shock, watching as he transformed, thinking to themselves, "So this is what he's capable of." At the same time as Hanmaru was in imminent danger, Ildo, having regained his arm, launched a powerful attack towards him. He tried to block the black rays flying towards him with his hands and panikedly exclaimed. The black rays emitted intensely and engulfed his entire body. Soon after, the rays disappeared, along with Maru, and the hand of the man also diminished in its glowing aura. At this moment, everyone was frightened and stared intently at him. They all knew where Hanmaru was at this moment, and they simultaneously thought that Hanmaru had disappeared into the dark space. Jong Ildo had completely transformed into a form that no one had expected. He smiled sinisterly as he looked at his own body and at them. Young Yoon was taken aback by the sudden change in the man she had known as the division chief. She shouted at him, asking what was going on. He glanced at her, smiled mockingly, and revealed the truth. "I apologize. Deputy Director Young Yoon. I intended to maintain my previous appearance until the very end." Upon hearing his words, Kang Chana and Seonwoo verified their suspicions, thinking that this form was indeed the true entity. Seonwoo frowned suddenly, realizing something he had been unwilling to consider. He thought, "Has something happened to father?" Ildo raised a hand to his chin, looking regretful and sorrowful, and said, "It's a pity that I had to personally eliminate the warriors I created." Kang Chana grasped the main point of his words and held back for a moment. She looked at him incredulously and asked, "You created?" Her mind was in chaos. She saw the sinister look on his face and couldn't help but worry about her own speculation. He didn't hide anything from them anymore and revealed the truth. "Yes, I summoned a demon to your house." This statement enraged her to the extreme. He reminisced about the past and continued. "I identified you as a potential powerful demon energy user due to your athletic prowess." Upon hearing this, Chana couldn't restrain herself anymore and jumped towards Ildo. Young Yoon, knowing what she was about to do, raised her hand to stop her. "Don't, Officer Kang!" But it was too late. Chana had already rushed towards him, holding a sharp sword and preparing to attack. In contrast to her enraged and uncontrolled state, the culprit Ildo was calmer than anyone else. He even smiled and raised his hand to use his power. "Damn it," Chana cursed, and her face was distorted by his power. In an instant, her upper body was turned into blood splatters, spraying everywhere and filling the space. Young On, who was near Chana, also had her arm cut off by his power. The air was filled with the stench of blood, and blood splatters were everywhere. She saw that Chana's lower body had been severed from the moment before, with blood splattering everywhere. Suddenly, the blood splatters stopped moving. Young Yoon once again stabbed her hand into her chest to rewind time. She looked at the faint image of Chana from the past rushing towards him and continued to adjust time. Then she opened her eyes wide. 5 seconds ago. Time quickly rewound to 5 seconds ago. Young Yoon quickly grabbed Chana's arm as she was about to rush out. "Don't attack! You'll all die!" However, Chana was now consumed by anger and had lost her rationality. She turned around unpleasantly and asked, "What should we do then?" Young Yoon gently spoke to her from the bottom of her heart. "I don't know, after he transformed, he became much stronger. My power is not enough." Her words touched the hearts of those around her. Just getting close to the division chief was difficult. Despite her utmost persuasion, Chana remained stubborn and unwilling to believe this painful truth. She firmly said, "No, maybe Hanmaru will find a way to bring him back." Young Yoon's face turned pale. She was also heartbroken. She whispered to Chana, "There's no possibility. If he's trapped in the dark space by Division Chief Jong Ildo, he absolutely can't come out." At the same time, inside Ildo's dark space, Hanmaru was trying to find a way out in this extremely dark space. Suddenly, he lost his balance and fell forward, supporting himself with his elbow and crying out in pain. He gave up trying to stand up again and lay down in the dark, murky space. Since he had been running for a long time after being trapped by Jong Ildo, His strength was gradually depleting. He panted to catch his breath and thought that despite running for a while, he hadn't seen an end. Suddenly, he looked up and saw something in front of him, his expression turning into surprise and disbelief. Not far in front of him, there was a place emitting a faint misty light. Seeing this, he stood up and wondered, "Is that light?" He mustered his courage to move forward and get closer to the source of the light. His mood gradually improved. He ran straight towards it without looking back. After running to where the light was emitted, he was shocked and surprised by what he saw inside. He was a gaunt man like a skeleton with long blue hair reaching down to his waist. As soon as he saw the man's appearance, he guessed who it was, Chief Jeong-ildo. He called out to him. The man who was addressed as Chief Jeong-ildo slowly opened his eyes. He had been hanging in the air for a long time. When he saw Maru, a real human, he asked curiously why a human could enter this place. Maru briefly explained the situation to him, saying he was brought here after fighting someone who looked exactly like Chief Jeong. Then Maru asked in surprise, "Who is he really?" The chief barely moved his lips to respond. "He's a demon who escaped from the underworld," he said, recalling the demon's appearance. Upon hearing this, Maru couldn't believe his ears. A demon, he thought. But he has eyes and can talk. Jeong-ildo didn't interrupt Maru, but instead explained the demon's identity in a calm tone. "He is one of the 8 powerful demons," he said. "They have a higher status than ordinary demons." He continued, "He is one of the 8 demons granted power by the King of Hell." Then he reminisced about the lower-ranking demons under the King of Hell. That's why he's different from other demons who only have the instinct to kill. He has his own thoughts, and will, he explained. At the same time, outside the dark space, the demon disguising itself as Ildo smiled sinisterly and raised a finger. Kang Chana saw this and gripped her sword tightly. She rushed forward, shouting to the bald old man behind her to protect Young-eun. If Division Chief Young-eun dies, everything will be over. Protect her. The demon used its power to attack them from a distance once again. Young-eun watched as blood splattered everywhere after the demon's attack. She stabbed her hand into her chest to turn back time again 5 seconds earlier. But even after a while, Kang Chana's head was still severed from her body. To turn back time, Young-eun had repeatedly clenched her heart trying to help them 5 seconds earlier. Suddenly a brilliant light flashed before them. Instantly, one of Seonwoo's hands was severed and fell to the ground. Not long after, he and the others died again. While everyone outside was fighting intensely with the demon, Han Maru was still listening to Jeong-ildo. He said that because they had the demon energy of the King of Hell, they had overwhelming power. "If you meet one of these 8 powerful demons, don't act recklessly," he continued. "Those with demon energy from ordinary demons can't defeat the 8 powerful demons." Outside, after witnessing Young-eun turn back time hundreds of thousands of times, the demon finally couldn't help but sneer. "How many times have you turned back time, Division Chief Young-eun? Why don't you just give up and die?" Young-eun was now exhausted. Blood flowed from her mouth as she thought to herself, "What have I been doing until now? Just following the orders of this monster and commanding the special officials to fight against demons." The demon, seeing Young-eun's persistent appearance, praised her. "You're really persistent. Let's try something more interesting," it said, raising its 2 arms. Immediately, numerous portals of the same size appeared in the sky surrounding them. This made them extremely frightened. They stood close together, back to back, to prepare for any sudden attack. In an instant, demons of various shapes and characteristics emerged from the large portals and fell towards them. Seonwoo looked up and cursed, "Damn it! The demons are here!" Hana held her sword at the ready and shouted to the others, "Everyone, get ready!" At Maru's end, he was still trying to gather information from Jeong-ildo. He spread his arms and asked, "What's the purpose of the demon space? If he's one of the 8 powerful demons, why fight against other demons?" Jeong-ildo lowered his head deep in thought before responding. "Since he escaped from the underworld, he's been an enemy of the King of Hell. He wants to drag humans into the war with the underworld." Upon hearing this, Maru was horrified. He thought to himself, "Does that mean the special officials are just the demon space's army?" He looked up at Jeong-ildo and asked, If we kill the demon space, will the war with the underworld end? Jong-ildo replied calmly. It's not too late. We've been in this war with the underworld for a long time. This statement affected Maru's mood. He lowered his head, lost in thought for a long time. Then he looked up at Jong-ildo again and asked, "But if we kill the demon space, you'll be able to regain your body, right?" He quickly grabbed Jong-ildo's arm with both hands and said loudly, "Let's get out of here together." But Jong-ildo rejected his idea coldly. "My mind is bound here. I can't escape." As Maru heard this and looked at his arm, the parts he touched crumbled into small pieces. Although he heard Jong-ildo's words, Maru didn't give up. He tried to persuade him. "Don't give up. Your son is still waiting outside for you." It was indeed as Seonwoo thought. He was one of the factors that could prompt Jong-ildo to leave this place when he heard that word, and his eyes suddenly widened. Then he repeated the words. Seonwoo said, "My son." He smiled slightly. "A child just 5 years old, still in kindergarten, coming to this place," he said disbelievingly. Upon hearing his words, Seonwoo seemed to understand something and stood frozen, staring at him. Jong-ildo continued speaking. "It has been a while since we last spoke. I'm a bit tired. I need to go to my son and wife." Maru, as if stimulated, grabbed Jong-ildo's shoulder, shouting encouragement. "You must go out! There will be a way." However, contrary to Seonwoo's expectations, Jong-ildo looked sorrowful and disheartened, saying, "No, I won't be able to leave this place." At that moment, at the abandoned construction site, Kang Chana and her group were fighting with all their might against the demonic entities summoned by the demon, disguising itself as Jong-ildo. The demon stood at a distance watching the bloody battle between humans and demons with a calm demeanor. "Let's end this!" it said, bursting into laughter as it addressed those present. Kang Chana was wielding her sword, striking deadly blows at the demons. Suddenly she turned around, her eyes wide with horror as she looked towards the demon. She saw it using its power to create purple rays, shooting towards her and the others. These rays extended far beyond the ruined construction site. The demon smiled sinisterly, crossing its arms to control the trajectory of the rays. As a result, the rays enveloped Kang Chana's group, and the space began to shrink, she thought. "You young." Un was terrified, watching the rays in despair, thinking, "Is this the end?" Just as everyone thought they were about to die, a hand suddenly reached out from the portal. It was Han Maru. He had returned from the dark space of the demon. He jumped down from the portal, nearing the demon. This sudden appearance caught the demon off guard. It merely turned to look at Maru without any other reaction. Kang Chana was also surprised by Maru's sudden appearance, her mouth agape. Maru jumped down from above and shouted, "Escape!" Recalling this, Kang Chana witnessed Maru, his face filled with killing intent, as he charged forward. A few minutes earlier, in the darkness, Jong-ildo, imprisoned by the shadows, whispered weakly, "No. There's no way to escape from here." Maru panicked, trying to persuade, "We're not necessarily going to get out." Suddenly, a dark, grimy hand was placed on his shoulder. The demon opened its disgusting mouth, drooling, preparing to bite Maru. Maru quickly turned around and punched the demon's face. As the demon dissipated into smoke, Maru was surprised, wondering what had happened. He quickly turned around to assess the situation, thinking to himself, "Is there a demon here?" Memories of the dining room flooded back. Maru anxiously asked Yoseok, "Won't the one-pillar gate close in 3 days?" Yoseok replied nonchalantly while eating noodles. Yes, recently in Busan, a strange incident occurred. At that time, a portal appeared. Fortunately, the director used dark space to seal it, that one-pillar gate. Yoseok's face showed admiration as he praised, "The director Jong-ildo is truly capable." Maru rushed off, gritting his teeth in anger. Seeing the door emitting a bright yellow light, he quickly approached it. Observing the door before him, he sighed, thinking, "I've found it. What will be on the other side?" Maru reached out, thinking to himself that this was the only way to escape. The door was dazzlingly bright. Maru stepped through it resolutely. He was transported to a place filled with red earth and rocks. Upon seeing the scene before him, Maru was taken aback, feeling that something was off. Thinking, "Where is this place?" He stood on high ground, witnessing the desolate, ruined mountains, with only the howling wind. Suddenly, he struggled to breathe, clutching his neck. He gasped for air, his vision gradually becoming blurry due to the high concentration of gold dust. Maru suddenly opened his eyes, a thought crossing his mind. I'm back. Before him was a demon with a completely red body and disheveled hair, its roar echoing through the air. It slowly raised its head, revealing a green eye empty and devoid of expression. Upon hearing the sounds of other demons, it lifted its head, displaying a terrifying appearance. Feeling the ground beneath his feet shaking, Maru struggled to maintain his balance. Looking down, he said, "The ground is shaking. What's going on?" The scene around him was in constant motion. It was due to the demons charging forward aggressively. Maru was horrified, shouting. He immediately turned around and ran. Run. Maru observed the demonic landscape, thinking to himself, "But where can I run to?" Suddenly his gaze fell upon a door, emitting a brilliant light, as if beckoning him. Maru rushed towards it. Another one. Pillar gate. He took a leap, jumping forward. His whole body soared into the air. He charged straight into the door, despite the demon's sharp claws reaching out for him. Maru gritted his teeth, determined, thinking, "I'll make it alive." A blinding yellow light enveloped his body. Maru escapes and returns to the current battle, successfully escaping. The black-faced demon looks back indifferently. He uses his demonic energy to charge straight at him, but he quickly jumps up high to avoid the attack. He coldly watches Maru, who turns to look at him. Both have their own calculations. Seeing him escape, everyone is surprised, and Yu Young-un calls out to Han Maru. He smiles and asks if everyone is okay. Under the late afternoon sun, he confidently declares that he will take charge from now on. After hearing this, Xianwu gets angry and retorts, "Don't talk nonsense. You can't even get close to him." Maru purses his lips, falls silent, and looks up at the sky. Standing between heaven and earth, he firmly thinks that he will win now. The black-faced demon looks down at him and asks Han Maru, "How did you escape my dark space?" Sensing a powerful force, he turns his head to look. A massive energy beam shoots towards him. Unable to dodge, he takes the full force of the attack, grits his teeth in anger, and thinks. The red demon rages and roars, "I've found it!" Its eyes glow brightly. He quickly grabs his hand and screams in pain. Suddenly he looks down. He sees the reflection of Jong Il-do's figure at his feet. Realizing he's been bound, he uses his demonic energy to close the one-pillar gate. The demon gates above start to close, and the demons rush back to the gates. Seeing this, Young Yoon panics and warns that the demons are escaping, and the director is closing the one-pillar gate. He narrows his eyes and uses all his strength to close all the demon gates. The red demon's eyes are about to be engulfed by darkness. The air is filled with the demon's despairing screams, and the ground is littered with the bodies of the demons. Sensing his own strength, he thinks that a part of the Asura king's demonic energy has been taken away. He is enraged and clenches his fist until it trembles. Then he unleashes his anger and reaches out to everyone, saying, "It's all because of you." He uses his demonic energy to charge straight at Maru. Seeing this, everyone is shocked, and Xianwu shouts out to Han Maru. Young Yoon quickly follows up, telling him to get out of the way. But Maru has already been beheaded by the demon. Witnessing this scene, she is furious and curses, "Damn it!" Seeing this, she stretches out her hand, which is imbued with demonic energy. Hana grabs her hand to stop her, saying, "Wait." She calmly reminds the deputy director to look. It turns out that what was just beheaded was not Maru's real body. Then a small shattering sound is heard. The body turns into stone, and the fragments scatter everywhere. Maru breaks free from the shell and rushes towards him. He strides towards the demon. The demon nonchalantly unleashes another demonic energy attack. Maru's body is cut in half, and he spits out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Young Yoon is visibly surprised, and hesitantly says, "How is this possible?" The demon continues to unleash his demonic energy, destroying Maru's body. Behind him, the bald old man and the old man with the mole on his head are shocked, saying, "Is Han Maru human?" Xianwu witnesses everything and silently smiles. Now the stone statues are lined up in a row, taking on various shapes. Once again, Maru breaks free from the shell and charges forward determinedly, saying, "This is the last time." Maru and the demon face each other. After several failed attacks, the demon becomes frenzied, but Maru dodges its attack by bending down. Maru's face shows unshakable determination. Then he moves forward, grabs the demon, and bites him on the shoulder. Maru holds tight, not letting the demon escape. Behind him, Chana's eyes widen in surprise, thinking he's got him. She is shocked to see Maru bite the demon. Something seems off. Despite using the devouring demonic energy, it feels different from usual. She observes that Maru's eyes are glazed over, and he releases the demon, leaving a bite mark on its shoulder. Suddenly, Maru falls into a dark space, wondering, where is this? Why have I returned to the dark space? The demon appears behind him, coldly saying, "You will regret this." Upon hearing this, Maru turns around. The demon sneers, "If you use devouring on me, you will regret it. You have the demonic energy that can take all the demonic energy in the world." The demon looks down at him with a sinister gaze, mocking. "The Asura king brought you to the human world to capture me. How long will you continue to be deceived? Thinking of the world filled with demons," he says. "You want to return to the vast prison called the underworld? To a place where only death and repetition exist." Maru is unwilling to accept this and turns around furiously, shouting, "Go back to the underworld." "Why me?" Before Maru can finish speaking, the demon chokes him, causing Maru to cough violently. Maru's face contorts in pain. The demon is enraged and gets close to his face, scolding, "I'm not talking to you, I'm talking to the devouring inside you." The demon continues to shout, "You still haven't taken control of that mortal's body." Upon hearing that he is one of the 8 great demons, Maru's eyes widen in shock and his face is covered in sweat. At this moment, the demonic energy of devouring, the demon inside him, starts to stir. Its eyes glow brightly, and it opens its sharp teeth. The demon still chokes Maru, refusing to let go. Suddenly, its hand slips, and it reaches out, raging and screaming uncontrollably. As he strangled him, his face turned pale, and the devouring demon was about to emerge. Watching Maru's flailing limbs, he delightedly told him not to struggle. He continuously provoked, saying that humans who obtained demon energy from the 8th rank would eventually lose their sanity, and that's why they should join hands to fight against the underworld's devouring demon. Now he was on the verge of collapse, his entire body trembling. He narrowed his eyes and smiled wickedly, saying, "Let's get liberated. Destroy that prison, and the devouring demon will rise." Then he loudly said, "Let's take advantage of humans." Images of the demons he had absorbed flashed through his mind. They opened their disgusting mouths. Half of Maru's face was demonized, with mouths appearing on his body and long tongues sticking out. He was in agony, tears streaming down his face as he cried out in despair. Maru clenched his fist and shouted no. He jumped up, trying to kick him, but was told, "Don't laugh. That'll never happen." Then he kicked him strongly in the face. Maru regained his senses, furiously shouting that he wouldn't let him take advantage of humans. He resolutely said, "I'll stop him from taking over my body." Then he tried to get closer to him, saying, "I'll eat you," and eliminate him. He opened his mouth wide, putting it close to his angry face, baring his teeth. Under the sunset, he succeeded. Maru swallowed him whole. Despite the continuous bleeding, he looked up at the sky and muttered, "Foolishly, I will..." But before he could finish, blood spurted out. After doing so, he lost his balance and fell backward. Witnessing both of them fall, everyone panicked and rushed over. Khana quickly supported him, calling out to Han Maru, who was exhausted with his eyes closed. While she was worried about him, the other person's body started emitting dark smoke. Xianwu stood silently observing everything, looking at Zhong Ildo, who was emaciated and lying on the ground without any clothes. He silently took off his jacket and covered Zhong Ildo's body with it. Everyone stood by, witnessing Xianwu's actions. The bald old man looked around and asked, "Is it over?" "The old man with a mole," replied. Han Maru took care of it, looking at Zhong Ildo, who was lying still, covered with a jacket. Young Yun was lost in thought, thinking about the special task force, wondering what to do next. She looked at everyone supporting each other. Later, as night fell, the apartment building lit up. In a cluttered room, everyone sat around a glass table, and someone mentioned that the director in Zhong Ildo was an 8th rank demon. Dukman was shocked, saying impossible. He continued, "I thought something was off, but I didn't expect him to be a demon." The bald old man commented, "The room is nice, but there's a strange smell." Young Yun looked at him and said, "Team leader Go Diokman." "No, you should call me senior." He remained silent, ignoring her words. She explained that they should have had an emergency meeting with the department heads, but she thought it was better to discuss it with him first, so she came to see him. Once they announced this, it would surely cause a stir and a strong reaction, and the government wouldn't stay quiet. Young Eun bowed her head, continuing that the organization might be shaken to its core. Deokman crossed his arms, saying helplessly that until they found a temporary solution, they should keep it a secret, as panicking or causing chaos wouldn't help. Then Young Eun stood up first, putting on her red high heels. She turned around, reminding them that for now they should rest, and everyone followed the bald old man out, with the old man with a mole grumbling that he didn't want to come back here again. Suddenly, Go Deokman called out to Young Eun, and she stopped. He remained silent for a long time, then said, "You've worked hard," he confidently said from now on. "Don't call me senior anymore." Deokman teased, saying it was because Division Chief Yu Young-eun suddenly aged, and that her attitude was terrible. Under the dark sky, a full moon hung high along with twinkling stars. In Seonwoo's apartment, Seonwoo lay on the sofa, and Maru slept on the floor covered with a blanket. He gazed at Maru, asking why he didn't go home, and was sleeping there. Maru replied listlessly that he didn't have the energy to go home. Seonwoo told him to go to his room to sleep, saying he couldn't sleep with someone else beside him. Suddenly, Maru sat up and asked if he was asleep. Seonwoo irritably told him not to talk. Maru hesitated, then said that he had actually met his father. Upon hearing this, Seonwoo's eyes widened in surprise. Immediately, Seonwoo sat up, asking in shock, "What?" Maru explained everything that happened after he was swallowed by the demon space, saying that his father seemed to be trapped in the darkness, and he couldn't bring him out. As Maru spoke, he clutched the blanket tightly. Then he looked at Seonwoo and apologized. Seonwoo was shocked, unable to believe what he had just heard. Seonwoo remained silent for a long time, pursing his lips. He coldly told Maru to stop lying back on the sofa. As Seonwoo turned his back, Maru said that his father had told him that he missed Seonwoo and his mother, recalling when his father was trapped in the darkness. With Ildo's haggard face, he tried to persuade Seonwoo to stop hating his father from now on. Upon hearing this, he just fell silent, his mind consumed by thoughts. Immediately after Maru lay down on the blanket, staring at the ceiling opposite him, he wondered what he should do in the future. But the last words of the space demon echoed in his mind. The demon's words continued to haunt him. Soon the 8 corpses sent by the underworld would arrive, and they would have to fight them without him. "Humanity is doomed," the demon said with a mocking smile. Maru suddenly woke up, his face drenched in sweat. Could humans really defeat the 8 corpses, beings far stronger than demons? The demon's words kept echoing, tempting him. "Come, receive my power." The demons looked up at the one wearing the ancient armor. It was time to descend upon the mortal world. And that person was none other than Suwan, with a deep, somber expression. The morning sunlight illuminated the entire headquarters. In the meeting room, Ji Gilmok shouted irritably, "Director Jung Ildo is dead! What's going on?" Young Eun, seated in her chair, calmly began to explain. "As I said earlier, it's because the 8 corpses are of a higher rank than ordinary demons." Upon hearing this, she widened her eyes in disbelief. Then Young Eun coldly declared he was the one who killed Director Jong Ildo. As soon as she said this, the atmosphere in the emergency meeting of the National Supernatural Division, heads fell silent. After hearing this, Myung-sik was visibly moved, tears welling up in his eyes. "Oh, poor Director Jong Ildo!" Suddenly, someone spoke up, drawing attention. Division Head Gangwado Hwang Rahi stood up, slamming her hand on the table. "Division Head Myung-sik, this isn't the time to be sorrowful. We need to choose a new director to deal with the 8 corpses." Division Head. Jola Jung Pyo frowned, annoyed. "Rather than choosing a new director, we should think about how to report to the government." Upon hearing this, she became even angrier. "What does the government know? The 8 corpses are already here." He immediately retorted, "Don't you remember where our budget comes from? We'll be at risk of being dismantled." The two sides argued fiercely, neither giving in. As they were in the midst of a heated argument, someone shouted, "It's too loud," but couldn't stop them. At this moment, Jong Ildo was lost in thought. Without Director Jong Ildo, it was impossible to maintain control. She was perplexed, scratching her head. If they found out Director Jong Il-do's secret, it would cause even more chaos, not to mention Han Maru. Suddenly someone spoke up, interrupting her thoughts. "Sister." Young Eun was startled, and with Myung-sik's gloomy expression, she said, "Don't call me sister." Facing his resentful face, she corrected herself, "You should call me division head." Young Eun. Suddenly he spoke up, but Myung-sik clenched his fist and slammed it on the table, asking her, who exactly killed the director? At this moment in the office where Maru worked, he was typing away on his keyboard, his face dripping with sweat, muttering curses under his breath. Ji-won held up a sheet of paper, urging everyone, "Come on, everyone, finish your reports, otherwise we'll have to work overtime." As he typed, he thought about the 8 corpses approaching, and now he was stuck dealing with paperwork all day. As if guessing everyone's thoughts, she said irritably, "Even so, we still have to finish the reports." Maru thought to himself, is this really the life of a public servant? He moved the mouse to the text on the screen and clicked the mouse. After finishing, he felt exhausted leaning back in his chair. Is this really more tiring than fighting demons? Deokman, having finished his task, stretched and said, "Everyone's worked hard. Let's go home." He loosened his tie and asked, "Going home?" As time passed, the night enveloped the apartment building and the lights turned on. Seonwoo and Yoseok silently pushed their luggage into the room. "Go." Deokman smiled and said, "To deal with the approaching 8 corpses, they'll be living here too. The attic room is just right." Upon hearing this, Maru's face lit up with joy. "So can I use the attic room?" He lifted his shirt, scratched his back, and casually asked, "Are you annoyed about sharing a room with me?" Looking at the scattered clothes on the floor, Maru thought to himself, "I knew it." He patted Seonwoo on the back and said, "Seonwoo, you share a room with the minister." Seonwoo's face turned dark, and he coldly said between his teeth, "Are you crazy? Go live in that pigsty." Deokman was taken aback. "Pigsty, all right, let's play rock, paper, scissors." Yoseok's eyes widened in surprise. "What about me?" Maru, with a fierce determination, clenched his fist and said, "Anyone who doesn't play loses." Seonwoo was ready to unleash his strength. He frowned and entered the game. Rock, paper, scissors. Seonwoo and Maru both chose rock, while Yoseok chose scissors. Yoseok fell to the ground defeated. Maru cheered in delight while Seonwoo silently turned around and pulled his luggage. Later in the attic, the two carried their luggage towards the room. He thought to himself, living in the same room as that kid was embarrassing. He narrowed his eyes, observing Seonwoo's every expression. He watched as he put down the volley, and Maru thought to himself that after what happened with Director Jong Il-do, he looked sad. Even a few words of comfort crossed his mind, and he reached out to say something. Before he could finish speaking, the doorbell rang. Maru put down the volley, looking puzzled, and turned his head. He opened the door and asked, "Who is it?" People carrying big and small bags rushed in, happily cheering and saying, "New housewarming party." Maru's face darkened, and he whispered, "This isn't necessary. We don't need a housewarming party." Seeing him looking foolish, Ji-won frowned and whispered, "He's not very perceptive. Since Seonwoo is feeling down, we need to cheer him up." Watching everyone busily chatting and having fun, he realized that everyone on the Gangwado team was kind. Suddenly a beer glass was knocked over. Ji-won panicked and said, "My hands are slippery." Maru couldn't catch the glass in time, and it fell to the floor. Ji-won offered to clean it up. Deokman, who was in the kitchen, heard the noise and peeked out, saying, "Ji-won, why are you wasting liquor?" Then he scooped up a spoonful and offered it to Seonwoo, saying, "Try some, Seonwoo." Seonwoo refused and used a cloth to clean up the spill, saying, "I'll clean it up myself." Seonwoo saw Yibak coming out of the bathroom. Yibak looked embarrassed and asked, "Why isn't the water flushing? Is the toilet clogged?" Seonwoo immediately put on gloves and went to unclog the toilet, cursing under his breath. Watching him work, Ji-won said, "Seonwoo seems to be full of energy now." Maru looked at him skeptically, thinking he was actually exhausted. Noticing that someone was missing, he wondered where Kang Chana was. Outside, the scene was serene. Kang Chana stood on the rooftop, leaning against the railing, enjoying the wind. The wind blew through her hair. Maru came out and asked Kang Chana, "What are you doing here?" She turned around to look at him. She replied nonchalantly, "Just enjoying the wind." Seeing that she seemed troubled, Maru probed, "Is everything okay?" You seem upset. Maru added, lately you've seemed a bit off. Chana hesitated before speaking. I've killed the spatial demon, the one who killed my family. But suddenly I feel lost and uncertain. She sounded dejected. After hearing her, Maru remained silent. Under the dark night sky, Chana continued. I've avenged my family, but they're still gone. Suddenly, Chana stopped talking and turned to look at Maru. She smiled gently. Turning back to the railing, she comforted him. Don't worry, I'm just a bit down. Han Maru, are you okay? Chana asked coldly. You've recently discovered you have the demon energy of the 8th class, haven't you? Maru smiled awkwardly and said I was trying not to think about it. Maru confessed helplessly. Those who possess the demon energy of the 8th class will eventually be consumed by it. Just then Xianwu came out and interrupted. Don't worry about it. He said calmly, I'll punch you hard so you won't be possessed. Hearing this, Maru looked uncomfortable and frowned. Xianwu joined the conversation saying, actually there's something we should be worried about. Xianwu said coldly, the basement of the headquarters? A few days ago at this headquarters, inside a secret room, people were gathered looking at something. Young Yun explained, this is the demon hidden by the spatial demon. Director Unkillable, wasn't it? Even the vice minister didn't know about it. Go? Deokman was surprised and asked, why did you hide it? Who is it? She looked up calmly and replied, I don't know. The spatial demon didn't tell me. Suddenly she narrowed her eyes, recalling the moment they captured the demon from the underworld. Young Yun touched the glass and said, it said that humanity would perish. This statement left the three of them stunned. Returning to the present, Deokman peeked out and asked, what are you doing out here? Maru enthusiastically persuaded the others. Let's not just stand there. Come on. The three of them followed him back to the room. Maru thought to himself, right. He stopped worrying and joined in the fun. Before long, the city was lit up with electric lights. Jiwan kept pouring drinks for everyone. Maru thought to himself that it was good to relax occasionally. Just then a flash of light appeared at the top of the headquarters. Maru was already drunk, but he still smiled, saying, nothing's wrong. Suddenly, liquor was poured over his face. On the other side, a golden light radiated. A firm footstep landed. Suwan stood tall, wearing armor with his cloak blowing in the wind. His eyes were cold and gray, observing everything. He put on his helmet, saying, the time for slaughter has come. The ceiling of the headquarters was severely damaged with debris and dust flying everywhere, creating a massive crater. The dark night sky was visible. A young man was so shocked by the sight that he dropped the papers in his hand, trembling all over with cold sweat dripping down his face. A massive figure blocked the light in front of him. After stuttering for a while, he finally managed to say, what is that? But his eyes seemed lifeless as he witnessed a humanoid figure over 3 meters tall, wearing a helmet and armor, exuding a terrifying aura. But it didn't pay attention to its surroundings. It just kept moving forward, as if it had a purpose. With each long step, the demon left behind a thick trail of yellow smoke. Everyone who saw it move was frightened and pressed themselves against the wall, not even daring to breathe loudly. How did it appear here? Of course, the large commotion had caught the attention of the monitoring room. The entire computer system lit up with a bright red alarm, and an urgent voice announced, demon spotted at headquarters Quinangjia. Please move to the 51st floor immediately. All staff were focused on observing the situation on their screens, and the atmosphere was becoming increasingly chaotic. The pressure was mounting, and one staff member's eyes were tightly screwed up in tension. Where was Young Un, the head of the headquarters, at this moment? At the National Intelligence Agency, the sky had turned pitch black, but now a bright moon hung high. The national flag fluttered gently in the cold wind in front of the brightly lit building. The atmosphere inside the meeting room was not exactly pleasant either. Young Un sat opposite 3 political representatives. The man in the middle spoke up. Agency Director Jong Il-do has sacrificed himself, that is, the 8 disciples. The Minister of Defense, an elderly man with a stern expression and a mature voice, asked with a hint of worry, how are we going to deal with this? You, Young. Yun replied calmly, based on the demon energy of the 8 disciples, our future combat methods will likely change. Her expression remained cold and unapproachable as always. Young-eun directly addressed the main issue. There's a high possibility of significant civilian damage. We need a national countermeasure.